the recovery, the turnaround that they had compared to the first match they had against GENG. They're going to need to bring that energy against FPX here today.
Hello guys, welcome to the watch party.
Last time these two teams clashed on this map, it was a 13-7 win for SEN.
Let's go.
And oh man, this is going to be an unbelievable start.
I mean, this is the tournament that's on everyone's minds at the beginning of the year. This is what players play for. This is what the entire year is about. And for one of these two teams, it ends today. Sentinels on the attacking side of Lotus. You've got 𝐿𝐾𝐾, who's already taken a lot of space towards A. Now taking a step back, but otherwise, 𝐷𝙬, the map very quiet.
Yeah, it's so timid from both sides right now. No one wanting to make an early mistake. Very default play across the board. It's going to be a lurk smoke on C, putting doubt in the minds of GENG, but Munchkin, he's getting ahead of that.
Yeah, a smoke out from KRU as well. The Prowler through, but you're right, Munchkin ahead of the line just a little bit. Getting enough info as to what's really going on, and you see, as we see the map kind of lean back towards A. A couple of members across the middle of the map. 𝐿𝐼 is the first one to fall.
Yeah, he was the solo man there as well. It's all up to KRU here.
With a classic armor, the wall will conceal their movements. As Texture tries to get a little active. Texture was an absolute demon the last two times these teams faced off.
Yeah, he absolutely shut 𝑍kAN out of the series. And he just shut down 𝐿𝐶eLSys.
At least out of this round, Meteor with a nade and a flash at his feet will fall at the hands of 𝑍kAN. His TenZ looks to get a little bit more active, will connect onto Munchkin. Numbers the way of the attack in a massive amount too. And it's not getting any better for the #1 seed from the APAC region. Sentinels win the pistol, and very quickly, the last time they played, they won 1 out of the 4 pistols the entire series. They struggled.
And not only that, but it's 𝑍kAN getting a 3K into that round, getting momentum. It's something that he couldn't do the last time around against GENG. And it's something that was able to get them over the hurdle in that grand final in Madrid.
Welcome to the watch party.
For Sentinels to take that
one home.
Hi,
good afternoon.
This is very important for the side of Sentinels. They need momentum. They're such a momentum-based team.
Absolutely. You know, we talked about it 2 days ago when we watched Sentinels dance with FPX. 𝑍kAN, unfortunately, he went -17 in the series against GENG. Those demons are not that far behind him.
Will just be a C hit right off the rip, understanding that they have all gun advantage, all utility advantage, and it's going to be a clear retake from the side of GENG. What can they really do? They only have a couple sheriffs on Meteor and Texture. And we've seen this post plant happen a lot from the side of Sentinels. They'll put this deep alarm bot in water with a molly. It's all to delay. And then they'll cycle smokes on default. This is so hard to break through. 𝑍kAN's having such a map already.
Dude, it's the second round, and he's already 1 point away from having his ult online.
And he's hungry. He wants more. Here it is. He gets that ultimate.
I mean, when you have that far of an advantage, you really want to push, and that's exactly what he does. So massive for 2 reasons. You mentioned 𝑍kAN struggling and how it's important for him to get back online, get the ball rolling as quickly as possible. And I think he's already doing that, 7-1. But also the showstopper round 3.
No question, I know,
huge.
but
yeah, and they didn't lose a single rifle in the process. John QT, he was sitting on a sheriff the entire time. Yeah, 𝑍kAN falls down there,
solution दे सकते हो वही time पे.
And John was able to pick that Spectre up and now upgrade to a Vandal. And on the other side,
टेक्निकल टाइम आउट में नहीं दे
सकते,
टैक्टिकल टाइम आउट में दे सकते, जो नॉर्मल पॉज अगर हुआ कुछ प्रॉब्लम की वजह से तो उसमें बात नहीं कर सकते कुछ.
I will say, in the last series, we saw 𝑍kAN whiff
technical
a couple of those
difficulties
so.
के time.
That bind one, that sword, right past
Tactical
the
was
if I'm not mistaken. Seems like a lot of pings on the minimap towards B at the beginning of the round. GENG seemingly wise to it. 3/5 of their team is posted up around here for now.
But the mid rounding, 𝐿𝐶eLSys, while all that front B pressure was happening, took all of C control. And he's farming up his own little orbs right here. Munchkin needs to be careful right here. If he gets carried out, yeah, that showstopper's going to do the damage.
And the thing is here, if you're Sentinels, you don't have to fully commit to this. It seems like they might, though. TenZ is already TP'd all the way across. You've got everything back sight, mowing over GENG.
An absolute firing squad that Texture just ran into.
I mean, he swings, and it's the most terrifying thing you could imagine.
It was diabolical.
And so now, as the dust settles and as the rest of the round kind of comes to a close, you see Sentinels with a really big advantage.
किसी ना किसी player को instant step up करके multi kills मारने पड़ेंगे GENG को. Start करने के लिए.
𝐿𝐶eLSys halfway to his. Money's in a really good spot. This is the Sentinels that was missing a couple of days ago. This was the Sentinels that was missing in the opening match of this tournament.
Yeah, missing in stage 2, honestly. Even in the playoff, they barely squeaked in. Sauces gets a quick trade, securing the round, getting closer to that ultimate. And yeah, 𝐿𝐿𝐾𝐾 wasn't the one that got that showstopper kill. But Saucy doing his due diligence with that Fade Prowler, sniffing out Munchkin. There's not much you can do in a spot like that against a showstopper and a Spectre.
No, I mean, you mentioned it. You needed to be careful. That was just that's a brutal one and done spot.
Yeah, and losing the bonus round, it could feel so bad. Your economy feels like you can never really get it going. That being said, it's going to be Light Armors again across the board right now, and a showstopper of his own for Texture.
Find you. Still waiting.
See if he's able to replicate any of that success. Maybe that's the tipping factor here, because you see the buy. It's not great. 2 Stingers and then Sheriffs. For Sentinels, again, a slow start. Pretty metered, pretty tempered, if you will. Just kind of waiting to see if GENG are going to get active, if they're going to try to take some space and throw something aggressive into the fold. And that's exactly right. You got the Paranoia that's out, and they're going to give up some of the same main space, trade the Paranoia of their own, but manage to get away unscathed.
Yeah, and the big thing here is that all that C control was already gathered. So there's 5 members here, and the rotations can't make it in time. Sentinels are aware of this,
well,
but they're getting delayed.
You got to be careful here, too. There's a brutal crunch. Remember, Texture has his ult. But once again, fully sending out onto C. Saucy will be the first to fall. As mentioned, manages to find 2 on the round. There's the ult popped as well. Not connecting onto anything, but Munchkin continues to farm. 3 on the round now. Oh, I thought he had fired it off already. 𝐿 just falls on it. It's just John left in a 1v4, and they're weak, but not that weak. A thrifty round for GENG.
He may have been in the wrong position in the round previously, but this time he took things into his own hands. He gets 4 into the round, 3 with the Stinger, gets the upgrade. That allows Texture to go in with that showstopper and secure the round win. And what a way to stop the bleeding. I mean, winning an eco round, now all of a sudden your economy is going to be back in the game. You're back in the mix of things. GENG needed this, and they needed it desperately.
Next round bhi jitna badega nahi to pura zero.
And there was never any doubt that a team like GENG would punch back, right? Yeah. They're not the team to roll over. They're not the team to kind of fall in the face of big moments. So you knew it was going to happen. You knew it was inevitable. The question was when. And it just so happens that the line on the 4th round.
And they're also a team that takes a little bit to get going in series, I noticed.
थोड़ा सा advantage है
rapid trigger का. I don't know, 4 or 5 rounds, and then they'll bring it all the way back and even secure out the map if that. But if not, they can reverse sweep at any moment.
Sure. 𝐿𝐿𝐾𝐾 already taking a ton of damage. Just off a spam through the smokes, 21 HP, no armor left to him.
These teams play at such a high level, both of them. It feels like we're truly watching like just a chess match right now, just a battle back and forth of the brains. Sentinels will take space here. GENG will take space there. This tit for tat, blow for blow. The rotations being in full effect. Look, 3 members facing each other in front B. Both teams have such a good read on how each other play.
The spike is rotating back towards B. Both Paranoias have been traded. As of personnel on both sides.
Yeah, and exactly. Both players have been traded too.
All of that KJ utility. Pop towards C. They have a decent idea that that's where the hit is, but with 30 seconds left, there's still a couple of options. But once again, 10's the tip of the spear, TPing forward. A little bit separated. How in the world does Meteor win that? Saucy with the swing on the trade. Nicely done. And now with 3v3. As Texture creeping his way forward. The first to fight, the first to find a kill.
2v2.
As has been the case, instantly traded right back 2v2 now. Saucy has his eye. 𝐿𝐿𝐾𝐾 has no health left. It's Karen alone. He's been good.
Unknown se dono.
Head and shoulders above the rest. But can he deliver here? Against John QT? No, he cannot. The leader for Sentinels delivers once more.
I mean, it was trade for trade the entire way through. It came down to a 1v1. It's that chess match I was talking about. This is going to be such a close series if it continues onward like this. But now, it's ultimates available for the side of Sentinels. Here's the replay of the trading on site.
Low armors pe rahenge bahut sare players.
It's so evenly matched, it feels like. Pistol round truly the only difference maker in these rounds in this 1v1.
And again, we talked about this when we saw them play against FPX. The big difference was John QT, it felt like, in my opinion, right? When Sentinels have been good, John has delivered. That's a big moment for him early on.
Getting your IG on the flow state can be a really big thing, especially early on. If he starts getting the kills, you get more confident in the call, and start getting better reads.
Oh, they've got him figured out. They spotted him.
That was a tough one.
He was there in the previous round too.
And Sentinels have a good idea of when a player is playing pushed up like that and they're solo to go through the door, the revolving door. No one has met them there yet.
So look back towards A. Texture getting through the ult. He's got a big timing here. A wide swing and 2 kills found. Again, heroics from Texture, but the counterpunch comes through at just the right time. Second down low, spotting one, trying to switch to the weaker weaponry, not finding a kill. Now 2v2, the pit invested 10s on the prowl. It's an alarm bot keeping him just a little bit further back. His meteor waltzes into his death, right into the crosshair of the controller. Munchkin does the same.
Sharp, sharp.
10's too fast in these moments. Holding the angles. It's a tough, tough round to win if you're GENG Texture. He went huge in that moment, getting 2, swinging out super wide. Look at this. That's such a wide swing.
Dude, and how many times have we watched GENG and seen Texture do something like that?
Yeah.
Munchkin, Meteor, do something where they're getting 2Ks and 3Ks in most instances where somebody gets traded instantly.
Yep.
But that just seems to be one of their strengths, one of their strong suits, and we're already seeing that play out.
GENG or Sentinel?
The big difference here is Sentinels are
GENG जीतना चाहिए मुझे ऐसा लगता है मैं GENG को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ Sentinel लेकिन first round से थोड़ा एकदम strong
the problems they had against FPX
stand
early
लिया
on
है
in the first map.
It's
इसके पहले के मैचेस अगर Sentinel के देखे रहेंगे तो आपको समझ में आ जाएगा कि आज
they're getting trades even if a player gets 2, they're able to bring it all the way back. And it's going to be an early timeout for GENG.
Light mode में नहीं है वो लोग आज.
Remember, the only round they've won so far was that Thrifty off the back of Munchkin. You got 4 kills into that round, 1 showstopper kill from Texture. And other than that, it's been very close, right? You had the 1v1. KRU versus 𝐿𝐿𝐾𝐿. In this case, it was a 2v2, but 10s. I mean, he just held down that opposite side of the Viper's pit that 𝐿𝐿𝐾𝐿 put down.
Again, it feels like for GENG, part of their calling card has been delivering in the big moments. And again, anybody on that roster can deliver. 𝐿𝐿𝐾𝐿 is a guy that we don't really talk about a ton, but he's just as good, just as stalwart in those high-pressure moments. Again, I think the big difference here is that Sentinels have been able to respond and deliver with a couple of their own.
किसी एक को वो continue करना चाहिए था.
Yeah, I think that's huge. That's part of the 4-round difference here. On the other side of the timeout, what are the adjustments? You've got 3 ults on the side of the defense.
Got 4 now.
Yeah.
Got 𝐿𝐿𝐾𝐿 gathered.
Again, sweeping a little bit further. Munchkin clearing out the turret. And now the
round both teams करने लगा अभी वो smoke.
I mean, the approach from Sentinels on this attacking half has been so calculated, so methodical. They clearly do not want to give anything away early on to GENG.
No. Remember, that's that lurk smoke on C that you mentioned at the beginning.
Fight होने वाला इधर
the pistol round one, but this one way just sucks to get through.
It's just going to keep on being cycled over and over and over.
Second smoke किया क्या? KRU ने?
I think this is going to be an A reclear into a B split potentially. That's why you see an alarm bot from 𝐿𝐿𝐾𝐿 put all the way in the back of SC. Viper wall gets baited out from the side of Sentinels.
Control लेने के लिए.
Also out of the mix.
Sand in that hourglass continues to tick away. 30 seconds left in the round.
Hello newbies, welcome to the stream.
Lockdown. And now it's going to be traded back for another.
A big investment from
भाई ऐसा वाटता है.
With still a lot of time left to play in the round. The power is a little bit difficult towards A. Second satchel forward and right into his death. Are they going to be able to navigate some of this? As 𝐿𝐿𝐾𝐿 is going to fall in exchange.
Close on
time done. They may have burned the candle down just a bit too low. They're trying to get ahead of this, but the reinforcements are already here. Look at Munchkin's positioning.
Yeah.
That's the plan stopped. That's 𝐿𝐿𝐾𝐿 dealt with assassination style. The round will go the way of GENG.
GENG जीतना चाहिए मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है, लेकिन Sentinels आज
not give a single inch to
gun rounds में तो दे रहा है, एक round से low buys में tough हो रहा है उनको.
On that Killjoy ult. And what a counter ult from Meteor. What a call. The gall you have to have to make a play like that when you are down in the weaponry. That's the second thrifty win already for the side of GENG. If they can get things going on these gun rounds, they could bring this one back. So this time, that cautious approach from Sentinels, it works against them. Maybe we're going to see a change of pace. Here it is.
Paranoia already out. The one-way goes up, but they're already past it at this point.
𝐿𝐿𝐾𝐾 might get caught right here. He needs to be careful. Oh, that Viper Wall gets up right on time. Munchkin, good awareness in that moment. All that's happened. Yeah, Texture took this deep angle.
With the op, we haven't seen that yet. 𝐿𝐶's aware of it now. Is he going to be able to get away? No, 𝐿𝐶 chases him down.
Sentinels right now, they have no other choice. They kind of have to just hold W here. There's still 2 mollies they have to deal with. The showstoppers invested from Zekin. He gets chipped down very low.
He didn't have any satchels.
Yeah.
He couldn't go.
Will be a free site gathered. Spike should be planted unless spam.
I mean, it might be a free site, but it feels like they're walking right into GENG's trap. 𝐿𝐾 has his ult. Smoke's already going through. Zekin getting a little bit aggressive, getting the best of Meteor, but again, still, that Nightfall in play, and there it is, right on Q tapped. You've got John, who's playing his tight angle, managing to stay alive with the help of the nade short, swinging out into 𝐿𝐾, but not able to convert. He's now left in a 1v3. He's cutting his losses, he's tucking tail, he's getting out of there.
Yeah, he's got to save. What proactivity from Sentinels in that moment. TenZ holding on to that paranoia. Shooting it through water. Zekin getting aggressive in that moment. And amongst all the chaos, when the retake is coming through, when the flood is actually happening, Sentinels are peaking together. They're not sitting back waiting for the fight to come to them. They're picking really good opportunities to fight together. And the trades are going their way. Full confidence right now for SEN.
Whoa.
It was a change of pace at the start of the round.
It was. I think on both sides. I mean, yeah, a little bit more aggressive towards A. You mentioned that, but I think, again, Texture taking that aggressive line towards C with the op.
Thank you for trading me. I love you so much.
That's just a different look, right? We haven't seen that out from them.
A little bit of frustration from the side of GENG.
Again, the op in the hands of Texture.
फिर से वही कर रहा है
smoke play around light armor for everyone.
भाई गन राउंड में क्या हो रहा है GENG को?
Gotta go back to what you were thinking and saying a couple of rounds ago. What is that smoke?
Very interesting.
इको के प्लान्स इतने अच्छे वर्क कर रहे हैं, गन राउंड में क्यों नहीं वर्क कर रहे उनके प्लान्स?
To be in the mix.
Yeah, possibly.
And it was a fake TP going into a B hit, so they're trying to condition very small micro things.
Who's good?
You have to do that when you're at this high of a level of play.
Zekin was too far out, TenZ was too, Munchkin again, delivering. These are the big moments where GENG has their way with the opposition. They're yet to win a gun round, but it seems like they're going to here. Forget the thrifties.
Oh my gosh, he went for more.
जीत गया round.
Just 𝐿𝐾 and 𝐿𝐶 left. I don't know that they really have anywhere to go.
What a shot from Munchkin, that was disgusting.
क्या dodge कर रहा था मस्त सा सी.
Remember, Munchkin was the hero in a couple of rounds ago, the first thrifty round that they won. Delivering again.
Multi kills मारे तो और trade नहीं मिला उसका.
Might just opt to save. I mean, he's got $350 in the bank.
तो बहुत difficult है.
Spike is definitely going to have members on it. Texture with that operator being one of them.
Yeah, I do want to go back to the value that Munchkin has been able to provide for GENG all year. Right? I know I mentioned it a couple of rounds ago, but you think about these
best player है ना उनका
map-changing moments, these series-defining instances. It's often multi-kill rounds, and it's often things like these.
Yeah. From the top, no one looking at him. He puts his Viper walls up at the most opportune times. And then he hits shots like that. That's crazy. To be IGLing, to be the forefront of your squad at the same time, that is so hard to do.
Actually, उसके shots से ज़्यादा उसका timing की वजह से उसने round निकाला
all year long.
दोनों को मारा है उसने. Zekin को भी देख नहीं रहा था और TenZ तो TP कर रहा था.
Such a big part of their consistency this year. Getting second, the first international.
Timing best था उसका.
And then winning a
speed करने का, wall up करके out होने का.
in Shanghai.
तो बाकी 3 players अंदर नहीं आ पाए और जो 2 players space लेने वाले थे वो आए लेकिन वो लोग ने spot ही नहीं किया इसको.
Really in the history of Valorant, but has the potential to get pushed here. Texture once again with the op. Looking for any skin, any blood, and nothing found.
First kill पे.
Oh my goodness! Better late than never, I guess. He's gonna get a third! Teeing off on Sentinel.
Shot.
What a round from Texture, the 4K for GENG.
That was unbelievable. He's so quick with it. And now he's the one at the top. That last kill, what was that? Was he trying to flick Zek in there? I mean, he ended up killing John, I believe.
The collat, you know, whatever. You get lucky,
goodness.
but those last two.
Oh my
Wow!
That's scary right now if you're SEN. 4 rounds on the defensive side for GENG. Texture is here and ready to play, still sitting on that showstopper. Wow!
And now Meteor's joining in on the fun. This is the GENG that's terrifying! This is the GENG that wins championships!
Bomb grenade out.
And I said it, Doug. GENG are a team that tends to start off a little bit slow, but when they get warmed up, they're unbelievable.
One enemy remaining.
And yes, this is an eco round, but you know, we talk so much about confidence, we talk so much about momentum and how valuable that is in a game like this. We've already seen 2 cataclysmic shifts as far as
all of a
sudden you have Meteor in the mix of things. We've seen Meteor on this map play Killjoy and just decimate teams by himself. And a hard read here, perfect spray control. Getting the 3rd on top of it. What a nice flick.
Following the tracers all the way back.
Nasty stuff.
Perfect. So before we hit the last round of the half, Sentinels will call a timeout of their own to try to slow things down. I think if you're Sen City here, Dre, you've got to find a way to slow down some of this massive swell of momentum that has currently come up from GENG. They've won 3 rounds in a row. They've won 4 out of the last 5. And Texture, Munchkin, and Meteor are online in a massive way. And again, those were the 3 names that caused the most heartache for Sentinels at the beginning of this tournament.
Crazy players that could change the game at any moment.
And I want to take this moment to talk through, you know, the Des talked about it, but I want to mention again the global dominance that GENG has had
6-5
this year. There was that graphic that was flown by the Des. They're 11-2 in their last 13
advantage.
That's obnoxious.
That's asinine. That level of dominance is just absurd. But now they both find themselves again in a position where one of these 2 teams goes home today. And it was in a way that nobody expected. You talked about this at the beginning of the match. We thought it might be 𝐿𝐼𝐼𝑆 that was down here, fighting against likely Sentinels, and GENG would be the ones kind of cruising all the way to the playoff stage. But I guess that's why you play the game.
Unbelievable stuff from both sides right now. Sentinels were up 5-1. GENG, they brought it all the way back.
Again, this fight for a main continues to go the way of GENG. There's just not a lot that Sentinels can do to fight back.
I mean, that's one way to do it. 𝐿𝐼𝐼𝑆 gets taken out, but the showstopper, it was
short!
What the?
Nipping at his heels, but not enough to get the kill.
Oh my gosh.
𝐿𝐼𝐼𝑆 continues to dance with Des, just looking for
any sort of
moment to reload. Now back to full strength, continues to hit the spam, no targets found.
Sentinels don't want to let GENG come back into this round with a free pick. That's why they're grouping up. They're deathballing right now.
And remember, KRU has had this aggressive angle many of the defensive rounds that they've played. Are they expecting it here?
Even if they are, I mean, it's so tough. He's ahead of this Viper wall. Oh my gosh. What was that peek from Second, though? Instas, and they're just going to run through the door like they have been this entire time.
Perpendicular walls keeping these 2 teams apart as one of them goes down. Munchkin gets ahead of it. Second on the jump spot, they understand the threat that's on the other side, and now they decide to wait it out. They're beckoning the fight to come to them. Either you wait out the lockdown, or you fight us.
It got spammed.
And now Texture not able to hold the line, not able to keep up the resistance. The pit invested, Munchkin trying to trace over. Snaps back onto Munchkin, or onto Sassy, excuse me, but Meteor's left alone. Sentinels get to 7.
And they needed that one, but is 7 enough, Doug, on a map like Lotus that is attack-sided?
I'm tempted to say when it comes to a matchup between these 2 teams, conventional wisdom goes out the window, man.
You might be right. Like, it oftentimes comes down to those micro adjustments, pistol rounds even. Clutch plays.
See that peek again from Zekin. All
through the one-way. Oh my gosh.
Tiniest of glimpses.
Nice boy! Oh, John, wait, look!
Who knows?
I don't know what they were looking at.
Probably flashing the bundle or something. I don't know. 7-5, the way of Sentinels.
Texture जिंदा रहता तो शायद
standing by with
मार सकते थे वो लोग.
CEO of Sentinels standing by right now. Take it away.
everyone. It's the halftime interviews with Bella, and I'm joined by Sentinel CEO, Mr. Rob Moore. Hi, nice to meet you, Rob.
Thank you so much.
네, 센티널 CEO 럽 모어 씨와의 인터뷰 준비해봤습니다. 이제 서울 방문한 게 오늘 처음인지 좀 어떻게 이번 챔스 즐기고 계신지 한번 여쭤보겠습니다. Is this your first time in Seoul? How have you been enjoying the city?
This is my first time in Seoul. I think I've already added 5 pounds eating all the great food here.
이 서울 방문은 처음인데 아마 오고 나서 한 2-3kg는 금방 찐 것 같다고 얘기를 하십니다. 오늘 센티널 경기 초반에 화력이 아주 좋습니다. 좀 이렇게 성장을 잘 해봐서 오늘 멋진 경기 보여주고 있는 센티널 팀은 얼마나 좀 자랑스러운지 한번 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다. You must be proud of how the boys are doing. You know, they started off great. So, how proud are you?
You know, it's been an amazing year, and obviously now this is our 4th time playing GENG.
भाई जैसे भी खेले स्किन के पैसे तो आ गए.
First time I've ever been in a match where everyone is rooting for the other team. And nobody's wearing a Sentinels jersey today.
Champions के भी और उनका number 1 है ना selling में. Americas में.
이제 올해 센티널의 성적이 너무 좋았고 그리고 이제 젠지랑 벌써 붙은 게 4번째인데 사실 경기장에 와서 센티널을 응원하는 팀보다 젠지의 관객들로 이렇게 가득 찬 건 또 색다르다고 합니다. 그리고 또 센티널을 응원하고 있는 텐즈의 삼촌분 빼고는 없다고 하네요. 이거는 이제 센티널의 번들 구매. A minute for you.
Yes,
그럼
Sentinel.
저희는 로터스로 돌아가 보겠습니다. Back to Lotus.
You know, for as much as that was lighthearted and you know, whatnot, and fun to listen to Rob for a second there, I think he makes a really good point. Sentinels are in a position that they rarely find themselves in. I mean, yeah, they did at the beginning of the tournament, but the stakes are notably higher here. This is enemy territory that they're playing in front of. When they're often used to looking out to the crowd and seeing a sea of red, it's all black and gold now.
Let's go.
It's been just blow for blow this entire way through. Everybody on both sides performing at the same amount. You see Texture and Zekken going head-to-head, same amount of kills. John and Munchkin, same amount of kills. It's poetic. Roll for roll. It's so equal.
GENG on the pistol, they're already farming the orbs into 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐷𝐎's hands. Perhaps indicative of what's in store.
Earlier,
but spam, Texture plucked.
क्या distract किया है रे?
You know, you keep wondering, and you know, maybe this is kind of the feeling for most fans that are watching, is that I think there are a lot of questions around if and when Sentinels will crumble. When will they kind of fold under the pressure? Will that be the case? Doesn't seem like they're slowing down anytime soon. I will say they are taking a big step back on C this round. GENG have gotten out onto the side. But Sentinels have the numbers advantage. No paranoia to speak of, no smokes, nothing like that. But TenZ has a Sheriff and light armor.
Brawl.
Zekken also has a Sheriff to his name. Oh, but he's going to get taken out right here. The proactivity, the post-plant, Munchkin getting 2.
Not able to find safe passage, not able to get across. I cleared out, now without getting a tag. TenZ getting the best of Karan, and now Munchkin left alone, a 1v2. Difficult to win, but possible. Just not the case this time. Again, pistols were elusive to them. In their first matchup, that's now 2 for 2.
That was close as well. Munchkin, he did his damn best right there. He had to get an ace to win that pistol round, and I mean, he might as well could have. But the Sheriffs are too strong. You could wall bang with them. 2 body shots is all you need. That's why Zekken gets that free kill in the beginning. But look at the shots. Look at the form that Munchkin is in right now. He wants it bad. In that interview that Sue had with Munchkin and 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐷𝐿 said, no, these guys are nervous. Munchkin does not look nervous at all. He was shaking his head the entire way through. Yeah, these pistol rounds haven't been going their way, but all it takes is 1 Thrifty to get them back on the map. And that's why you see this Vandal. Yep, that's why you see the Vandal heavy armor buy from the side of Texture.
Such an abnormal purchase.
You also have a Marshall on the field for Meteor. It's a 5-man A.
On the attack side of Lotus.
Sentinels are aware now that the Vandal is in full effect. That room of being shot from Texture. So that's why they're playing so cautious. They don't have the gun advantage when you have a Spectre and a Bulldog. Wow, tether nade.
𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐷𝐿 was talking about that on the desk and how it seemed like that needed to be a big part of their success on Lotus, and it hasn't really been much to speak of, to be honest.
And do you still opt to clear out that very, very close corner on Zek, and after you use that, I guess somebody could have sneaked in.
This cross is crazy, but Saucy was the backup. He was the reinforcement. So Paranoia is out. It's going to tag up Zekin as well. It's just buying time. Wow! With the nade out, still manages to get one. But Karen on the equalizer. 𝐿𝐴 now aggressive with the Spectre upgraded in the hands of Munchkin. Can he hold the line? Finding all three!
Strike down A.
Meteor's Marshall finally besting him.
30 seconds left.
But he's now left in a 1v2, upgrading to a Vandal. No armor. Challenged in the smoke. Challenged in the map. Sentinels get to 9.
It was a valiant effort from GENG into that force buy, and it was looking promising. But 𝐿𝐴, he stepped up huge in that moment. That little off angle here in the spray down, he knew he had to do this. If you give them the sight, if they are able to upgrade, all of a sudden your chances of winning are drastically lowered.
Hey, look at him. They ain't laughing now, buddy.
What a clutch play. And he stands up on top of it, pumping his chest out.
It's a good sign for Sen City.
So yeah.
Paranoia out, the spit goes through. Zekin has to take a step back. But with 𝐿𝐴's intense, fighting over his shoulder, it's all safe.
One enemy remaining.
Annihilated from the very beginning of the round. Bodies littering A main. And it's another song of success for Sen City.
It was so hard to make what was going to happen in that moment. Just util for util, shot for shot. It was chaos, pandemonium, but 𝐿𝐴, he got a kill with the outlaw somehow. And it was just the firing squad set up ready here.
And honestly, this was where GENG did have success.
Bro, I missed my nade and we still won.
That was where GENG had success in the first half. They were the ones who dug their heels in. They drew the line in the sand A main. And now Sentinels are giving them a bit of their own medicine. 𝐿𝐴 still with that outlaw that you mentioned, has his ult to play around.
Yeah, and just across the board, just very default stuff right now from Sentinels. Understanding they have the gun advantage. They don't want to give any picks. It's reminiscent of how they were approaching their attack sides. Playing very, very standard and safe.
Yeah, just tempered, I guess, a metered approach, if you will.
Maybe that's what the game plan was going into this matchup.
Sure.
Not giving that much away to GENG, not giving these 1v1 exchanges,
Outlaw.
not giving the contact approaches, fighting as a unit, using utility. Maybe that's the key. Maybe that was the game plan. The adaptation this time around.
It's a cheeky angle there. 𝐿𝐴 is holding. If he does get threatened, he should be able to get away, unless he's completely overwhelmed.
This is going to be an A reclear fight, though. That's why you see Tens out with that paranoia.
Yeah, I think it's just noise that Munchkin is making. And it's just enough of noise. It's just enough of a distraction. Very nicely done by GENG, but 𝐿𝐴 still holding the line on the other side. That's not 2 bodies found. The swing of the classic will not betray him. Back-to-back 3Ks for the Vibe Merchant himself.
He played that to near perfection.
I mean, he really did.
And now Tether nade, I mean, yeah, the spike gets planted. Oh, it doesn't even get planted. Oh.
I mean, Tens was still really far away and time was really short, but that was almost, almost a Munchkin clip.
And remember, last time these two teams played on Lotus, it was a mirror matchup. It was Madrid. It was 13-7 for Sentinels. GENG ended up banning that in the finals. Keeping it in this time around, thinking that maybe Sentinels are weaker than what they were, a shell of what they once were. But Sen, if they get confident, they can beat anybody in the world. That's why they're champions of their own right.
Yeah.
Some safe pathing out from Texture at the beginning, but Karen was the one who walks away worse for wear. The door's tapped, the honk goes up, no target found, Saucy's dead.
Oh.
Tens.
He's playing this crazy.
He slipped the net, oh my gosh. The Fox is in the den and Meteor is dead. They've gotten the spike down, but they've got to realize there's a threat behind him and it's a considerable one. The Paranoia's gonna attack both. Karen's now dead. 2 members trapped in tree. Texture's the only one who's still playing backside. Nice shots out for Munchkin. Equalizing things at numbers. 𝐿𝐴 with the lockdown. Gonna try to flush him out as Texture's dead. What do they have to go off this? They have to respect this. They have to give up the space. Nobody on the spike yet. Oh, he's got the line. He can hold it back from there. Zekin's the first to fall. Munchkin dealing with the aggression. 𝐿𝐴 will have to clutch this out on his own. A 1v2, Locky and Munchkin both still have ults to play around. And time's got to be so short.
Right now. One enemy remaining.
There's none left.
It wasn't looking too good for GENG in that moment, but they brought it back. Munchkin, he has no fear in these moments. He came here ready to play.
Nice.
He's the playmaker of their team right now. Yeah, Texture had that beautiful entry, but the impact that Munchkin is getting with some of these frags and trades, it's been crazy. And 𝐿𝐴, who's been quiet, he stepped up big in his own right here.
इसके लिए Munchkin को space मिला ना door से.
Yeah, it was all up of Munchkin's position and his timing that you mentioned just a couple of moments ago. He had that line from Broken Door. He was able to drop the spit, and again, the double swing out from them was perfect. So GENG stay alive.
अच्छा किया था teams ने. उसके बाद थोड़ा
an op in the hands of Zekin and an aggressive line taken with 𝐿𝐴 close by.
And GENG now have 4 ultimates of their own to work with. Meteor, he's creeping up slowly, 3 orbs until he gets his.
I think the question on my mind here is how far up do the rest of Sentinels go here? How far do they dare to challenge? How much space do they venture towards?
It's all a bait setup on C, but that deep alarm bot, that should be heard from 𝐿𝐴, I believe.
Push नहीं करेगा.
Not reading into it.
ने सुना है.
Last time around we saw Sentinels use that same alarm bot, they ended B.
They're committing to this.
Showstopper committed.
The B side is empty, but they've
popped it
for 2 ults and the paranoia out.
Oi, Meteor!
Zekin just stole that one away, opening the door himself.
The spike does go down though. No ults on the side of Sentinels.
And that just Meteor fallen, so that gives 𝐿𝐴 this timing.
The smoke keeping them apart. 2 targets found, only 1 claimed.
Oh,
Munchkin,
nice.
who was so far up at the very beginning, still playing out towards stairs. 10's besting him. Numbers the way of the defense. And 𝐿𝐴 still in the hands of Zekin. A difficult weapon to pull this off with.
He's got to be the one that gets on the spike, allow his teammates with the rifles.
I don't know if he has the tools for this.
He's got to hit the shot here.
Aaron's the first to fall. Texture's by himself. Zekin hits the shot. The defuse comes through. Sentinels get to map point.
We said it against FPX. Zekin looked amazing with that operator. And he's continuing that onward here. He's sitting at 20 kills. He opens the door. Takes his own peek here. And it's against Meteor. Ball players.
And you mentioned it. That's what allowed the timing for 𝐿𝐴 to crunch up mid.
Yeah. 𝐿𝐴 was waiting on that alarm bot the entire way through.
Sub Sentinels के side में जा रहा है रे.
Allow him to get that timing, and Zekin did just that.
Zach.
Welcome to the
Yeah, you know what he said.
I don't know if any of you are lip readers out there, but there were strong words of encouragement towards his teammate.
He said, I love you so heckin' much for taking out Meteor.
That's exactly what that was. GENG call a timeout in the waning moments of this first map. A best of 3 with elimination written all over the walls.
Shorts देखा मैंने.
End of the year for one of these 2 squads. Hopes and dreams of lifting hardware end today.
And when you were looking at this map pool, you knew Sentinels had to win this Lotus map. If not, you're going against
अच्छा है, लेकिन मुझे थोड़ा
Haven. Maps that Sentinels haven't really
change करके चाहिए उसमें.
No, I mean Icebox was their perma for forever. It's been a while since
they haven't played it since March.
Yeah,
थोड़ा सा ही कुछ changes करने पड़ेंगे. बोलता हूँ मैं.
Who knows what they have prepared there, but opting to ban out Ascent, which makes sense. GENG, the best team in the world on the map, so I get it.
Yeah.
But you're right, they had to win Lotus. And I mean, we're not done.
Not by any means.
But so far, it seems like Sentinels are managing to make good on the plan that they set out to accomplish. Still plenty to be found and figured out here, though. GENG with 2 ults.
Oh, so much info gathered from that fade.
Beautiful eye out from Sassy. You're getting a little bit proactive here. The Prowler doesn't tag, Zekin doesn't either.
Yeah, and Zekin's going to have to move now. Get off of that B site. We saw them do this last time around against FPX. He takes a pick front B, goes towards stairs. He has the alarm bot there for protection.
Remember, Munchkin was right up on this in the previous round. The turret, the first thing that's cleared, you saw the 2 mollies.
Such cool protocols right now from Sentinels. So many different layers to this approach.
Yeah, but I really like this from GENG though. I mean, they're methodically removing all of the traps and all of the little passive information gathering tools that Sentinels have.
Very high level stuff right now. That's a free B site because of all that.
And yeah, it costs them a paranoia, and yeah, it costs them a little bit of time, but they gladly give that up in exchange for the site.
Viper's Pit invested as well.
With a molly on it.
Exactly. Texture's going to play ahead of it. It's looking pretty good right now for GENG Sentinels. What kind of retake do they have cooked up?
Careful here on the crunch. Tens has a paranoia. Karen's going to be the first to fall. The first smoke comes through, the tap of the door, and there's the flash. Is there anything behind it? Texture, the only one who I believe didn't get tagged in. He's still up on the pit, like you mentioned. Concealed in the green goo. The spam comes through. Meteor's dead. How much more can he find? Oh, no. Disaster again for Sentinels as Texture obliterates them.
ढूंढ ही नहीं पाए रहे उसको.
Round as GENG get to 7.
What in the hell was that from Texture? He was sitting in that smoke, fearful of his life. He didn't move an inch. He was stone cold. Everybody whizzing past him. He didn't move the whole time. He was crouching. The entire retake. And that last flick on his second, disgusting.
बहुत सारे relatives रहते हैं मेरे इधर.
One enemy remaining.
Relatives है, दोस्त भी है.
Crazy.
Yeah. The problem is for GENG, they're going to have to do it again. The deficit that they're facing is so great. But Valorant can be a silly game at times.
The calling of GENG has been really, really good so far on this attacking side.
Oh, they're investing heavy into this without real weaponry. Sheriffs and a judge, but they dropped the lockdown, or excuse me, the nightfall. Karen up close. The paranoia's out. Karen's dead. So is 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐿. Texture and Munchkin, the only two that are up. The pit's been planted, but the guns are not great on the other side. Texture's gonna have to clutch again, and he does!
8 bullet का था रे.
They stay alive.
It's ridiculous. And a huge investment from Sentinels as well. Saucy using his ultimate. Oh my goodness. Another showstopper online. He just had that 2 rounds ago.
आज है crowd.
The momentum is in full effect right now for GENG. They're within 4 rounds of tying this up.
Last round is often the hardest. And when you're playing against a team of GENG's caliber, it makes sense.
डर है इसको direct.
A lot of Odin spam being done in tree. But Texture, oh my gosh, he's not slowing down.
With ult popped, the tether keeps him back. Seconds got one of his own.
What
but he's gonna have to use it in the next round if we get that far.
Doug, I think Sentinels are crumbling.
I think they have to save here.
You have to.
Yeah.
But even the way these fights are going, it's so one-sided in the way of GENG.
Chance ही नहीं दे रहे. Odin जैसे चला वो ट्री पे.
Last couple of rounds.
उसका reload आने वाला है. खोल दो दरवाजा और घुस रहे भाई.
Texture just decided to just wake up and go absolutely nuclear.
Time ही नहीं दे रहे Sentinels को. और उसमें connect कर रहा है भाई Texture
full
सब.
momentum here. I was a little hesitant to say it in the previous round. Because again, there was a lot, they still were a lot of ults on the side of Sentinels. They're still at 12. There's still a pretty big gap here, but I think we're watching every single brick of that wall fall.
And Doug, this is why GENG are a championship level team.
No worries.
You can never count them out. They never give up. They're gonna fight till the very end.
Welcome, welcome.
They're gonna push you like you've never been pushed before.
जीतेगा GENG जीतेगा.
And the way they've won these last 3 rounds, Texture, his performance, it's been off the charts. This is such high-level play right now. Oh my goodness, 4 HP, and this kill as well. Unreal.
Reckless abandon on the swing. And it works. 23 and 14 for the duelist. And it looks like we're due for a Clash A main. Again,
it's a force.
This could be a mess. I mean, almost everyone is here. Both paranoias traded. Texture's down. Raid box falls. And now the ult popped. But it looks like it's a little short. And so both teams refusing to relent on this area of the map. But Zekin looking to take us high spots.
GG.
And barring a miracle for Meteor, that's exactly where we're headed. GENG decided to take the fight where Sentinels have succeeded this entire half, and it was ill-advised. Wow. 13-9 as 𝐿𝙊𝙉𝘍 goes the way of Sen City.
Wow, what a map so far. If this is what we have in store, this is insane.
GENG fought back with ferocious attempts, but it wasn't enough to get him over the finish line. It wasn't enough to close the gap. Texture had heroic moments, Munchkin did too. But the guys on Sen City, they're starting to shoot back as well. We're in for a good one, folks. Icebox on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
सेन को मोमेंटम मिला तो जीतेगा भाई वो। अभी तो जा रहा था, गया था मोमेंटम। प्रॉपर फाइट करने का डिसीजन लिया और फाइट किए। अल्ट भी था ना, इसके लिए उनको पीछे जाना पड़ा। नहीं तो वो लोग जेंजी वाले ऑलरेडी आगे रहते थे। अगर अल्ट नहीं रहता ज़ेकन के पास तो। लेकिन अभी दोनों टीम्स कॉशियस खेल रहा है बहुत। सही है। दोनों गाइस विल विन। मैं जेंजी। ईडीजी के खिलाफ भी लगे पड़े थे, एक बार मोमेंटम मिला फिर खोल दिया। यहाँ पे सेंटिनल्स का भी डाउन था ही नहीं ये मैप मेरे। सेंटिनल्स अप ही था। इको राउंड्स आ रहे थे वो लोग बस। गन राउंड में वो लोग अच्छा खेल रहे थे। टेक्सचर भाई पागल है।
Look, I ain't got time for your fake love. Roll up with the gang, we gon' violate. Jiggy hella fly with no stylist. Yeah, ain't no middleman, I get it direct. Yeah, big wrist watch, but it's timeless. Ooh, she gon' work it like she got no time left. Yeah, say she love my style, love my dialect. I know she like it by the way your eyes dilate. Ooh, she a bad vibe.
जीत तो सकते हैं भाई अभी भी। ज़ेकन को मारा तो आधा तो होता है इनका मोमेंटम, फिर आकर एम चला इनका। वो तो बात सही है तन्मय, क्योंकि वो स्पेस लेने के लिए बाकी लोग का भी यूटिल जाता है ना ड्यूलिस्ट के पीछे। तो अगर वो स्पेस लेके अगर किल्स में कन्वर्ट नहीं कर पाए तो फिर तो कहीं पे भी जाने के लिए एक तो वॉक करना है और यूटिल कम रहेगा, या फिर 30-40 सेकेंड्स स्लो डाउन करके गेम फिर राउंड खेलना पड़ता है, क्योंकि रिकॉन्स नहीं रहेंगे, जो रीजनरेट होने वाले यूटिल्स हैं वो नहीं रहेंगे। अगर यूटिलिटी के लिए रुके तो सामने वाला प्रॉपर रीड कर लेगा गेम को, राउंड को। अगर नहीं रुके तो फिर पूरा एम पे रिलाई करके ट्रेड पे खेलना पड़ेगा राउंड, दूसरे साइड पे जाके वो भी। यही तो फंडा है गेम का। और वही टाइम होता है बहुत सारे टीम्स मिस्टेक कर देते हैं, सोलो पुश कर देता है, एक अकेला बंदा मर जाता है किधर और फिर ओपनिंग मिल जाता है। उसी को तो कंट्रोल करना होता है। मी वेबसी ठेवून आलोय चंपट मध्ये 2 महिने खेळायलाच नाही मला। कोकणात राहतो तू आणि आता कुठे आहेस मग तन्मय?
What an exciting start to our elimination match here today. I'm now joined by Sentinels head coach KappA. Now, the map pool was so interesting. You know, the Icebox was left in there. You guys banned a SEN, and then Pig Lotus as well. Are you able to give me any insight as to what the game plan was coming into this map picks and bans?
Yeah, I mean, we just wanted to start on a map we were comfortable on. So while they have a great Lotus, we're really feeling it lately. It's just been a home ground for us, so we picked that. And then for the Icebox, instead of a SEN, honestly, it's out of respect to them. Like, they're really good on both maps, and I think SEN is pretty deep strategically, and it's been a bumpy one for us. We'd rather go to Icebox, where I think it's a simpler, scrappier map. We have a chance to throw them off. They'll probably have prepared to play a SEN, so we'll see how it goes. Planning to win in 3 if we have to, but hopefully we can just close it out here. We've closed it out on Icebox before against them, so yeah.
I love the mind games. Thank you very much, and best of luck.
Thank you.
In the saga of Sentinels versus GENG, in this iteration, Sentinels strikes first on Lotus. They pick up the win, but man, let me tell you, GENG had us believing for a minute there that there was a possibility we could be going to overtime. I do want to get some quick thoughts, though, on that map, because, yeah, I mean, you heard Coach Kaplan saying, you know, they know they're good on that map, but it's one that they felt good, very comfortable with, and it showed on the server.
No, it really did, and, I mean, excellent prep work here for them. But I mean, we got to see the attempted run back there from the side of GENG, but I felt ultimately there was too much damage dealt early. That was the GENG, those last couple rounds that we were coming into this series kind of expecting to see. So it feels like they started to get locked in, but just not being able to make that a 6-6 half, having that fairly devastating start. Because I mean, you know, 7-5 overall not bad, but given how things had begun, it was a very poor showing.
I mean, to me, I really feel like Sentinels just got a lot more value out of their util usage. And so, yeah, there were some explosive plays on both sides, some hype moments, those things like that, but little things like, for example, GENG's round where they go to B and they use the showstopper and the nightfall. Nothing. And then they go into a post plant and they're not really prepared for the angles that and the timing that Sentinels are coming from. So you're going to use those big ults and you can't even convert the round. Things like that, and there was a lot more to it. Like Saucy in particular was doing a great job on the fade, really nailing some important util for the side of Sentinels. Those things really threw GENG off balance versus Sentinels. So that's
like, he was singing the opera.
It really was. No. But these two guys absolutely lit it up. You were seeing some highlights there from 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿 and what he was doing in that game. We were talking about when was 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿 going to be back in form. He definitely is here. It is showing. But Texture as well, right there with him. I mean, you can't ask for much more from your aces in those situations, right? Like, Texture's hitting some wild shots. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿 is opening up the map for his team. I mean, genuinely speaking, 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿, like this was a war between two titans on each side of the field.
No, it really was. And the parity between the players is actually kind of astounding to witness, because at the half, they're both there, 12-8, only 1 assist separating them. At the end of the game, they both have pretty much the exact same scoreline, same amount of kills there at 23, 1 fewer death, 3 less assists for Texture, and then both of them with 5 kills. They both went 5 and 3. These guys were operating on very similar levels. For Texture, though, it was a bit of a run back for him in that second half. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿 had taken that lead. Texture comes in, overtakes him, and then 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼's able to capitalize and catch up at the very end.
Yeah, well, you know what, though? Texture was just absolutely on fire in some of these rounds. That takes us to a HyperX Reflex moment of the day. This one, of course, you got Texture, who, you know, look, we're still hoping that Texture gets the ace, but I'll take a collat. I'll take a collat any day of the week.
I mean, you take the collat and you take that flick.
That flick was absurd. I mean, he first picks up the collat onto 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿 Intense, but then he goes back for more. He's a little hungry. He wants a few more bites of the pie. Finds it there on Saucy and looks again, and he figures, you know what, let me go ahead and disrespect this fool right here. John Guaranteed had to take a seat. That is exactly what you want to see out of your star player on this team, Paper.
And he had a couple of those moments that could have been that HyperX replay. Hit another 4K in there. And that could have been it too. I mean, he was frying. He was doing everything he could, but the backline behind him, Munchkin played pretty well in that map too. But, you know, surprisingly, Karan and Meteor in particular really were struggling on that. Karan getting called out a lot in moments that he typically doesn't. And this is kind of one of the things I was talking about, where sometimes you can pick on Karan when he's anchoring a site solo, and you can make him uncomfortable and get those easy first kills, kind of convert rounds off the back of that.
Yeah. Now, of course, this takes us to Icebox, and if you remember history, Icebox was the map that Sentinels closed out against GENG, but this is GENG's pick. We have not seen Sentinels, you know, play this, and when they did, it wasn't that great. You know, they had a few wins.
But that kind of is the same story for GENG internationally, globally rather, I should say, on Icebox. They're 2-4 across the year. And as Kaplan just mentioned in that interview, this is the map that they were able to close things out. They said, you know what, we have ended a series against GENG with this map before, and it was fairly dominant, 13-6. Regionally, GENG has been very, very good on Icebox throughout the entirety of the year, but it's still, they've never really had those big, you know, blow people out of the water type performances on that map.
Yeah, other than like towards the end where they kind of destroyed DRX on it, but that was like towards the end, and like DRX is looking really good for what it's worth. But yeah, okay, so basically similar comps here. It's just the Sova versus the Gecko, right? Your info gathering initiator is going to be the change up. So Sentinel's throwing a little bit of a difference in there. Saucy going back to his Sova, the classic agent he's so well known for, has such impeccable timings on this. So you never know, man. Sentinels look great right now.
No, they really do. And one of the things that my eyes are very much going to, and somebody that we didn't get to really talk about too much, is 𝐿𝐼𝐾𝐾. Was not finding that much impact. Was able to put up a couple of assists. His util was there to try to escort players forward or force Sentinels back. But here with this Gecko, I'm looking for big impact from him, not just in the util usage, but also in his rifling, because he has proven on the global stage, proved it there in Shanghai. This guy still can shoot, but we were not seeing it on Lotus.
And this is a map where he generally thrives. He's really good in the mid to late round about using his util well and finding those clutches, finding those high impact moments when GENG needs him the most.
Well, the last time these two teams played, it was GENG with a 2-0 win. Can Sentinels now return the favor to GENG, or will we be forced to go to a map 3? Let's send it back over to your casters for this one. It's, of course, Doug and 𝐵𝐵𝐵 for the call.
Thank you so much, GB. Dre, I think one thing that stood out as we were listening to Kaplan talk was the immense amount of respect that he showed towards GENG. He didn't want to go towards Ascent. He felt like it was a little bit too strategically deep. He wanted to go towards Icebox instead. I think there's a lot that he's showing there. It's like, hey, we know where you're good. We don't want to take you there, bro.
And it also showed in the server of how SEN approached that entire map in the beginning, right? All the attack, it was, you know, the slow, methodical approach, not trying to give any kills, and the pistol rounds is what stuck out to me. In a 13-9 win, that's 4 rounds, that's 2 pistols, that's SEN won. Yeah. That's how evenly matched these teams are.
Sunlight
it comes down to
तो पिछले 2 हफ्ते तो भाई Sunlight
right here.
Icebox very well. It might be a different story.
Wow.
A couple of sheriff shots already traded and kills found. Texture slips all the way back. But John QT is trying to do a bit of the same, not able to set the shots on the last kill as GENG manages to get the spike down, manages to get away. Now it's on Sentinels to attempt to retake this. Have a little bit of util to play around. They have the drone, they have the Viper wall, and they have a weakened Texture, a weakened Munchkin. John QT is not much better off.
Instant change किया है उसने.
Anything like that? No spits, nothing to speak of. John's not able to stick around. The one Malia that they had, Saucy with 2 big ones. Munchkin left alone, had the knife, drops down, spots 1. Saucy on the defuse, gotta get it to half. Pauses for the fight as Saucy gets 3 and the defuse.
वो headshot पड़ा ना.
Blow for blow the entire round, a 3v3.
Munchkin को.
But Saucy just turned up. And those honestly, sheriff shots were so clean.
And honestly, that was a guy we didn't talk about a ton on Lotus.
Rank
relatively quiet. I mean, yeah,
nice,
we talked a lot about Texture and Munchkin and 𝐿𝐼𝐿, and for good reason.
Tournament matches में भी convert कर पाए, मजा आ जाएगा.
Oh gosh, him and 𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 both.
Yeah.
This roll for roll, these teams are so evenly matched. But it's another pistol the way of Sentinels. Right here. Texture, he will get a Stinger purchased for him from one of his teammates and a light armor invested. Might be the only saving grace.
There is threat here. It's not all safe. Munchkin will fall.
I cannot use that.
But again, it's Texture who can bite back.
Oh, good damage done on the 10s and Saucy. Actually might find the timing here, just like he did on Pistol, but second, he's so ready for it.
And if he continues to be able to get the best of Texture throughout the entire map, that's a really good sign again, but if it's not Texture, it's Meteor. If it's not Meteor, it's Munchkin.
उसको भी धर लिया उसने उधर.
This time. Saucy looking for the target. Karen's gonna find him.
क्या पका रहा है?
It's on this late flank.
Meteor Sheriff, insane bro.
As time continues to tick, you've got to have a decent understanding for him. Might be coming from the one problem though is Karen is 10 HP. He's so weak, Dre.
And all he needs is one headshot.
Unknown
one
another
of the Sheriff at the right range. Cannot be too far.
He's gonna flip the map.
I mean, he's got so much time. taking the scenic route.
There's not going to be anything to give this away.
I think soon.
Oh, at the perfect range as well, yeah.
Sooner
Got right out of dodge, but now I think 𝐿𝐿, he smells left. Something is amok.
Well, the problem is he could be freezing back A main right now. There's no way to know where he's headed.
Yeah, the spike will inevitably be planted.
And now, 𝐿𝐿 will understand
Spike planted.
that Karen's out. He's planted towards B, and now the gunfight begins. All of these minor pieces, all of these minor movements end here.
कहाँ हो भैया?
Karen taking a step back.
दोनों एक दूसरे को इन्फो नहीं देना चाहते कहाँ से आ रहा हूँ.
But no real way to utilize either of those.
He's got so much to clear as well.
And I think part of the problem is Karen has no idea where 𝐿𝐿 is coming from either. So it's a guessing game for both, a 50-50. Karen's on the swing, can't hit the shot to 10 HP. Was what gives it away at the end.
Talk about a saving grace. 𝐿𝐿 winning that 1v1.
थोड़ा ज़्यादा दूर चला गया
वरना nuclear on site.
निकल सकता था.
Getting 3 kills with that Sheriff, making it extremely costly from the side of Sentinels. These shots were disgusting. Oh, what a flick.
क्या इसको भी मार दिया पीछे से पड़ रही थी और.
Okay.
Getting shot too. This was big from 𝐿𝐿.
Doesn't matter how we did it, it's that we did it, baby.
And the truth is, nobody remembers how things play out at the end, right? I mean, to a degree, he's absolutely right.
Obviously.
It doesn't have to be pretty as long as it works.
Absolutely.
Last में तो scoreboard ही दिखना है दोस्त.
Clear gun advantage. Going into this round, it's another A default. A nice tag from 𝐿𝐿. Gets a little too greedy, gets taken out by 𝐿𝐿𝐾.
Yeah, swings in way too many. So the weapon will sit up in heaven.
Marshall.
Out of charges. GENG with no real intentions of the rest of the map. They're all here towards A. Tench trying to get back and stay alive as 𝐿𝐿𝐾 is pushed so far already.
He's in a deep mix of things right now. Oh, Hunter's very invested.
But there are only Sheriffs left. I don't know that it's going to be enough.
Oh, there's a lot of players low right now.
Yeah, they are. You're right.
And it's light armor on John and 𝐿𝐿.
Can they settle this? GENG are playing so far up here. Munchkin has a knife too.
Tags
connect. एक connect होना चाहिए था रे, मजा आ जाता था.
As the wall goes down, John QT
Munchkin
segmented
का
off.
HP है रे, वो निकाल देगा round.
Texture again found success from this very position. 𝐿𝐿 on the reposition.
Nice.
Down to 1. Texture's weak. Can he find it? Down to a 1v1. 7 bullets left. 𝐿𝐿 with a Sheriff. He gets up top and 𝐿𝐿 drops him.
आज भाई
𝐿𝐿𝐾 is Sentinels win the bonus. What was that?
Another big round from him. I was wondering why he was investing the Hunter's Fury with such a disadvantage, but they're so confident. At a level like this, it's those crazy plays that make the difference. Unexpected things that happen.
Yeah,
phenomenal execution. What great awareness.
Bro, I missed the easy one and I hit the hardest one.
𝐿𝐿 showing up in a way that we haven't seen in a really long time to deliver the MasterCard Thrifty to get Sentinels to 3. GENG on this weird hobbled by now. They've got a Vandal, a Guardian, light armor. But Sentinels did just show us it doesn't really matter the size of the gun in the fight. Second so far up, but he's been caught, he's been had, he's been found. A life donated here.
Very risky play from 𝐿𝐿 there with no real support. Johnny didn't have an angle.
No, he had no way to help him.
Yeah. And that's kind of uncharacteristic from Sentinels with the way they played the last map. They didn't really go for risks like that on the defensive side when they knew they had a clear advantage. So maybe a little bit too overconfident, a little too overeager, but a lot of info gathered from Tench.
Yeah, that little pixel angle, calling the rotate back A. 𝐿𝐿 will have a lot on his hands. And that knife tagging means the utility's not going to be a part of the equation for a little bit. But in and out behind the wall, finding lethality and getting away.
Nice pick.
Even numbers it is.
Yeah, they've still gotten out towards the site. Spike should be able to go down. I don't know if there's anything that Sentinels have to deny this. And now the lockdown early.
Kill के लिए जा रहा है.
Yeah, this is going to create chaos for 𝐿𝐿, but he's still going for it.
Seems like He's just going to try to get a parting gift, even if he gets detained. He's got help. The problem is, what he doesn't have a ton of his time. Meteor's down. Crispy shot out from TenZ, and now the rest of the defense starting to creep their way forward. The flash over the wall. GENG giving so much respect and giving so much space here.
Fight karna hi padega inko.
Again, all of the post-plant utility gone. 2 Vandals in the hands of GENG. 𝐿𝐾𝐾𝐿 1 away from having Thrash online. They're waiting for the swing, and there it is. 𝐿𝐾𝐾𝐿 down. 𝐿𝐶𝑠 will get it to half. Munchkin's by himself. Can he stop it? No. Sen City gets a 4.
These retakes from Sentinels are so good on A site so far. Complete control and patience in the approach. And then they're fighting together. I mean, it was a firing squad that everybody in that post plant had to deal with.
ये free में मिला ना
Had he
उसको
taken a
hunt
little
करने
bit
गया
more
वो.
of a step out, that spray would have connected, but it just wasn't quite there.
Patience, GENG,
𝐿𝐶𝑠,
patience.
what a big impact kill. A lone warrior on site, dipping out, making it even numbers after a great entry from Texture.
Thrash popped at the beginning of the round, clearing out a little bit of that B-long space. And then the knife, too, confirming where 𝑍𝐾 is. Such a really nice combo of utility.
Just no follow-up from the side of GENG, so 𝑍𝐾 can hold his ground, keep all this info.
Yeah, but I don't think they wanted that. I think they wanted to find where 𝑍𝐾 was and then hit the other side of the map. The problem is that may be part of Sentinel's plan. They've got so much more utility out towards A, but it's all been cleared. It's all been recalled back. Texture finding high ground, but not finding a kill. And so they've gotten out onto A. They should be able to get the spike down. I thought it might go over to KRU because he was one away from
Texture
the pit,
के मस्त तेरे पास है.
who sinks the spike into the soil of the site. Knife out. Understanding there is a little bit of presence. 𝐿𝐶𝑠 further up, but the rest of Sentinel's not far off behind him. Again, these post plants that you mentioned, they've been so effective for Sentinels, but they're at a numbers disadvantage here. Can they convert again?
Oh my goodness.
That's such an aggressive lockdown. They've got to fight it. I don't think they can hold this back. 𝐿𝐾𝐿 has already gotten it to half. TenZ pushing forward. Just the threat. Just the distraction. Getting the kill too. 𝐿𝐾𝐿 and KRU left alone. And it's another round the way of Sentinels.
Insane खेल रहे.
The retakes of Sentinels.
करने नहीं दे रहे कुछ.
Need I say more?
गया Pickums.
It's too good. That's 5 defuses, 5 spikes being planted for GENG and no conversion. And they're trying to swing together, but that aggressive lockdown, it created too much chaos. It creates a disconnect.
My brain is completely off right now.
That's him with brain off. I mean, I guess
he doesn't really need it on when he's just playing aim labs.
Yeah, when he's
holding the diffuser,
swinging out 410 like
भाई
that.
crowd क्या sad होने वाला है bro. Home team जो पूरा साल perform किया है वो struggle कर रहा है और वो भी knockout match.
Flashbacks.
Yeah, but I still think I'm very curious to see what things look like on the other side of this timeout for GENG. Because you think about how effective they've been on the other side of timeouts throughout really the entire year. I mean, this is not an area that they're unfamiliar with. As far as trying to implement a plan, as far as trying to change the tides in positions like this.
ते ट्रेड्स वर खेळायचा प्रयत्न करतात. कोणी लर्क करायचा प्रयत्न नाही करत आहेत. ऍक्च्युअली आता या पॉज नंतर करू शकतात ते. मे बी रोटेशन्स पकडायला पाहिजेत त्यांना. कारण ते हे लोक ट्रेड्स वर खेळतात, समोरचे पण तसंच खेळतात ना. काहीतरी ब्रेक करायला कोणतरी पाहिजे ते. आय थिंक रोटेशन्स
they need to convert around. They're doing a
करायचा
great
प्रयत्न
job
करू
getting the
शकतात पण
spike
त्यांना
planted.
कदाचित भीती असेल की एक जण मारू शकतो म्हणून.
A disconnect sometimes, you know, Meteor playing too far up. TenZ getting a free pick on him. Then the numbers advantage sways the way of Sentinels.
नाही अपोनेंटची 𝐾𝐿 होती ना. अरे नॉर्मल जे 𝐾𝐿 आहे ना स्क्रीनच्या मागची ती तोडण्यासाठी त्यांच्याकडे लाईनअप्स आहेत. पण आता अल्ट कुठे गेली? समोर केली एकदम पाइप्सच्या खाली 14च्या लेन मध्ये.
Munchkin 2 away from his.
नॉर्मल नाही खेळत ना ते पण सेंटिनल्स.
Another A hit. They understand.
पहिले ट्रेड्स करतात, स्पेस घेतात आणि मग खेळतात.
But this time, a change of pace though. It's a flood. Oh my gosh, they're not ready for it, Doug.
TenZ ahead of the play. He really might be brain off, but it seems to be working. I mean, they just continue to crumble. It's just Texture and Munchkin left. You were just talking about how this has been successful for them. If you think about the equation for GENG, this part has been fine. They've been able to get into post-plant positions, but they lose the post-plants. This time, all of the resistance was met ahead of that.
It's not over yet, though. The wraparound from Texture, he's got 3 to the round.
He's going to have to win a B2, though. The ever-elusive Ace will have to deliver here if he wants to get GENG on the board. He's getting it down to 1, and there it is! An Ace at the best possible time!
Let's go!
GENG are on the board.
Ace भी मिला और टीम को पहला राउंड भी. क्या बात है?
The runner, the forefront.
क्या टाइम पे परफॉर्म कर रहा है रे?
He's been getting entries all map long. But an ace from your star duelist, that can be what turns the tide. All of a sudden, the team has energy and life in them. But can you string more rounds together? Because you absolutely have to.
This time a bit of a different look for as much as they've been slamming their heads
Sinatra,
into the wall.
Hindi, please.
A little bit more noise B here. And look at this lineup from 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐿. Far up, inserted, with op in hand.
An adaptation made. He was opping B the last 3 rounds. This time he wants in the mix. He wants in the action. He wants to take out Texture, who just got that ace.
Oh.
But he's going to have to deal with a lot here, and it looks like GENG have a...
He's had a hot hand. But he's going to get flashed off of this first line, holding the next, almost landing the shot. Sasi understanding Texture so far up already. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿 switches to the classic, tries to get away, and Texture hunts him down!
क्या फैंटम चलाता है भाई?
Found.
Insane.
Tenzo trying to punch back, grabs the op. Can he wield it the same way?
This one's just too hard, Doug. Surely, with the Viper's Pit invested, one player tries to save the operator, but they have a lot of time to work with. Maybe Spam can get you a pick.
And they've got money.
Oh, a little bit of a chip damage right there.
देखते हैं अब तक.
Traded right back though. Tens falls off once again, hits the ground. Truly, they just scoop that thing up and get away. GENG will get their second, and again, it wasn't an ace, but it was Texture setting the pace.
He's so explosive in these moments.
And in a lot of ways, Dre, this feels really reminiscent to what we saw in Lotus. Was the score not 5-1 before things turned?
Yeah, after a timeout.
We're following the same forecast. This is where GENG really put things together. And it seems like they're doing it again.
I mean, he dashed onto second after second, whipped that off.
Yeah, I think ये पहला round है जो plant के पहले fight करने गए हैं लोग.
And then this time around, the Viper's Pit made it easy to isolate.
नहीं तो क्या हो रहा था? Side मिल रहा था.
Dropping there. Texture has his second
उसके बाद
round
पीछे जा रहे हैं.
of jet knives.
मर रहे.
11
Actually, economy भी नहीं था. अभी stable हुआ रहेगा.
What a performance.
But the job's not finished.
और 2 round तो Texture
But this time with a little bit of
कुछ करने के पहले ही मर गया था.
Seen them do this.
They will be matched by a turret.
Remember, they've been throwing the Smolly over the top 2 to clear it. I'm surprised they didn't try that here.
अभी कर रहे हैं. Nice.
Yeah. Everyone was isolated. There's 3
side
members
fight
of
नहीं हो रहा है अभी.
B. This is a perfect call from GENG.
Yeah, you got to be careful here, though. These gunfights are hard to win. A little bit of damage was dealt, yes. But you still have some mid-presence.
देखा gun, the barrel देखा
beautifully escapes. He tries to get away. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿 has to clear this. And there was no safe space.
GENG
That's
is back in
gorgeous call from GENG.
the game.
That was unreal. What a beautiful, beautiful set play.
देख लिया.
The walk through mid.
They have to save again.
बोलते, save बोलते.
Momentum now the way of GENG. At what point do Sentinels call their own timeout?
It's got to be soon.
Oh my goodness.
Spike will go off. GENG will get to 3.
इतना phantom bus
it's a lot of the dynamic rounds that we've seen from the attack on the other side of Texture's ace have been splendid.
ये भी करते हैं ना? DRX.
And now if you're Sentinels, you're worried about mid for the rest of the game. Is another split going to happen when they're doing their A default in the beginning? It opens up the map for the attacking side. You're able to be rent-free in the mind of Sentinels.
Yeah, and I realize now is Sentinels will call a timeout, give us a moment to discuss things. I was questioning in the moment. They've been dropping that molly to clear out the turret. You clear out that turret, and then the surprise is given away, right? Like, they tucked in the smoke. That was such a beautiful call.
Very high IQ play. You're 100% right. If that turret gets broken early on,
somebody
Sentinels has to pick it up.
Exactly.
You shift over a player at B. Them not breaking that turret at the timing they did as that A hit is coming through. There's still 3 players towards B. I mean, that's a wonderful call from Munchkin. He may be sitting at 1 kill, but his calling right now is phenomenal. And what a comeback into this half off the ace of Texture.
Very similar to what we saw in
DRX पहले ज़्यादा करती थी, अब कम हुआ है नए प्लेयर्स आने के बाद वैंडल पे आ गए क्या कुछ प्लेयर्स अच्छा क्या करने वाले हैं ये लोग मिड फाइट नहीं करेंगे
with the way that they won all of those rounds in the retake scenarios and whatnot, their economy has lasted it's lasted 4 rounds. It's the 4th round, they still have money. But right here, it will be broken if GENG can win this round. Finally put Sen on an eco, perhaps. Such an uphill battle that GENG had to climb. And they're just 1 step away.
It seems like they've crested the mountain, or close to it. Almost at the summit. Look at the respect mid.
Yeah.
Look at Sasi's positioning. You're absolutely right.
Rent-free. Absolutely rent-free.
Zekin holding B-line with the op. GENG a much slower approach to this round.
Yeah. Yes. And this is Munchkin's highlight of IGL. This changes of pace. I mean, the pace in the first 5 rounds, it was A hit, A hit, A hit, A hit, A hit.
𝐿
Now a very, very slow approach. But there's 4 members of SEN here, and that Viper's Pit is invested as well. You kind of have to flip sight in this moment.
They're not committing to this.
Oh,
they are now.
So wild
flush out the pit. Or at least attempt to. Meanwhile, that dart tagging a couple of people. A really good idea of what's waiting on the other side. 30 seconds left. The spike's still not down. They realize that, I mean, the vast majority of the defenses are here. If they decide that they're going to go up any bit further, it's going to be with a fight.
भाई गेको किधर पहुंच गया?
Still alive. And still fragging. He's so far back. You're absolutely right. Lockie is tucked. Just waiting on the other side of the pit, waiting for his moment to strike. What is that? John finds him. That was the trap the entire time. They still have this pit up. They're still going to have to find a way around it. 𝐿 is falling. Zekin 2. Can John 1v3? I don't know if there's enough time for this anyway. The tap, the spam, the 4th round for GENG.
Economy gaya. पैसे नहीं eco 5-5
that
करने का chance.
That is an unbelievable round to win for GENG. Sentinels did so many things to make it hard on GENG to win that round.
A borderline impossible.
2 ults चले गए.
Fired the Viper's Pit. Everything was leading the way of Sentinels, delaying that spike being planted. But Lakia, he may be sitting at 1 kill, but sneaking through there, getting the spike planted with Wingman was everything. Taking all that space back sight. It gives his team the information that John's not playing in the Viper's Pit. No one was there. And it's such a risky play, but you gotta make those in times like this. And look, it's been A, so many rounds from GENG. Now they throw a B hit in.
The dart from the defense already clearing
yes,
out
वो तो है कि जो राउंड में लगता है कि नहीं जीतने वाले वो राउंड इजीली जीत जाता है.
B is now. Texture's already dashed back sight. KRU not far off.
Finished.
What?
And it traded 1 for 1. The fadeaway molly finding value for 𝐿. But Lockie is still there.
Yeah, and so much space gathered as well on this A site.
I mean, they were just so decisive on the hit.
Side
but Texture down, Lockie swinging backside, only finding 1. But a valuable one at that. Now a 2v2. Tens and Sasi. Sasi, who was heroic in these first couple of rounds, but has since gone quiet. Looking to deliver again against Munchkin and Meteor.
Check to करेंगे.
There's no way anybody clears this, not in a position like that. Beautiful position.
पता ही नहीं अभी तक कहाँ से.
Sasi.
क्या किया Meteor भैया?
6 bullets left. Munchkin's molly's gonna buy some time, and that might be all he needs. As the clock continues to tick away, the spike continues to go off. It will expire as GENG has tied us up at 5. Unreal.
What was it that 𝐿𝙊𝙉𝘍 said?
Doesn't
matter how you win, we won it. And their economy is flourishing, so they're chilling with that win. What a great timing to go B, though. Identifying that Sentinels have a bad economy. They finally broke it. They finally reached that summit, like you said. And they take fights, these long-range fights towards B. They didn't expect the likes of the Vandal of 𝑍𝐴𝐾 in the beginning, and it being picked up from TENZ as well. But it makes a lot of sense, this approach from GENG.
Sentinels have bought into this again. Light armor and 5 rifles. The Thrash clears so much space.
They're able to pick that one up as well.
Yeah, but the defense is starting to attempt to bolster this site. No targets found. The spit out first. Texture being down is a big one. Sasi also striking. And they've thrown GENG into disarray. The 3 remaining members have to take a step back towards long. TENZ on the swing. And
उसको फोर्सफुली निकलना पड़ा टेक्सचर को मंचकिन को कवर देने के लिए.
They've got to do something to try to dissuade and try to distract some of what Sentinels are trying to do here. But they've been pushed so far back. GENG cannot find an opening. They cannot find a way in.
6-5.
Sentinels punch back.
The B retake is something we haven't seen yet from Sentinels in this half. And they look damn good at it, just like they did today.
I mean, we sung the praises of the retake so much. I'm not really surprised.
And if you look at the timeline, it's only been retake wins from Sentinels. Spike diffuses across the board. And it's because they're not giving those long-range fights right away. They're waiting for teammates to group up.
Let's get 7.
Waiting for GENG to fight. And Sentinels, they're
obviously त्यांचा गेम प्लान आहे त्याला अवॉइड करायचा. तेच करत तर होते मगासपासून.
It's online for them. Lockdown, Hunter's Fury.
To close out the first half of Icebox, Texture popped his blades.
And right now, GENG, all signs leading towards another B default.
I think
SEN aren't buying it. They hear that jet smoke.
Texture goes.
𝑍𝐴𝐾, he's been kind of quiet since last map.
Yeah. They just set Munchkin up to go get the Orb B to have his ult online for this round.
Expect नहीं करेंगे तो मरने वाले हैं.
Ults don't matter when you have the KO ultimate available to you.
देख लिया इधर ये जा नहीं रहे.
Should know that. That might be a free kill. It's just so tough to land that on the Jets. But he finds 𝐿𝐼𝐾𝐿. There's still a lot of threat from the attack here, though. They're not out of the woodworks yet. Oh, Meteor swinging into his death. I thought he had the timing on him, but he did not. Munchkin cannot do it on his own. Second half score, Sentinels get 7.
Not taking the bait, holding their ground at A that entire round, and taking the fight to GENG this time. What a change of pace at the very last round of the half.
But again, the exact same story that we saw on Lotus. It was Sentinels until it was GENG, and then it was 7-5 to take us to halftime. We'll see how Icebox closes out.
अच्छा stabilize किया है Sentinels ने.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Five 1 say 7-5. What's up, Sahil? Welcome to the watch party. Road pistol और है तो hey. जब तक हारते नहीं तब तक घुसते रहना चाहिए. अगर वैसा करेंगे तो इकोनॉमी बहुत डाउन रहेगा. उसमें ट्रेड्स ही होते रहेंगे. तो वैसा नहीं खेल सकते फुल टाइम. और सामने वाले कोई नॉर्मल प्लेयर्स नहीं है ना. अकेला बंदा मल्टी किल्स मारते जाएगा उसमें अगर उधर ट्रेड्स नहीं कर पाए तो.
2 rounds
Attackers.
separating these two squads.
Defender में से कोई भी multi kill मारना चालू कर
We've
देगा
talked about the
अगर
stakes,
ऐसे
and we're going to talk about it again. Because this is the year for both of these squads.
ये fish वाला क्या फंडा है भाई इसने जो fish रखा है वो
Either you punch a ticket to playoffs to the big dance where you're in top 8 and you're still in pursuit of the hardware, or you go home empty-handed. And that's a long off-season to think on.
And not only making the playoffs, but probably being a favorite going into playoffs as well. Both these teams champions of their own right this year. Sentinels, Madrid winners, GENG, Shanghai winners.
The only 2 teams to have tasted international glory in 2024.
It's poetic.
Sentinels have the lead, but we know GENG, they do not go down without a fight.
Doug, GENG desperately need a pistol round win in this series. It might be just what takes them over the edge. And what an entry from Texture!
What a beautiful setup, the flash, the dart, everything was there, and 𝐿𝐿 is dead.
He's going for more, Doug.
Sentinels deciding that they still want to try to hit this site with Zekken up close. Munchkin getting the best of 10s, but Texture only finding another. They're weak though. 22 HP on Zekken.
Sheriff है Meteor के पास.
Still remain for GENG. There's a lot of time left in this round. They can slow things down. They can quietly instill all instill all the doubt into the minds of GENG.
And look at how their approach is so similar from both sides. Just group up, play together, push together.
Not even really interested in the orb. They want to find the timing. They want to capitalize on it. Attempting to clear out any utility that might have been there, and there is none because Meteor went for Sheriff.
अरे नहीं यार, flank से.
That dart will be seen on the mini map from the side of GENG, so now they have a good idea. They're able to get a little bit more ahead. And remember, Zekken sitting low.
Yeah, 𝐿𝐿's got to be careful here. He's the healthy one. He finds his one. But can the rookie deliver for GENG?
अरे देख लिया.
Betraying him
देख
twice.
लिया, भाग गया.
Saw him.
हाँ देखा
I think 𝐿𝐿 also saw him. Zekken turned instantly around.
Karen's having to accelerate here in a 1v2. Again, both targets weak. A stiff breeze will drop him, but that's now 4 pistols in a row. The way of Sentinels.
And last time around, Doug, 𝐿𝐿 was on the Gecko. This time, he's on Sova. He's known for it. And he looks so comfortable. He's 14-7, and his pistol round impact has been impeccable.
Lucky charm.
That trade, by the way, of Zekken onto Texture was unbelievable. That was so much impact right there. Zekken was sitting at 1 shot. To connect a headshot in a moment like that when you're doing a 180. Insane.
To go from winning 1 pistol to winning all 4.
बहुत टाइम बाद किसी को देखा ये यूज करते हुए.
I mean, what a drastic change. Zekken's gonna get good, Texture's gonna get aggressive, but it's a Guardian shoved down his throat. The gun difference here for Sentinel, so nice. There's really no way for GENG to put up a resistance. They don't have the weaponry. They don't have the health. They don't have the personnel.
Spike planted.
Karen's gonna get his one, but again, Zekken closes the round as Sentinels get to 9.
Breathing space ही नहीं दिया.
Decisive anti-eco from Sen. Just full sending it A.
हम जाएंगे तभी गणपति रखेंगे.
It was a great flash from 𝐿𝐿. But Zekken dropping the smoke on himself. Everybody else, the supporting cast of Sentinels, just spamming away, understanding that there's only one way Zekken dies in that moment. And it's Texture walking into that smoke. It's a pretty healthy buy right now from Sen. They didn't drop any rifles or any Spectres that they bought into the round.
Oh, एकदम passive.
And it will be the first full buy for GENG.
भाई धोखे वाला टरेट है क्या? नहीं, काम करेगा.
Every single member with crosshairs trained there too. Look at that, a 1-for-1. 𝐿𝐿 takes a step back. You see the pings on the minimap. He's spotted here. This is a dangerous fight.
4 members taking a fight against 𝐿𝐿. That's full information relayed.
Texture so weak, but he somehow stays alive and somehow cleans up 10s before he even hits the ground. But of course, it's 𝐿𝐿. Who else? He's been so steady. He's been so stalwart. He's been so successful here. And on the international stage again, trying to drag Sentinels across the finish line. Meteor's left in a 1v2 and Saucy gets another. Sentinels get to 10.
Saucy has been lights out this entire map. We keep praising his name.
17-7 is absurd.
And he almost has another Hunter's Fury. He did that all with a Bulldog. Texture, he just couldn't settle those shots. On the
क्या चल रहा है भैया?
But just cold.
Sentinels.
Oh, the smirk and the wink. The guy knows what he's doing, man. 3 in a row for Sentinels. Another bonus converted. GENG, remember, they found success in this exact same play, but this time cautious now. 56 HP. He's got a rifle. One of only 2 that are standing up as 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐿 gets aggressive, finds his one. They're dealing a lot of damage here, but as soon as there's a window for GENG, Sentinels slam it.
अरे अंदर का प्लांट कर दिया, ठीक है.
How in the world does Meteor
साथ
do
में
this?
खेल रहे. पता है
Can
आउट
he
हुए.
be a spark? Can he be magic? Both targets found, but neither of them claimed. 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐿 gets 3 as Sentinels get to 11. And the light slowly starting to fade for GENG.
And Doug, the pace
सन्नाटा
that
हो गया है.
Sentinels have been putting on GENG in this attack half,
क्या
it's been
यार.
so quick. It's like they implemented GENG's own game plan of their attack onto them. But the difference is, Sentinels on their...
To lean towards A. Texture has an op this time, and that's exactly where they're headed. That tag is going to get 2. Munchkin gets his 1, though. 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐿 trying to stay alive, has to take a step back as John looks to settle the shots, and it's Meteor who wins it out. Can Texture claw them back into this? It's 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐿 left alone, a 1v3. 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐿 is weak, yes, but so is 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐿. And he's outnumbered here.
Yes, elimination match, Anurag.
3 as GENG gets 6.
It was a crazy ult from Saucy in the beginning of that round, getting a collat tag.
I thought he was going to get 2 there.
Yeah, right? But the movement, the finesse and backside, Texture finding a window of opportunity.
नसीब double kill नहीं मिला
seeing a
Saucy
barrel,
को.
a glimpse of something.
नहीं तो काम तमाम था भाई ये round.
The effects of the gun.
Meteor going huge as well in screens.
And I think that's the question now, right? Is who's going to step up for GENG? In that round, it was Meteor. Texture still has the op.
Deploying drone.
And a different look from Sentinels. It's been all A, all day. Drone will get a tag. Saucy is truly in a flow state right now. He pre-fired.
क्या मारा रे dart.
They didn't even see him.
There's a lot of the defense here, including Texture and his op.
Yeah, Texture wants blood.
लेगा पिक करेगा ही करेगा.
Looks like SEN have something cooked up. A little pop flash play, perhaps.
Will he find a target?
एक भी kill नहीं मिलेगा.
He's taking the line.
Flash लेके बैठा ना वो.
नहीं
छोड़ा है.
Look at this from SEN.
This freeze is crazy, but the problem is they're on the clock.
क्या angles पकड़े रे.
You can't stay in this state forever.
Look at the mini map. Just biding their
एक
time.
भी नहीं.
It's a free B site right now.
Second with a massive shot. The op is down.
क्या read किया है रे.
𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐿 and Munchkin with 2 ults. Rotating back B, and there it is, the first popped. Saucy managing to get the spike down though, as 10. Back sight, plucking one down, trying to turn the flash, succeeds, but dies. Now numbers still the way of Sentinels. With the spike down, John QT looks to get away. A couple of parting shots, his threats as 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐿 falls. Munchkin on his own, a 1v3.
2 को तो निकाल दिया भाई.
A 1v1, can Munchkin deliver? Perhaps the biggest 1v1 of his career. The tap, there, the swing, but 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐿 walks out on top. Sentinels get to series point. He wasn't kidding. Sentinels
अच्छा वो कर रहे थे वो लोग. ट्रॉफी को.
That's exactly where they're at now.
वही दिखा रहा था 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐿 तभी भी.
Just gotta let it sit right now.
क्या read किया है game.
Too many targets to look at. Getting double swung in that moment. What a freeze though from the side of SEN. It made 2 members that were supporting Texture in that moment rotate all the way back into A site.
वही कर रहा था.
No info was gathered towards B. The spots that Sentinels were hiding at, the operator doesn't get value in that moment.
𝐿𝙊𝙉𝘼𝙍.
I don't blame GENG for rotating over. It's very common for teams to leave a solo operator posted on that B line.
अब बुरा लगा टेक्सचर को
sense
ऐसा
of security
देखकर.
that was their demise. And this might be the last timeout that GENG will take at Champs 2024, Doug. Economy not looking too hot from the side of GENG. And the ultimate economy is off the charts right now for Sentinels. You guys will all see it when this timeout ends.
I mean, what do you say to your team in a moment like this? If you're GENG, what do you say if you're solo here?
You gotta pray.
All you can do is band together. It's exactly what you just saw the coaching staff do on the screen. There's the ults that you were just talking about. 4 of 5 the way of Sentinels. They've got everything they could possibly want. Remember, on Lotus, they got to the 1-yard line, and then GENG put together a ferocious comeback. But it wasn't enough. Can they do it again? And can they close out the map here?
फिर से वेट कर रहे हैं टेक्सचर सा.
Signals are wise to something.
Yeah, that dizzy going up.
Yeah,
no.
And you can't recover that either, Doug.
Exactly, that's not a dizzy. They're going to be able to scoop back up.
Sentinels understood that they're at match point right now. It's elimination for GENG. Players get desperate at a time like this. They want to force things, make things happen. That's why you see a red wall across the board. Nobody has really pushed past the barrier.
That desperation can be a fine line, though.
I mean, look at the mini-map. From the start of the game, it was 3 players towards A, a shift towards mid now. There was a dagger used.
Texture's going to be called upon to deliver.
First kill.
The hour has struck. Can he arrive? No! Saucy overwhelms him. With the rest of Sentinels behind him, they push forward, looking to take A. Can Karen hold the line? The flash in his face. He will crumble too. Now just 1 rifle up for GENG. Hopes and dreams of a year. Potentially falling short right now. Yes, they raised the trophy in Shanghai. But it would have been so much sweeter to do so in front of a home crowd. But now, 𝐿𝙗𝐾 and Munchkin doing their best to keep this thing up, to keep it competitive. They're gonna have to navigate the pit. Every single member crumbling. Tonight, Seoul
well played, Sentinels.
Red. Sentinels survive.
Insane. बहुत बढ़िया गेम प्ले रीड करके आए थे. कहाँ पे खड़ा होगा ये टेक्सचर?
It feels like Sen always takes
क्या
a hard
अप्रोच
route,
रहेगा
Doug.
उनका गेम में? Insane.
And this one was really, really tough. What a fight from GENG. But it was Sen besting GENG on the maps that they bested them in the final, the last time around. Closing it out on Icebox.
Heartbreak for GENG.
Revenge नहीं हो पाया.
The weight of the year. The expectations, the hopes, the aspirations. Coming up short. And so GENG bow for the last time in 2024. Bested by Sentinels. Again, the only 2 teams that have tasted international glory this year. But it's Sentinels who come out on top. Nothing but love between the 2 players, between the 2 squads, as you can see on your screens.
A lot of respect.
गेम में ओम और अवे क्या फर्क
From the
पड़ता
coaching
है?
staff to the players,
Each and weather
from
थोड़ा
top
इफेक्ट
to
करता
bottom.
है इधर. कभी जीतना कभी जीतेंगे कभी हारेंगे.
Well, you can always count on
Obviously
those
कभी
guys.
जीतेंगे कभी हारेंगे, लेकिन होम ग्राउंड में
What a performance, man.
It was ridiculous.
तुम्हारे कंट्री का क्राउड रहता तुम्हें सपोर्ट करने के लिए, उनके सामने जीतोगे तो उनको कितना खुशी मिलेगा। सोचो ना, अभी अगर वो लोग दूसरे कंट्री में सेंटिनल्स खेल रहे हैं, लेकिन उनके कंट्रीमैन है क्या यहाँ पे, सिर्फ अपना जो मैनेजमेंट रहेगा वो छोड़ के। फैंस तो रहेंगे ऑब्वियसली, लेकिन खुद के कंट्री के नहीं रहेंगे ना, दूसरे कंट्री में। और पूरा साल वो लोग अच्छा खेले, जेंजी चैंपियंस में आके वो लोग हारे ऐसा। नहीं तो फाइनल्स, दोनों मास्टर्स फाइनल्स में आए थे भाई, इतना कंसिस्टेंसी दिखाया था अभी, लेकिन ये लोग ने वन साइड खेला भाई, रीड कर लिया पूरा क्या करते कैसे करते, टाइमिंग सब, और इनके साइड में जा रहा था सब, सेंटिनल्स के साइड में आज के गेम में।
That was such a big moment from Texture. That ace, it almost brought them all back. Definitely brought back the half.
But it just wasn't enough.
No.
They got pushed. The score does not tell the whole story, man.
And it's just tough as well for GENG, not winning a single pistol round. That first map truly came down to that.
First game be
13-9.
You don't win against the best in the world when you struggle on pistols that much. Sentinels saw that the first time they
Sentinels homework करके आए भाई, बहुत अच्छे से एकदम.
And you mentioned it was the difference maker on the first, and that closes out the series for them. We're going to throw it down to Zekin, who's standing by on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Insane.
Hello everyone, I'm joined by Sentinel Zekin. Congratulations on your win, Zekin.
Thank you.
센티넬의 제켄 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 젠지와의 두 번째 경기였는데 이번에 센티넬이 승리를 하게 됐습니다. 오늘 경기 승리 소감부터 들어보도록 하겠습니다. This was your second game against GENG and you took it home this time. How was it the second time around?
सलील, ये टूर्नामेंट में कुछ एक्सपेक्टेशंस मत रखो, इसमें बहुत सारे सरप्राइजेस मिलने वाले हैं.
오늘 아주 깔끔한 2대0 경기를 가져가게 돼서 너무 좋고요. 사실 다섯 번째 맵까지 뭔가 5게임을 하게 될 거라고 예상했지만 생각보다 빨리 끝나서 기분이 좋다고 하네요. 중요한 순간마다 만나는 젠지, 그리고 젠지의 아이스박스 이전에 만난 적이 있지만 그때보다 계속해서 촘촘해지고 있었던 아이스박스였는데 오늘 맵픽 보고 좀 어떤 식으로 접근을 해서 승리를 가져가게 된 건지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You know, you've met GENG on Icebox and they've been improving.
5 minutes
Icebox right is known to be flawless, but so when you saw the map pick today, what was your game plan?
Our game plan was just to hopefully shoot better, win on the aim duels. Icebox is such a aim duel heavy map, so usually whoever is feeling it more tends to win. So we just came in with a lot of energy and tried to win all our fights.
You've done it before. Doing it again, right? 자, 아이스박스가 워낙 듀얼 뭔가 에임적으로 중요하기 때문에 오늘도 이전에 해봤던 듯이 다시 뭔가 에임 집중해서 오늘 경기를 치렀다고 하네요. 그리고 다음 상대 플레이오프 진출하고 나서 내일 드로우를 통해서 만나게 되는데 가장 만나고 싶은 팀과 그리고 가장 피하고 싶은 팀 한번 물어보고 싶네요. You're off to the playoffs, but you'll find out your opponent at the draw tomorrow. So I want to ask, who do you want to meet the most and who do you want to avoid the most?
I don't really have anyone I want to play or don't want to play. I'm just excited to play whatever the strongest team is possible. I just want to play the best.
Oh, the strongest, whatever comes your way? 누굴 만나는지 사실 그렇게 뭔가 선호하거나 그런 건 없고 그냥 강한 팀을 만나서 이기고 싶다고 합니다. 센티넬의 제켄 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. That was Sentinel Zekin, and we'll be back after the break to see Fanatics and KRU.
Come on.
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
History. Rewrite my own history. We've got the same mind. You got me so high. We've got the same mind. I love you all night. We got the same mind. Got the same mind. We got the same mind. Got the same mind. We got the same mind. Got the same mind. We got the same mind. Got the same. Got the same. We got the same mind, got the same mind. We got the same mind, got the same mind. I ain't looking for love. I just wanna get drunk on you. One sip is enough. Oh, I just wanna get high on you. We got the same mind. The same mind. We got the same mind, got the same mind. We got the same mind. We got the same mind. We got the same mind. The same mind. The same mind. The same mind. We got the same mind, got the same mind. We've got the same mind.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 9 of Champions Seoul, and what a result we just witnessed after losing in the opening game of Champions Seoul 2-0 on what seemed like an easy clap from GENG. Sentinels bounced back and sent the home team, well, home. They're eliminated. GENG's out of the competition. This whole bad boy is wide open, and the winner of the train to playoffs, it's SEN City. They stand tall today, of course, here back at the desk with Achilles and Paper Thin, who, you know, molding a little bit, but it's completely understandable. That was honestly an incredible showing from Sentinels, but man, I did not see that coming at all. Not like that.
I think unfortunately around the half is when we saw it coming. Yeah. It was looking all right. We had that ace from Texture. It's like, okay, there's some good moments happening here. That's when Texture's gonna get fired up. Expecting, you know, that run back, like when he got that ace on Lotus versus PaperX all the way back and, you know, the beginning of stage 2, like, okay, this is where he's activated. They're gonna come online, and then we got to the second half, and I'm just like, it's not coming together. No pistol wins, no bonuses. Picked up.
Miserable.
Yeah, I mean, you're giving 6 rounds off the break there. I mean, it's kind of hard, you know, to like bounce back off of that. GENG were at a deficit.
This was GENG just not looking like the GENG that we had come to expect coming into this tournament. It's not the GENG that we saw when they were able to take down Sentinels 2-0 at the start of this group. This was a completely different look, and it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. You know, they still had an incredible year as the first year coming together as a team, but for Sentinels, they are looking red hot.
Yeah, and credit to Sentinels here. They played really, really well.
They did.
They did a lot of good things. They did a lot of things way better than GENG. I mean, yeah, you could look at that game and say, okay, GENG made a lot of mistakes or didn't do the X, Y, Z, and they did, and players didn't step up behind Texture. Texture was having a tremendous performance throughout both maps, but no one was consistently there to really give GENG that normal second layer that they have. And a lot of that was, you know, Sentinels is doing a great job picking apart the retakes, doing all these great things, using their own retakes extremely well to completely dismantle GENG. I mean, top to bottom, Sentinels just outplayed them today.
There's 0 retakes on the side of GENG.
Well, I do want to say real fast, so it doesn't take anything away from the incredible season that GENG has had. So, you know, regardless, I mean, what a run they've had, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they could do next season. Now, let's go ahead and move on to the match at hand here. We have Fnatic taking on KRU, and, you know, just like with our previous matchup, there is some history between these two teams. This time around, it goes, I'm going to take you back to the Wayback Machine, 2021, when KRU went on a run at Champions and eliminated Fnatic. Now, granted, you know, both teams looked a little different back then. Some looked way different than others, but KRU, they've been undersold time and time again. Fnatic have been hyped up I would say oversold, but hyped up time and time again.
Ooh, feels like on landmine.
You know, it's perfectly fine. I don't pay attention to social media anyway. So, you know, that being said, kind of feels like we're back in an interesting position here, 𝐿𝐾𝐿.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a time capsule, I think, and man, would it be wild if KRU could do it again, because then the stage is set, and I have to beg the question, could KRU, do they face off against Sentinels again?
Oh, yeah.
Eliminate
Things have been wild this tournament.
Once more?
Yeah,
you know, there's been some craziness that has happened.
There really has been, but Boaster was there on the fateful day back in 2021. So let's actually see what he had to say earlier on.
It's time to check in with Boaster from Fnatic. Now, you've spoken about this in the past, losing to KRU at Champs 2021. Keeps you up at night, so I've heard, you know, the nightmares that it gave you. So talk me through what that was like, how much you've grown as a player since then, and how much of today's, I guess, rematch is about redemption.
Yeah, when it comes to the big losses in these big international tournaments, it's a tough one to bite, especially at night time. I can't sleep. But today, I'm full trust in my boys, full confidence. Win or lose, like, we're just going to go out there and we're going to give it our all. I believe that we can win. I'm very confident in that, and that's what we have to just keep going by and just playing together. We know how good we can be. It's just, let's show up today and show everyone else how good we can be too.
What about facing 𝐿𝐾𝐿 again?
Yeah, 𝐿𝐾𝐿, I remember him on Haven. That's why I picked Haven this time, because we got 𝐿𝐾𝐿 now. And I think 𝐿𝐾𝐿 will be a nice challenge for him, for sure, especially on whatever agent 𝐿𝐾𝐿 plays.
All right, thank you very much, Boaster. Good luck today.
We got a little bit of a spoiler on that one for the map draft, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. Now, let's actually reflect on that DRX Fnatic game, because in a similar well, not necessarily in a similar fashion to what we saw with GENG and 𝐿𝐿𝐻𝑇X, this time around DRX were absolutely in control. Once they won that Abyss game, Lotus just seemed to be their bread and butter, and Paperthin, you know, like, DRX looked great in that. Fnatic, definitely, you were starting to see the cracks in the armor a little bit there.
And Fnatic said it was one of the worst games they've ever had. You know, so take from that what you will. I think you can say that DRX just came in with a really, really good game plan on Lotus. You know, kind of changing up their comp a little bit with some players swapping roles. You know, Foxy9 came out hot on the chamber. Yeah, he didn't have a ton of impact as the map went on, but DRX just read the map really, really well, shut Fnatic down in one of their best maps, at least historically. Yeah. And now you kind of got to wonder, well, Lotus no longer maybe that tried and true kind of map that they can go to when things are going sideways for them. What's going to be the backup plan? Is it going to be Haven, like Boaster just said in the interview? I think we got a little bit of a spoiler there.
Yeah.
But is that going to be good enough?
I really don't know, and I think that one of the things that we need to see is a hot start from the side of Fnatic. That Abyss, it was very contentious, but then things just really fell apart from them after dropping that map to the likes of DRX, because we talked about it on the broadcast. Every single time that those two teams had played against each other previously, it had always gone to 3. It was never easy, but this time, Fnatic very quickly ran out of steam, and they couldn't really do much. It was another 13-6 scoreline there on that second map.
But one player that Boaster did big up in that interview was 𝐿𝐾𝐿, who, regardless, was putting up great numbers against DRX. And, you know, this team, in the past, right, 𝐿𝐾𝐿 was that impact duelist. He was this young player that was shocking everyone, you know, really elevated Fnatic to another level. But it seems like here now, Fnatic are kind of living or dying based on how well this guy is performing. So it makes you wonder, right? Like, if 𝐿𝐾𝐿 shows up today, it could be trouble for KRU.
Absolutely, and it's kind of like, but the concern is it could be kind of like what we just saw with GENG, right?
Yeah.
Where one player is stepping up and nobody else is there with him. I mean, he had almost 20 kills more than anyone else on his team in that DRX match, 𝐿𝐾𝐿. I mean, he was absolutely frying, but nobody else was backing him up. The kind of contact play behind him just wasn't there.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, for Alpha in that series in particular did have a little bit of a vendetta. It was talked about, you know, he got sent home by DRX while he was on home soil. So I think that there was certainly that drive behind him, but he is just so damn consistent. And Fnatic really need him to have a strong performance coming into this. But again, you know, like you said, comparing to GENG, you need to see that support system around him.
Yeah, indeed. You want to see it build around him, and they have in, you know, matches prior, events prior, so no shocker if it happens again here today. And that is going to be a new player that this crew lineup is going to have to deal with. So let's jump over to the other side, send it back over to Yinsu, standing by with Shy.
I've got Shy from KRU here with me, and Dan to do some translations as well. Now, when it comes to the map between you and Fnatic, it is very similar. You guys like Haven, you like Lotus as well. So what do you think, in your opinion, would be the difference between the two teams? What is it that KRU is better than Fnatic on?
Siento que lo que vamos a destacar más va a ser la hora de la presión. Siento que nuestro equipo se maneja mejor. Hemos estado en muchas situaciones de presión al borde de quedar eliminado y siento que eso nos va a dar como ese plus. Y también el hecho de que ambos equipos juguemos nuestros mejores mapas va a ser un espectáculo para la gente, así que quedar el mejor.
I think where we're going to be shining the most is the pressure situations. We've been in a lot of situations where we're about to get eliminated and we need to come through. So also the fact that we have a similar map pool is an amazing show for everybody.
See who's better today. Thank you very much, Dan, and Shy, good luck.
Side for GENG. Yes, bro.
Ooh, boy. All right. Well, look, to quote the poet of our time, Nelly, it's getting hot in here. I crack myself up. And here's the thing. I'm not talking about the weather because I'm dying. Okay, real talk.
Yeah, you are dying up here.
I'm sweating my butt off all over the place. But real talk, though, you know, cringe aside, Heat was genuinely that guy this week. He has been on fire for this team. And again, his story this year has been so incredible. Coming in as a substitute for the team, you know, having been in a Brazilian team last year, not really finding much success in that regard, changing up the role, not playing the duelist anymore, being more of an impact player. I mean, guys, this dude has been an X factor for this team, but can he do it here today?
This is another one of those names that is very storied and has been around the block, has been in international competition, global competition in the past. And I mean, if he can get heated up, not to make the dad joke here with the dads, then it is going to be a scary thing because this is somebody who can go toe-to-toe with the likes of Alpha here on the opposite side.
Neither one of us are fathers, by the way. Just wanted to stress that, unless I don't know anything about it. You know? But I found something out and my wife didn't tell me. But in any case, now here's the thing. For more on that win over BLG, here's Keznit with our Omen player moment. You're okay, Seth?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Yeah.
Buenas, soy 𝐿𝙊𝙉𝘾𝐿, duelista de KRU. Obviamente se siente demasiado bien y demostrarle al mundo que tenemos nivel. Me siento extremadamente confiante y creo que nunca me había sentido tan confiante de mis compañeros que tengo al lado, que cualquiera se puede sacar una ronda y puede dar vuelta a todo y nos da ese como momentum de esa partida, y creo que nunca había sentido algo así, como que todos mis compañeros pueden carrear o hacer una ronda demasiado buena. Teníamos que jugar bien, no extremadamente bien para ganarle, y es bueno igual porque te da, este partido creo que nos va a dar un poco más de momentum y seguir disfrutando igual un poco más de Corea. Está bonito.
Isolated the players further back. Heat called upon, does well with one. Keston and Heat in unison, somehow outdoing them here. I thought Billy got everything right, and K-Knight sadly the one who took all that damage early on, the one who suffered from that outlaw, can't handle them all.
Hoy día tuvimos un mental demasiado bueno, así que creo que deberíamos llegar con esa misma mentalidad, y si es que se pierde un mapa, no debería bajar. Para probar nuestro nivel tenemos que jugar contra los mejores equipos del mundo. Obviamente uno se siente bien porque está demostrando que nosotros también tenemos el nivel y podemos lograrlo. Entonces obviamente se te viene todo encima y es como un montón de emociones buenas que nos da.
Now this KRU lineup, they are genuinely the ultimate underdogs. They've been the underdogs since inception, it feels like. But I feel like coming into this one, Paper Thin, you know, they have to have a lot of confidence because the pressure is on Fnatic here, right? If anything, this is, you know, one of the best teams coming out of EMEA, a team that could very reasonably win this event. So you got to wonder if you're Crew here, you're like, hey, I'm playing with house money. Let's see what we could do here.
I mean, in some ways, I think that's true. But I think for Crew, there's a lot to prove, right? Like, they had a really rough go of it in the middle of the year, right? They lost, what was it, 6, 7 matches in a row? Or,
yeah, I think 6 in a row, or 5 in a row.
And I think that ties to what we just heard in the interview, right? Like, you really want to bounce back. Like, have that mentality that no matter how bad it's going, we have that ability to come back and play good. And they have shown that this year. And it's just, this could be a real test of that. Fnatic's a very good team. And even though there's been a lot of 2-0s in this tournament, which is kind of crazy, but look, today may be a little bit different. I expect this to be 2-1. I think Crew's really going to push Fnatic today. I really like what I'm seeing out of this team in terms of their fundamentals, the coordination. They just need players to step up a little bit.
Yeah, and of course, when we talk about both squads, you got to highlight the impact players on each side of the field. We just heard from 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐿 just a second ago, but also let's not forget about 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐾, because he always in the conversation, you know, such a talented player, has always brought his A game, but these two have squared off against one another before, 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐿. So this is going to be a little bit of a rematch here as well.
Yeah, I mean, 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐿, the last time out, that 2-1 victory for the side of Crew, he was able to outdo 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐿. It wasn't by a significant margin, 4 kills separating them, I believe, at the end of that set, but it was 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐿 coming out on top, having played Raze and Reyna in that series. Do I think that's going to happen here today? No, probably not, but it could still come through. Every now and then you get that stray Reyna thrown into the mix. But 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐿, both of these players are players that when they are on, they are absolutely on. They look like world beaters. They look like some of the best duelists in the world. And I would just love to see that peak be hit here in this matchup. It's elimination. Leave nothing on the table. Let's not have another 2-0 series to determine a team's fate. Let's just watch this clash go all the way to 3 and have these two leading the charge.
Yeah, I'd really prefer that, to be completely honest. I mean, it's been a while.
It would help me forget.
Yeah, let's wipe clean my memory from what just happened a few
doing that later tonight as well, so.
Men in Black, you know.
Please, if you have one in your pocket, I'll, you know.
I'll look for it. I think I left it in the back. Sorry about that. We'll get it.
But seriously, I mean, I really think these are really good teams. I think 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐿 can take over matches. So can 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐿. Heat can take over matches. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐿 can. There's a lot of players on both sides, but it needs to be a team effort for both of these teams. When they've lost, sometimes it's been relying on one player to kind of just try to carry them over the line, but nobody else can really step up with them.
Yeah, when you saw the fan poll there, the fans are saying Fnatic could walk away with this win, but Crew have proven time and time again to be the ultimate underdogs. It's Fnatic and Crew Visa. They're ready to fight on the stage for their lives. Let's send it over and make this bad boy happen.
Crew. Fnatic.
सही है.
Back in 2021, we saw a barn burner between these two teams. Crew managed to come out on top that time, and Fnatic since then have only grown stronger. So the question is, can Crew repeat history, or will Fnatic stop them here and now? We take a look at the series layout. You got Sunset, Haven, and Lotus if we go the distance. How are we feeling about this one, 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐿?
I think that this one's actually quite intriguing for the side of Crew. I think that this is actually a pretty decent shout for them to be able to potentially get this victory here. I mean, we heard it from Boaster, kind of spoiling things ahead of time with that Haven coming through, wanting to go back to that map pick and get a little bit of revenge, rewrite that history.
पहले starting के events में तो क्या लंबा ramp था, crowd के बीच में से आ रहे थे.
That's where things get a little concerning, because you really want to try and, you know, get back at them. But honestly, you let 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐿 go wild on Haven. I don't know what would happen there, Paper Thin. That could be problematic for them.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think at the other side of the coin, Fnatic's comp with that 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐿 on Haven is really tough to deal with. They're really smart, really cagey. They maneuver around the map so well. The calling's phenomenal from Boaster. I mean, I know Crew likes this.
बहुत सारा public चला गया है, देख.
I think in general, a lot of fans are looking at that and lean tightly Crew, but I don't know, man. I have this feeling about Fnatic right now where they've been so good on Lotus. They were 6-0 on it coming into this stage. 5-0 on Haven coming into this stage. So for some reason, I feel like that might just be it.
It could be, but again, I look back, I think about what we just saw in the last.
I know,
Lotus was another good one, right?
It's my brain.
पता है सलील लाइनअप वीडियोस बनाता था, एनालिसिस करता था. पहले उसने लाइनअप वीडियोस से चालू किया था.
When that Billy matchup, what I was really paying attention for was
बहुत अच्छे लाइनअप थे उसके.
Beat them down.
They did,
and they did. That's what you need.
और उसके पीछे एक्सप्लेन भी करता था अच्छे से.
Punching at the weight class that they need to be at, and I think there could be a strong possibility here that Fnatic might not be ready for the smoke. Now we take a look here at the agents and what we get. Nothing all that crazy, but you're going to let 𝐾𝑠net fly around and zip across that map on Neon. Could be dangerous for the boys over from EMEA.
Yeah, and trying to contain that Neon is going to be the biggest thing here for Fnatic to really shut down this comp. I mean, obviously, you know, map win percentage, not the greatest here for them, but there's still an immense amount of firepower. So if Heat is going to be on point as well, that is such a dynamic duo that allows KRU to go ahead and get these site entries opened up for themselves.
And it's something that DRX really struggled with against KRU on Haven, was the way 𝐾𝑠net was just kicking doors in, sliding past angles. They weren't able to keep track of him at all. I think he was 5-0 on first kills to first deaths. He really was problematic on that agent.
I think the biggest thing here for KRU coming into this one, they have something major to prove. They've always been that underdog. They want to prove that that is not the case anymore. They want to be considered one of the best teams in the world, and if they can take down Fnatic, they'll be one step closer to that.
We got a high-stakes matchup here, and we got just the casters for the game. It's Pansy and Steel for the call.
Thank you, GB in the desk. And genuinely, you know, the phrase chasing ghosts really stood out to me there that GB was discussing. And the fact Fnatic are haunted by the history of this matchup, a messed up veto previously in 2021, still so present in their minds. But Josh, now we've got a totally different veto, very different maps coming through here. I mean, Haven's still lingering, but let's start on the first. Where's your mind going to? We've seen so much of this in the EMEA.
Let's go, let's go!
But only playoffs.
We might have a fast opening here, so I might have to hold that thought for a second as KRU does their, you know, that contact walk in on pistols. They love it. I think the last match they might have gone A side with this. Now they're towards B. Just here on the defense. Fnatic comfortable with these retakes.
Yeah, I'm looking at the positioning as well from Fnatic too. Early post towards middle, a very passive hold from Hero, who's been very, very solid for them. Of course, that newer addition. And he's already being tested, a little bit of a pressure, but they were willing to give up the site. That was an intended approach, but 𝐾𝑠net is a problem! Still a problem! A stark reminder of this man's danger.
Nice opening, 𝐾𝑠net.
Oh, and they're now going to have to try and walk their way back in. This is so good from KRU. A little bit of damage, yes, but we need more. Not going to get it. Hero now left in a 1v3. Clutch as he can be. They already have a nice post-plant setup. And 𝐾𝑠net just toying with him, but that's what you get. But still 2 more to find, Josh. That's almost too much, surely.
I've seen this before from Hero.
I don't think we're going to be seeing it again this time. Trying as he can.
Not with that dart in his body.
So little to be done. A damn good try. Didn't get into halfway.
Nice try.
Get away with round 1. Very nicely done.
Fnatic.
Only started to introduce their Sunset into Stage 2 playoffs. Not the normal stage, the playoffs. Correct. We've seen them only run it a few times. They've run the same composition here. So we kind of know what to expect a little bit, but they shied away from this basically since the
Vamos!
And now they brought it in. It's going to be taken here at Champs. What I look for Fnatic here, though, is defense side, Hero, the Cypher, and then also Chronicle back on that Sova role where he plays his best.
Keep your eyes on going forward on the other side. Of course, 𝐾𝑠net even said earlier in those interviews that he is one of the players that caused them so many problems, and maybe on Haven will expand on it further in regard to what they intend to do. But a little trap set up here. Clearly been working bits up, but Shai's not going to fall for this. He has no need to overexplore his own. He doesn't want to give up any of his weapons. So playing very, very considered here, KRU. Bulldog's coming out, Stinger, and of course Shai does only have that Ghost, so willing to lose 1. The rest, you wouldn't want to see anything drop beyond that, really. Maybe the Stinger. But Shai will be the one to receive the vast majority, and he sees pretty much everything.
The important thing to look at is, I guess, the silver lining of 𝐿𝐼𝐿 dying, getting 1 tap last round. He had full abilities, so now he keeps them. This could be just, if they can do a lot of damage with these classics, that's huge. Right now, KRU understanding that the flank's coming in.
Yeah, the flash going to force one of the players off the angle. Stun comes in. He going to calm the approach. Yeah, this is lovely from KRU. Very clean as Chronicle, the last one alive. And this is great so far from them, kind of setting the standard. And when we talk about KRU, it's always such a curious team. You see highs and lows from them, such a danger to come across in these specific matchups on those knockout stages, getting to the kind of quick of things. They are deadly and easily underestimated, and they really shouldn't be. So far, tick in the box. They lost out on Shy, but that was a loss they were willing to come in with.
Going into that first gun round here, this is going to be a big test. KRU so far has been contacting their way in, and Fnatic has guessed the right side. They did an A stack on first round, B stack on second round, and KRU went the opposite direction. If Fnatic's able to find out and get ahead of where KRU's going next, we could see a completely different result here. I think they're going to be even comfortable playing those retakes anyways. We saw that constantly, how they employed those flanks consistently, and knowing exactly how they want to play depending on what abilities and what ultimates they had in play here. KRU starting with maybe a little bit of a fake towards B pressure.
Yeah, both sides with a very early start, and 𝐿𝐾𝐿 is happy to pressure. It's a little risk on the line, but he gets away and they remove that initial trap.
Or required, trip broken, information. They know Hero's towards B now, and Hero's going to have to think about how he wants to use his trips in the future. You can already see one of the kill trips is on B site for that extension. They did this extension on pistol round. The grouping towards B, know that Hero likes to play here a lot by himself. The entrance trip is gone as well, dealt with. But Hero is usually so good to get a couple of kills and back away with his life.
𝐿𝐾𝐿, the first man to step forward here, committed.
Oh, almost,
Easy.
almost.
Yeah, you can see them trying for it, but Hero not going to get the reward he wanted. And once again, KRU contain the site. Fnatic playing quite deep off-site, though. They've really only had Hero taking a couple of steps and easy to slip back towards CT. Still going to maintain some control towards market, but KRU already had deep post-plant position, sitting happily towards B main. We've got to see what the pressure looks like here. What do they have to disrupt this? What do they have to push it out of position? Hero going to find 𝐿𝐾𝐿, but the trade's there, and the spam through the smoke begins. Just a messy battle now to start with, and Hero is claiming bodies. Halfway not achieved, though. Ult going to come through. Information is free-flowing, and Shy is doing some serious damage. This is the bonus, and it looks like it's going to be converted. Boaster can't do a thing about this. This so devastating. Great shots, but it matters not. KRU going to get that bonus in the bag. They will be chuffed to bits with this.
It's a good start for KRU. Now can they build on this momentum? That would be big. They cannot let Fnatic start getting into the game mentally. They can't let them get into the game with their ultimates. The first one going to come online is probably from Boaster. That's going to help with some of these retakes, deny the ability for KRU to be able to play the spam battle from B main on another such round. Getting close to some ultimates of their own for the side of KRU, but the first ones to come online are Cypher, Omen. They don't really help that much.
We're looking at that one remaining rifle in Boaster's hands, Sheriffs to supplement, but KRU looking to extend their lead now.
Big damage? Nope.
But an early note of where that rifle resides. Going to find that top middle. They now know where that is going to be positioned. And KRU taking their time, playing out this default, maybe looking for any of these stacks, any aggressive plays coming through from Fnatic. And KRU with the right read so far. Could be some danger over towards tiles, though. Once again, Shy. So much weight on his shoulders here, and he's found Boaster. The rifle going to be filtered back through towards Alpha, but still information's there. They've got the whole game plan read and almost dealt with, but Hero does deliver a shot, can't do much more. KRU are in control here. Now, 𝐿𝐾𝐿 Chronicle, the last two to collect, and they just shift back towards B. Lovely from 𝐿𝐾𝐿. This is nice from KRU. And again, this is when we start asking those questions, maybe a little further into this. This wasn't a map, as you highlighted, that Fnatic lent on throughout the regular play in the EMEA. This came out purely in playoffs when Abyss started to hit the rotation. We were questioning, is this just them sandbagging to make it look like they have a full map pool? But they've willingly walked into this, Josh, and so far, I mean, KRU's looked substantially better.
Only one gun round has been played so far. Fnatic don't have to start stressing yet. KRU looking to be really confident with how they're moving around the map, taking the sites, going for those duels, winning a lot of them. Seems like Fnatic might be a little bit asleep at the moment. KRU changing their opening, taking middle first here. Smoke top mid, dart, clear it all out. Shy inching up in B main, finding out that they got the Cypher versus Cypher battle here. Trying to just deny this camera. Baits out the stun as well. That's a good read on the setup. KRU might shift over towards A off the back of that, knowing that it might be a little bit less defended, but also...
Ooh, a miss from 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐾. You can't be having that. 𝐿𝙊𝐿𝙉𝘍 is going to be so happy. Done great deals. Can just back away now. They've got a man advantage above a minute. These are all ticks in the box. Still got full utility as well.
Booster ने at least info तो रखा है.
Just got his util back off cooldown TP.
Just for info, finding out what the setup is here.
B जाएंगे.
If KRU commits to B, they cannot forget about this Astro Wall. They need to understand how it's going to be played. But without the paint shells there from 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐾.
गया.
A little bit of a stall on the way in though.
Shock dart डाल दिया था.
Know that Alpha is at least present here. Chronicle. Now
30 seconds commit करना ही होगा.
𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐾 just cleared out all of A as well.
Big.
He sees this trip. He's trying to get past it.
बहुत patience से खेल रहे थे.
But for now, it's already looking like the site's falling. 𝐾𝐾𝐿 going to crack it open. Alpha's gone down, and he's looking to follow it up. The pressure is outrageous for Chronicle.
Nice hold, Chronicle.
13 seconds. Oh, that's 4 already. The man wants the ace. 𝐿𝙊𝐼𝙗 got things started well, but it might end with a pretty big flourish here. But the time just has to live. Boaster just has
nice
to
round
live.
Chronicle.
Chronicle. Give him the crown in this one. This is what we're talking about, Josh. This man's capability activates in a map and a role like this.
When we talk about Fnatic, it's always 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐾 this, Alpha that. But the unsung heroes of the team, Hero and Chronicle, especially when they're on Cypher and Sova respectively, it's just they're so good at locking down the position. The way that they play the game means that Chronicle gets to play in the mid rounds a lot more. He likes to play in the clutches. He gets to bait his teammates. But when he's able to just put his back against the wall and stutter step left and right and then just tap them out, that's when I've seen so many clips of him.
ये तो इंडिविजुअल पे राउंड निकला ऑब्वियसली ना, लेकिन मैं वही तो बोल रहा हूँ क्या अगर सिर्फ यूटिल ट्रेड पे डिपेंड रहोगे और किल्स नहीं मिले उसमें तो फिर तो हर बार उतना परफेक्ट टाइमिंग पे नहीं होगा ना, किसी को तो स्टेप अप करके किल्स लेने होंगे और वही किया उसने.
But now that's the first time we've seen an aggressive start for Fnatic that's rewarded at least.
Cosmic Divide still available. I wonder if Fnatic's going to pivot to defend that A site, play that retake on B. Middle completely cleared. Boaster going very aggressive here. The trip, I think, broken from either the shock or the ultimate for the Hunter's Fury. That cage is info. The sprint is info.
They cleared sight. Alpha just trying to control towards CT because, again, 𝐾𝐾 is just doing wonders, taking all of this space, securing it perfectly. Plant is in. He's got his ult. He has his ult as well. Some big ultimates on the board now. MTA's in a bit of danger here.
Eyes on the Chronicle flank as well. As soon as Boaster shows himself at A link here, I think that's go time for Chronicle.
But 𝐻ai's been on the money. Had an absolute heater. Looked like he was a little asleep at the wheel, and now he's seen a whole lot. He's in trouble. We get pinched here. Pressure starting. Chronicle on the way. Not gonna have the same sort of wins the last round. Falls away from this KRU though, starting to feel the pressure on the site. The flood coming in from Fnatic, but Hero's fallen. KRU still standing, still holding. MTA denying any steps towards that spike. And it's just Alpha, and it feels like a formality. There's nothing more he can really achieve here. The double swing, KRU in full control.
I would not be in the slightest bit shocked to see a timeout coming in the favor of Fnatic right now, because what's been happening is KRU's able to get into the sites and get these coast plants, and they've been converting it really well. The only time they got really locked out was when Chronicle sat at the back of the site, one by one, eliminated all of the players. So right now, Fnatic, your game plan right now is go for the retakes. They're not working.
ये KRU तो मतलब fight वाला ही team
है. Aggression there. 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐾 went down early after they got the pick with that Hunter's Fury. So the 1-for-1 trade maybe not good enough. Are they going to have to find something else to stop KRU from getting into the site to begin with?
Furthermore, again, I don't like highlighting underperformances, but you've got to say Alpha and 𝐿𝙊𝐾 being absent thus far. 0 to 6 for Alpha, 𝐿𝙊𝐾 1 to 6. They're not having the impact. And again, we don't necessarily look to them to have the highest impact. That's where you're looking at Hero and Chronicle.
मुझे तो लगता है इनको mid पे fight करना चाहिए gun round.
They are really not finding their kills. They're not getting their 1v1s. I mean, we've seen 𝐿𝙊𝐾 fall plenty of times on those extremities, not winning out on the other side. It's a pretty clear-cut performance between 𝐻ai and 𝐾𝐾. They're doing
mid पे एक kill लेके
monstrous things. The amount of
फिर
space
setups पे आना चाहिए.
𝐾𝐾's their entry work is exceptional.
Yes.
It's all looking good for them. I don't know what Fnatic's options are.
Fnatic are laying out a red carpet and inviting KRU. Hey,
Fnatic expect कर रहा है कि ये लोग आएंगे फटाफट आएंगे
guys come
लेकिन वो तो कर नहीं रहे
हैं. Make yourselves look pretty. Right now, 𝐿𝐾𝐾's been not hitting any duels, and yeah, Alpha's sitting at 0-6, but he's on breach. He can't really activate until he stuns, flashes, and has his teammates get the first kill. He comes in and starts trading it out. If that first opening's not even there, how is he supposed to get involved in the game here? And that's not really on him. That's about the positioning that Fnatic has and how they're always on the back foot.
I must wait a moment. Camera dealt with early. 𝐿𝐾𝐾 trying to slip into the space that they've carved away towards B main, but KRU's been very diligent in their clears. They've not been leaving many stones unturned.
𝐿𝐾𝐾 actually had the Vandal purchased. He sold it in favor of the Bulldog here. Probably looking to get a kill before popping that showstopper, and a lot of effort into stopping KRU from getting into B main here. The aggression though, they're gonna get caught.
Yeah, 𝐿𝐾𝐾's seen it. There goes the ult, but how much of reward does he get? Not much at all. It's Hero Sheriff the only one to really sing for them so far. And now you're looking at that Bulldog and it's just petering away. There's nothing to this. There's no punch to it. KRU are fully aware, fully prepared for what's being thrown at them.
Booster.
And those small silver linings, a pick here or there, are not enough for Fnatic. This is a great show of strength from KRU. This is why we were surprised by this veto a touch. Maybe seeing some cracks in the possibility of worry. How well fleshed out is this for Fnatic? Was that just a sandbag pick throughout the playoffs? And at 1-6 probably here, it might just be one of those that they're going to hopefully sooner forget.
अपना style कुछ नहीं है,
bro. Not over yet, as 𝐿𝐾𝐾's starting to warm up now. 2 kills and a 2v2. Hero with the sheriff, he's got the pick. Hold on, and now the ult on top. So they're going to
one-dimensional खेलते हैं.
But it's a 1v1.
एक ही प्लान लेके चलते हैं. वो अगर फेल हुआ तो पता नहीं क्या करना है हमें. ऐसा वाला गेम प्ले अपना.
He's got his dart up. That goes out. 𝐿𝐾𝐾's having his work cut out for him. He's trying to set this to at least half. Again, the spam's perfect. MTA, ice cold in the clutch.
By KRU on fire, bro.
Not moved by any of those dangers and threats. Fnatic really being held here on this one singular round.
Fnatic unable to endure in action there at B main, getting antsy, moving up, and getting caught out in the open. I think their idea of getting into B main, getting into extremity, and getting
जो कर रहे हैं ना राउंड में वो इजीली समझ जाता है सामने वालों का. ऐसा वाला प्ले स्टाइल है.
Maybe KRU's going somewhere else.
अगर सामने वाले स्मार्ट रहेंगे तो इजीली काउंटर करके मार देंगे. इजीली प्रॉपर पोजीशनिंग करके स्टैक करके साइड मार सकते हैं.
Instead, 6-1, they built the lead.
और फाइट करने के टाइम हेजिटेट करते हैं. भले कितने ही अच्छे एमर्स हो वो भी हेजिटेट करते हैं.
Look at this veto. We're thinking, is this the perfect concoction for an upset?
It's gonna be Chronicle, stunner. Oh, God, out of third.
Again, Chronicle.
Out of everyone to turn up, it is him. Still showing dominance, but they need more than this. It's just him giving them these rounds right now. That's it. We talk about individual impact. He's got them 3 this time. Surely they can get the rest, and they do. 𝐿𝐾𝐾 just signs it and seals it, a flawless round. But we talk about repeatable success. How many times are we going to ask Chronicle to be the one to bail them out?
Sometimes it's not about having him bail them out over and over again. Sometimes it's a matter of just get it once or twice, and it instills inspiration, confidence, all this for the rest of the team. Their morale builds back up, and now everyone else is like, if he can do it, nice, that's a big round. Oh, we have a chance. Hang on, my turn to step up. And now maybe we're seeing other people chiming in. 𝐿𝐾𝐾 up to 5 kills after he was down at, like, what, 0 kills a couple of rounds ago?
Yeah, there's hope, but it is slim. Well, look at KRU here, still leading. 6 rounds to their name. An early test again on the extremity, but this time a higher priority from KRU to take that space and take some of that map control. 𝐿𝐾𝐾 already testing the waters.
Normally he's been towards B main, denying that camera from Hero, denying that control, but now perfectly inserted to listen for everything.
I'm out of here. Here comes the push though, 𝐾𝐾. We've been complimenting him time and time again. Couldn't quite shut down on 𝐿𝐾𝐾 there. Great damage in the paranoia is perfect. The trade's still there for 𝐿𝐾𝐾. Gets another though! Hold on, they're starting to warm up a little bit here. We're looking at that lurk coming into effect though. 𝐿𝐾𝐾 gonna hear all of these rotations. They might start reading this.
Nasiib mara. KSNet ne miss kiya triple.
Hero, yeah, definitely caught a glimpse. That's pressure in the backlines. Chronicle does take away heat. They're losing out numbers, and Hero waited for his man. Finds 𝐿𝐾𝐾, and now 𝑀elz are in a 1v3. He's got 40 seconds. That's plenty of time to play with.
Lots of time to play with. Hero hears it. Into the trip.
Oh, that's a problem. Hero.
30 seconds left.
Got to be careful. You don't want to give 𝐿𝙊𝙉 those chances. This guy, sharp as attack. Smoke just about back up now. Gonna opt to commit it towards, just behind him over towards market, and maybe focus towards CT.
𝐿𝙊𝙉 closing the gap. Hero, Chronicle waiting for this moment. The camera.
It's so possible though, it's 𝐿𝙉𝙉.
Yep.
Does he get a fair fight? Oh, he absolutely does! Cuts them down a size! But he's just, oh my god, he's missed each other. Like ships in the night passing beside 𝐿𝙉𝙉. Have you read it right?
What the fuck? गिर गया वो!
𝐿𝙉𝙉! So perfect, a 1v3, a Red Bull clutch, and KRU are crushing Fnatic under their heel.
That was an integral round for a Fnatic to be able to close out. They needed 𝐿𝙉𝙉 to go and find out where 𝐿𝙉𝙉 was. He was alone. He is the one that can get the information. These guys can double peek, get that trade. But right here, the disjointed double peek. 𝐿𝙉𝙉 isolating kill after kill. And now that lead gets built upon and built upon. KRU definitely feeling it. Keeping that momentum under their side.
Yeah, but that's a tilter. That sort of round can be an absolute heartbreaker. Yeah, he's going for this one right off the rip. Straight through tiles, but does he find a target? Oh, that's right place. Couldn't quite get it in time. 𝐾𝐿 gets a little bit of flak damage, but he gets to keep his life and instantly clearing that question mark through middle. Another smoke towards top middle, and 𝐾𝐿 trying to clear through.
The drone reclear in middle right
now.
No problem. 𝙬𝙬 also, if he gets a drone tag.
Same reaction था.
Oh, this is dangerous. Gotta be careful. 𝐾𝐿 trying to do any sort of dodge he can.
क्या dodge किया रे?
Enough. Looking like Foon out here. 3 HP.
Dodge 2 ultimates. 147.
That's nuts. And they're going towards A, and it's just 𝐿𝙉𝙉 here. He's had that divide what feels like a lifetime. No opportunity to really use it, maybe, but still. Have to fall off this angle. Not finding the impact he wanted at the beginning, and it's all 5 for KRU.
45 seconds left in the round. KRU almost committed here. They do have 𝐿𝙉𝙉's ultimate to pivot back. Hero not moving from B. The first kill for 𝐿𝙉𝙉.
The shot in the dark, but here comes that next layer of pressure with that owl drone, just starting to get them closer towards the site. Dart goes in, shock dart on the way back. A little bit of standoff here. 20 seconds, we're running low, but another shot in the dark works out. Giving us the remix. Divide gonna go through, but
Hero.
It's on Hero.
It's on Hero to be a hero.
This guy has had these rounds. He has stood tall in the face of adversity, and can he do it again? That's one. The second is needed. Oh, that's not good enough. The plant's now in. A 3v3. The smoke towards CT, but 𝐿𝙉𝙉 finds a body. Takes down MTA, leaving 𝐿𝙉𝙉 and 𝐿𝙕 to dig in deep. And 𝐿𝙉𝙉 trying to be a little audacious, play through the smoke. But 𝐿𝙕 now in a 1v3, and it ain't looking all that likely. Nah, not going to happen now. A very small window of chance here for Fnatic, making it up to a third.
Alpha looking like he's starting to warm up ever so slightly. That was a nice couple of one taps that he got there. Remember, if we're going into Haven and he's on ISO duty.
I was going to bring this up because if you're looking at this performance, that's his second kill of the whole series.
Yes.
And even in the interview, they wanted to give Alpha that fight up against 𝐾𝐿 back in their man.
One
He's
enemy
an
remaining.
absolute nightmare of a map. One, you're not backing yourself, you're not confident, you're not feeling you're going to win that 50-50. So hopefully he can mentally reset. But yeah, seeing him warm up here might put him in better stead, but still, that does worry you.
Only 4 rounds separate them, and keeping in mind KRU got the pistol and they converted that bonus round. That is the difference here. Fnatic still has time to catch up. Rolling Thunder in play, and an eco round from KRU. Guardian, Stinger, a couple of pistols and another Stinger, and looking like they want to take through middle here. Maybe with that Neon splitting on A, getting in that backline area.
Oh, it could work really well.
Paranoia down the lane potentially as well. Here comes the smoke, but they're going to go through it. Here comes the Paranoia in the back as well.
Perfectly timed. 𝐿𝙉𝙉, the timing on this swing is sublime from Fnatic. Dealing with those threats, I kind of liked it from KRU. I could see the space they were trying to take for themselves, but as it stands, 𝐿𝙉𝙉 and Heat kind of surrounded. Yeah, nowhere to go from this one. 𝙬𝙬 looking to just try and clean this up. 𝐿𝙉𝙉, yeah, comfortable in the end. 4 now. Fnatic starting to find their feet here, starting to get back in the game a bit.
I like the idea. Wasn't bad. They had an eco round. They wanted to get a little bit tricky with it. You know,
दो मॉनिटर रहते हैं.
एक
में main screen और दूसरे में पांचों का
timing with that breach ultimate to deny it. Both coming through market at the same time.
दो monitors पे अलग-अलग
really
दिखता है. एक में पांचों का screen दिखता है.
KRU maybe trying to do something a little bit different now. They've been going slow all game. They've been using middle a lot at the opening and then pivoting to the extremity. Here, 5.
I think वैसा रहेगा, एक में पांचों का screen, एक में पांचों का शक्ल, ऐसा कुछ रह
back
सकता
you up if you get caught and run down by this Neon after the stun.
I don't think he knows the trouble he is in. 𝐾𝐿 so close by, and here comes
𝙎𝙊𝘾𝐾𝐿.
and there's the body drop. 𝐾𝐿 again set into motion, set up for success. And he takes that with both hands. Plant's going to be down. I don't think much is denying that here.
कुछ
and
है
the
नहीं
early man advantage is just glorious for KRU.
पोस्टर के स्टार आया नहीं अभी तक.
You can see the confidence, and you can see why. Still going, that's a third. Maybe hunting for some more. Yeah, he fancies it. Why not? Go at him. Absolutely let them know this is your map. Oh, he tried it.
No
Hold
more
on.
secrets.
Chronicle.
𝐿𝙊𝘾𝐼𝙔 होगा.
Time.
Hunter's
Fury.
Fury.
No,
and then stuns up as well. As soon as he taps
Tap
it,
stun
Hunter's Fury dead.
Let's stun.
नहीं.
And there's the Hunter's Fury. Oh, yeah. Welcome to Sunset. It ain't so nice out here. KRU gonna just sign, seal, and deliver so far. This has been an exceptional display from them. 8 rounds to their name. Fnatic clawing back 4. But I mean, this has been shaky, Josh, from start to end. We have to wait and see how this looks on the other side of the break. Oh, come on.
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
क्या रे गड़बड़ गुंदड़ हो रहा है. जो टीम मेरे को चाहिए जितना वो जीत नहीं रही है. ऐसे ही होता है क्या जब भी अपन वॉच पार्टी करते तभी. Oh no, टी क्यों डाला इधर?
There is that infamous saying of all the best laid plans often go astray, and walking in eyes wide open to Sunset, Josh, is 4 rounds enough in your mind? Has Fnatic maybe sold themselves down the river here by walking into this veto?
It's definitely looking like Fnatic are dormant at the moment. They need to wake up. It is only 4 rounds difference.
चालू हो रहा है 4 सेकंड 3
This is
सेकंड.
going to be super important, vital for Fnatic to be able to close it out.
Let's go!
Looking really good. 𝐾𝐿 fearless. And what they like to do is they're going to probably move around a lot, stay ahead of where Fnatic's going. But Fnatic is a really good team at slowing down the game on their attack side, finding out where they want to go, disabling and disarming these traps. But it's time to see 𝐿𝙊𝘾𝐼𝙔 and Alpha start to show up now. It can't be all on Hero when...
Hold on.
And Kron. Roaster slipped by. 𝐾𝐿𝘆 doesn't want it though.
They're backing away. Oh, that didn't go as we planned.
Looks like this is a retake camera B. It's at the top of the entrance, so they could look down and find out whoever's in. Breach stun is going to come off cooldown in about 15, 18 seconds from now for Alpha. Getting a little bit close in this. Setup from the defense.
Dead in the water,
Gravity wall. I thought for sure he was going to pull them in. Fnatic, minute left on the round here.
Boaster barking out the commands there, you can see it. Go, go, go. There's 𝐾𝐿𝘆 once again checking, clearing tiles pretty well. Cameras there just to be taken back, but they're still looking to readdress this A side of the map. 𝐿𝙊𝘆𝘆 feeling compelled to finally fall away.
Just a question, 1v3 था, stun हो गया था.
Tentative steps forward, but they've got to make a go of this. 40 seconds out, he slipped ahead. That's not bad, but 𝐿𝙊𝘆𝘆 still stands his ground. And they get overwhelmed. Fnatic
round खत्म करना है ना bro.
But 𝐾𝐿𝘆 has slipped the net. Do they expect him here? Well,
stun किया है confirm है. Recon क्या scan हो गया तो ult मारना ही है ना. दो लोग तो है already. तो उसको कुछ करने भी क्यों देना है?
And we're down to a 2v2. They've got 20 seconds and they're running low on options.
Gunfights के पहले util से काम हो रहा है तो वही करेंगे ना.
They're smelling like roses as they come out on top of this. 14 seconds stunned up and slowed down. Fnatic are just faltering here again. Oh, 𝐿𝐿𝐿, so perfectly done. A Chronicle in a 1v2 with 5 seconds. He's got to fight both. Hold on.
He has to go for the kill. Chrono to push him.
You got to push. No time, no chance. It's just at the very end then.
Good round, bro.
So close. I wonder.
Too late.
Chronicle had to push immediately.
Yeah.
He had to have thought, oh yeah, I got it with just enough time to be able to get that spike planted. But he had to push, and if he had pushed instantly instead of hesitating for that half a second,
that's the difference.
There's a difference. This game's all about those milliseconds. Oh, he's got to be kicking himself. Yeah. Definitely not happy about that one. Fnatic need to kind of figure out here what they want to do with the rest of this map. Are they going to expend all their energy trying to get back into this game? Or are they going to try to go for the long play, the marathon?
Next
that Haven will be the next map here. KRU already showed how strong they are against DRX earlier.
Best of 5 वाला team है bro. Best of 3 में energy डालने में उनका क्या जाएगा?
Not unless they wake up.
Right. All asleep at the wheel here, and KRU just running them down. Easy work for them. They wanted this one out of the way.
Just a flawless round. Cleaning it up, 4-10. And Fnatic need to convert around sometime. This year, 2-11 for Alpha. He is not finding any sort of impact at the moment. He can't. It's not really necessarily on him, but they need to find a way to get him involved a little bit more if they want to have a chance at getting him. Like, look how just distraught.
Dejected,
yeah, he
doesn't look
sad. There's nothing he can do. He's at the behest of his teammates to be able to get him into the game, and that's not going to be looking good if you're going to the second map and you're feeling this bad.
Yeah, you're right. If he's left catatonic after this performance,
Alpha,
it could all be over. It looks like Shy wants to be feeling
next game.
A little aggressive, and why not? You're in a bonus round. Try and get aggressive. Try and be a nuisance. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 going to kind of body check Alpha, who's going to be falling all the way back to spawn. His confidence clearly waning, but he does have that spike, so you don't want to see him go down there.
𝐿𝐿𝐿's rotation, though, they're so good at this type of rotation. We're going to see this on Haven as well. On that Neon, he gets to sprint across the map and stay a step ahead. It's on Fnatic. Who's the mid-round caller right now? Who's going to make the decision about, hey, we got the kill on A, they might over-rotate to B. Are we going to go into this potentially? Can we sniff this out before we commit? Oh, that's info. That's on 𝐿𝐿𝐿 as well. Hey, wait. 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿's over towards B. Do we want to go A now?
With 50 seconds, though, they're still going to power forward.
Mid.
Just kidding. Lingering. This is so dangerous. If 𝐿𝐿𝐿's here, Heat's here.
Royal duels पे निकालने पड़ेंगे रे
rounds. Where 𝐿𝐿𝐿 is as well. This side of the map, right place, right time. Heat. Eviscerates Darker, can't get the follow-up, but now the cross is being watching. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 slips the net and gets away with it. Doesn't get noted by the reveal there. Oh, this is huge. Oh, he's found Chronicle. Goes in for more, and he gets from 𝐿𝐿𝐿. It's Fnatic's downfall. Keeping KRU correct and moving forward. This is a perfect moment for KRU. 11 rounds. Doubling down, getting that bonus. Confidence is going to be through the roof now.
𝐿𝐿𝐿 is doing a tremendous job at the moment. Not even necessarily getting set up for half the plays that he's doing. Just coming in with full confidence to keep swinging and swinging and swinging. But these are isolated fights. I'm surprised that Fnatic just decided to continue to go into B there. Didn't really properly support each other to get that spike planted. It was kind of like walking around. They must not have expected him.
This is cutthroat now. 4 rounds feels impossible. Fight. For his KRU, sky high after this.
Dart, flash, recall the star. Try to get into the faces of 𝐿𝐿𝐿 here on the timing.
They're not sticking around for it.
It's fine, they broke past that one way. That's more utility used from the side of KRU. Pivot, from Fnatic back in the middle. But KRU, flexible, pivoting as well.
Matching them almost step for step here. 2 players now going to keep note towards that top side. Make it 3.
अरे अभी पता चल गया अभी उधर नहीं कर पा रहे तुम लोग तो इधर ही आ रहे हो अभी इधर स्टैक हो गए. What the fuck?
Finally find a way in.
Poster भैया double kill.
Noting Shy at the back of the boom bot. They don't know quite about 𝐿𝐿𝐿 yet. They decide to go towards A, they certainly will. But now there's going to be a problem. Backline going to be pressured by 𝐿𝙊𝙉𝘍, but 𝐲 is in danger. He's got players coming through market. He's still got the
KRU.
At CT side. 𝐲 going to find Chronicle, bring this back to something a bit more bite size. 𝙎𝙊𝘼𝑍 has just missed the cross here.
It's fine.
Is it?
Not fine.
It's not fine. You're getting nervous. You're getting the old going. You're starting to see it all go wrong, all fall down, and 𝐲 and 𝐿𝙊𝘉, as said, their confidence is going to be... It's on Spike. That's an interesting choice here. Have the stun just to make sure. Second tap, and they wait. 𝐲 biding his time, and then he strikes so perfectly. Just look at these guys, so confident. They finally fall. I think they're running out of time here. 𝐿�ㄚ. Easy, Tiger. Time is fine. 5 rounds of Fnatic, but I mean...
Got a question.
Go on then.
When the hell did 𝐿𝐼𝐼𝐷 become good with stingers? What's going on here?
I don't know. I think this, I mean, what else have they got going right?
Oh, true. Actually, true.
No, they got to have something.
Factual.
Give them something.
Lots of ultimates coming online for Fnatic here.
कोई शूट नहीं कर पाया पोस्टर पे इसके लिए.
Yeah.
Good job, bro. Nice round. Nice.
It does feel like a bit of a death rattle, that sort of round, right? You're facing 11. Look, maybe I'm being the cynic here. Maybe those ults will hit. Suddenly it all starts making sense. They can get back to it. But you're looking at the fundamentals KRU are playing with. It's an outclass. This is a very good side. And KRU, they're easy to underestimate at times. But this, again, should be a very clear reminder why you don't.
Strategically, I think KRU has a little bit of an edge this game so far over Fnatic. But when it comes down to the players, 𝐻𝑒Snet and 𝐲 have been just instrumental in this performance at the moment. And without them being as good as they are, and with Fnatic sleeping on their side, I'm not sure if it's this one-sided. You go again with this. Hero denying that camera at B main. 𝙎𝙁 finds the opening. Smokes are down. It's going to help with those boost plant situations. Rotation coming in from KRU. 𝐻𝑒Snet.
Steady.
You're going to have to deal with him, but the showstopper for 𝙎𝙁, he's going to pop this. They need these rounds. He needs to get something going.
I mean, that was a dangerous cross even towards CT. It's the Hunter's Fury they opt for first. And
okay.
I don't like it.
This is an opening for KRU here.
He's going to be the character. Hero trying to save the day with Chronicle.
Nice.
You saw KRU then trying to work back into it, almost on that pre-take there. But heat now going to be left a little out in the cold. Divide goes up. 𝐲 does claim a player prior, but it is only on 𝐲 now in a 1v3. Plant's going to be in. I don't think 𝐲's got much to say about this.
शॉट वाला अपने अल्ट से नहीं उड़ता तो शायद अलग हो सकता था राउंड.
Looking to do the save, repositions his
trade
trip,
होते थे उधर.
give him a little bit of buffer space. My read on the situation is that KRU needs to close this out as early as possible. One, it's their map pick. They want to win this. But two, the amount of time that they give 𝐿𝙁 to find his footing and get back into the game mentally, emotionally, physically, everything, spiritually.
No, you're right. The worse it gets, right?
The worse it gets.
There are moments in this where you do start thinking, okay,
KRU chance to de raha hai.
KRU close out in these regards, you know, with the upper hand, seen as the team genuinely on paper, at least in this map, are the favourites. I think that's a very clear way to say it. If you're looking at the history and the results coming through, bigger picture though, that's when it gets a little bit different, right? You start talking about landing, yeah, that kind of evens out.
Shot bhi mara
hai yaar take the upper hand. 𝐿𝐼𝐼𝐷's #1 qualifier, keep in mind obviously against America's 3rd. So if you're looking at it in that regard, this does eventually even out. So if you are a KRU fan, if you are KRU themselves, you want to see them close out cleanly, quickly. Don't let Fnatic take those steps to close back into this game, and let alone build confidence for map 2.
A little bit of mix buy from KRU, budgeting for that full buy next round, but still, Guardians, Phantom Vandal in play, a Sheriff as well. Definitely a good enough buy. 𝐿𝙁 has Rolling Thunder, 𝙎𝙁 with the Showstopper, and Fnatic, another slow opening, making sure that they deal with what, yeah, we saw this yesterday actually, right?
And Boaster might just be the rabbit in the trap. He goes around that corner.
Trying to just spot the tippy top of their heads there. Pre-aimed 𝐻𝑒Snet. The way he's been playing, he might hit it too.
Yeah.
ऊपर चढ़ना इसके और देखना यार मिल जाता था
A
शायद.
little quiet on the western front.
Right there.
Slow walk up. They got that one way on that tall box. 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐾 got the opening kill here last round, walking into elbow. Drone to clear. Showstopper still in hand.
Again, you're putting
Sights full clear.
You're questioning what's going on though. You felt no resistance thus far, right? There's not been a mid walk.
Yeah.
Maybe you're just getting a little bit curious. Is it a stack? Are they going for something a little weird and wonderful? And they were, but it's Chronicle to connect through the smoke. Plant's gonna come in.
And that smoke's down for the defense. They're gonna make this retake a little bit harder. Crossfire's unable to be broken. Hero far away, securing the round. You guys got this. I got your backs.
This is where it gets scary though. This is the pressure coming back in towards the site. You're looking at 𝐾𝑒𝑠N to be the danger man, at least because of the Vandal, maybe Heat as well with that Phantom, but they've got to try and take those steps. And actually an isolated fight there. Alpha finally swings on it, but it's Chronicles coming in through from that kind of deeper position, swinging off the contact. Shy and Heat not getting the impact they want, and I think it's time to back away.
They are definitely backing away here. 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐾 on the hunt.
Oh.
Saw something similar from CNET.
True.
Must be an EMEA thing.
It's hard being a caster sometimes.
Surprised 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐾 actually went to chase them down. I guess they didn't realize that this was only a partial buy from KRU, not a full investment, trying to hunt down those weapons, because he already had his showstopper. He's had it for a couple rounds. Surprised that he didn't invest it in either of those rounds just to secure it, to come back. But now, you know, only trailing by 4 rounds, and he's still
Fnatic से.
So probably seeing one or both of these ultimates being used in this round. KRU starting to get a little bit nervous. They had a really good start. They had a good lead. They had that momentum.
You're right, and I think what you're saying there is, and what we were alluding to earlier, we're starting to see Fnatic show signs of life.
Yes.
Right, there's a
smiles.
Yeah, and this is, again, it was just from that.
Oopsies.
Yeah, a little moment there for them. But this is 3 rounds in a row. The scoreline suddenly doesn't look as egregious. You're at 7-11. That's a very closable gap. You didn't even win the pistol. That's something that's certainly going to be heavy in the minds of
Slow and
I think it's the
steady.
right time to hit that timeout.
कहीं ज़्यादा slow ना हो जाए.
Grip on this because, again, they've got ultimates now at Fnatic. They may even have a snowball round in hand. Their money's looking okay. It's starting to build up. There's a lot of those win conditions starting to come in. And again, when you're looking at KRU, we discussed the idea of even letting them get confident for map 2, let alone the pressure that could come through from maybe dropping map 1. But it's 7-11. We shouldn't be that worried. Does feel like a death by 1,000 cuts here. That slow grind back in. Fnatic taking a couple of steps, but it could all go wrong. It could all be taken away in the blink of an eye. But for now, KRU taking space. The first time we're taking really deep B main control.
One thing I noticed from Fnatic a lot, especially on maps like Haven, we'll see it next map, is that when they lose space, they love to go back and re-clear it.
कौन सासी और 𝐿𝙊𝐾?
And 𝐿𝙊𝐾 comes back with that showstopper.
𝐿𝙊𝐾
really tricky.
किसमें confusion है भाई? वो तो specs लगाता है.
Right now on Shy over on that A site.
Yeah,
got that camera, got that info. He's gonna spot 𝐿𝙊𝐾 here.
Yeah, early info too. No risk behind it either, not for now. Taken out. Instant rotation from 𝐾𝑒𝑠N too. He's already coming over. They do have Heat on this side of the map. Trying to re-clear middle with the owl drone as well. So KRU trying to get the full picture here.
Fnatic take flight. Still just progressing slowly. Spots 1, spots 2. That's gonna be a showstopper kill coming in.
They're looking for it. Hero's the one to find 𝐿𝑆A though. The paint shell goes in and it's just a clear pickup. This is looking far too clean. How are Fnatic doing this? Just dismantling KRU player by player. And now the last 2 players noted, look at the lurk from Hero as well. If Chronicle could just play his life, he doesn't need to overdo anything, just sets up Hero here. And Chronicle's always been ice cold. He's never going to overdo Fnatic. Hold on.
Fnatic is back.
That was a picture perfect round, it feels like.
It feels like. I'm going to say, but I am shocked that the only ultimate used in that round was Hero. Kills the B pusher, gets that hat off, becomes a pinhead in the round. Showstopper, Rolling Thunder still in play. Fnatic are winning these rounds without it. And it's yes, they're hitting their shots now. Yes, like Boaster's getting involved. Alpha's getting a couple kills here or there, slowly catching back up to the rest of his team. But like one small slip, and they might be kicking themselves for not using them. Another eco, 4 Sheriffs and a Stinger in the hands of KRU. Letting this game potentially slip away. Fnatic.
This would be 9, the slow march.
No.
Slow march, but you don't, come on KRU, we don't drop these, right? We don't lose these sort of situations.
3 साल पहले करता था और अभी कर रहा है.
11 up.
अच्छा.
You had 𝐿𝙊𝐾 looking down and out, Alpha barely fragging. It was all looking wondrous. Speaking of looking, camera. Yeah, look
Stun
at that.
ready as well. They're gonna catch these guys.
Yeah, that's a trap set and a half. 𝐿𝐾𝐾 going to get away, and no one able to close down on those kills.
Still over a minute. Fnatic has time. They can decide to pivot if they want to, or they can come back, or they can fake pivot and re-hit A. The full rotation from KRU, trying to stay a step ahead of Fnatic here. Gonna guess on that B site. Fnatic looking to use middle here, though.
I like that. I like the KRU trying to be proactive here. And that's going to be a little bit of an alarm bell ringing, though, because they're up middle. They're up the guts here. What on earth is going on? Already the boombot going to go in. That's going to spot out at least 2 players. They now know there's 2 different players up here. This should be a back away. Nice read from Fnatic to not overdo this, but they're still going into the stack. This is where the dangers could begin. Getting it now in the right place, but both are going to remove Shy. You're looking at who's holding over towards B main. He's the only one to connect so far for KRU. And Fnatic again, starting to clear through methodically. Is this the slow march back in? It might just be. 9 rounds now for Fnatic. And KRU watching this game get far too close.
I can't pinpoint exactly which round it was, but there was the genesis of Fnatic's comeback coming back in. That's 5 rounds in a row, bringing the scoreline to 9 to 11 right now.
There's no way, right? Come on. Boaster's up, he's giving it.
What are we having here? We're coming back, boys. What are you doing? What? Oh.
Okay.
That's the guy you're currently getting 5 rounds in a row by.
Entertainer, bro.
Oh, yeah. Boaster, if you pulled out your headphones, if this is
kicked the table.
If this is you, I'm going down there.
Acha, hero ka
hua. It's a hero issue. All good. All right. He's young.
He gets a pass.
It's fine. He's, But let's kind of just pause for thought then. Let's kind of talk this through, because on the half, I think it was a fair assessment that this was looking like KRU are going to close it out, right?
Yeah,
and then
absolutely.
they got the pistol. You're like, oh, the odds of that, the odds that Fnatic would come back in. But here we are at 9 to 11. Well, it's been now 5 back-to-back rounds and quite good-looking rounds. What would be your solution? Put yourself in KRU's shoes here. You're facing a Fnatic who's slowly building back in. What do you do? What's your cure, I guess, to this problem?
We have to keep in mind the rounds that KRU won.
100%.
They got both pistols.
True.
Converted round 2s where Fnatic ran 5 classics.
Plotting, twisting.
That's 6 rounds right there.
Big, yep.
Then in there, 6 rounds. And then 7 and 8 because Fnatic has the eco right after.
Correct.
They only really have 3 gun rounds. Maybe if you want to include the bonus rounds on top of that, they have 5 gun rounds. So right now, it's very one-sided in the favor of Fnatic. So what happened on those rounds that KRU was able to pick up? Well, partially it was that 𝐿𝐾𝐼𝐿 Alpha weren't really shooting back a little bit. That's a big problem. But also, KRU got to set the pace, set the tone of everything. On their attack, they got into the sites, they forced the retakes, and they shut it down. They were constantly jamming up Fnatic, not letting them have any space into the game. And on defense as well, they started pretty aggressively, taking that space down middle, taking some early fights. But right now, they're kind of shook. They're playing back. Yes, they had that trap setup with that camera. Cheeky setup. I like it. Weren't able to capitalize on it. Get over to B. They guess the right site. Fnatic goes into it. Not able to get the kills because they don't have the right weapons for it. But now, pull out an op. Stay ahead of where Fnatic's going. They've been doing all this B main control with that one-way smoke from the Omen, taking that space, denying the ability to lure weapon. But I still look at these ultimates from Fnatic as well. They're still in play. And maybe if they lose a player because KRU's able to get one early or change something up, that's when Fnatic pulls it out, says, you know what, nope, not happening, and go back into the game. Stun ready for tiles in case there's an aggressive push by 𝐾𝐿 down middle, but it's the B main control again from 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿.
Yes. Finally going onto that, and look at the faith they're putting in him over towards A. That's pretty much an isolated site and an isolated player, and he's still holding his ground comfortably.
Yeah, है ना मेल्सर.
Already, actually, block. Here we go. You wanted ults. You might just
double ult खोल दिया.
Close down in time. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿's not really got anywhere to run and hide, and the showstopper goes astray. A 1-for-1 trade out, and Hero's the one they lose.
2 ult use करके trade हुआ है.
That pull away smoke needs to happen before anybody peeks.
यही वो round है गफलत वाला. यही है वो round. अभी इसके पास जाएंगे वो कब करके ये खाएगा एक.
Character with that sprint.
100%.
Loves to go fast.
अरे return लिया उसने. Oh no!
Maybe starting to feel that internal clock starting to tick. That little bit of a warning message. Feeling okay. There's no pressure on B. They've got to be maybe shifting back
Jump
towards
spot
A.
सुन लिया.
He's got the right read.
एक मार के.
Fnatic love contacting up into the line. 𝐿𝐿𝐾𝐾 going first. The jump spot this time. Beats it out. How do they know?
Oh, but he's still going to get his man. Takes down 𝐿𝐾𝐾, and look at him. He's going back for more. Outrageous. He gets punished for it.
पागल बंदा है भाई.
Gluttony being his sin, trying to go back for that follow-up, but a 3v3 now on the side under Fnatic's banner. You're looking at what they're going to get done here. You're looking at maybe a pre-take. Where's that pressure?
10 seconds left.
Nothing so far. They wait. They play it patient.
If Shy. If
Cypher
anybody
को
gets a kill here, Shy can pop his hat, get the info, and close out the round. Good flash.
The Chronicle's been so good at this. They try and swing together, but now the site is under
Nice
scrutiny.
space ले लिया Booster ने.
You're right. Booster
Nice.
away, but it's Alpha, the babyface killer, holding this still. Looks for another. Can't get it.
Nice round.
On the readjust.
Nice round. Nice control.
And they have
लेकिन
no
बहुत
idea about
महंगा था
Booster,
round
who's
ये.
slowly creeping back. Fnatic are at the door.
चल पैसे नहीं अभी. 11-11 हो जाएगा. बहुत घातक राउंड था वैसे. वो first angle.
That smile off your face. You're gonna get accused of a little bit of bias. Chronicle sitting at 24 kills.
He's had an absolute belter of a series.
He's been hitting everything. His darts have been on point. He's been getting the kills with the Hunter's Fury. And then on that defense to keep enough life in Fnatic to keep them alive, to be able to even get to this point off the back of 2 mega rounds from him as well. 10-11. And an eco again for KRU. That B main control again. Spot 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿 in there. It seems like KRU doesn't really have that much depth right now. They're scared of going down middle. Alpha's been setting up that tile stun. They've been taking B main every round, but it gets them nothing. It's all these rounds towards A. They need to get that first kill. They need to shut 𝐿𝐾𝐾 down. And they need to have people to follow it up. Stun ready.
Wait करने के लिए कर रहा है
Cypher.
नहीं कर रहा है
Cypher Cam spotting it for info at the very least. That would be the trigger.
And now 𝐾𝐾 back in a place where they could capitalize on it, but it looks
तोड़
like
दिया
they're
Cam.
towards middle, a late round adjustment.
Last time Fnatic did this, they did go through middle a little bit. 𝐿𝐾𝐾 trying to kind of feel it out. But here, is it just going to be a straight up market split?
Looks like it could be. Already though, KRU trying to hit that rotation at the right time. This got dangerous before.
आने नहीं दिया रे.
5 seconds.
You can have MTA here. They've got a couple of ults to play with. Delay over towards main. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿 having to evacuate as quick as he can because they are starting to be feeling that pinch, feeling that pressure. Fnatic now starting to come forward, but KRU, right place, right time. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿 and MTA with back-to-back shots, keeping control of the site. And now at 25 seconds, it's a mad dash. Where do they go on this one? Smoke up towards CT to try and facilitate the cross, but it's Boaster to try and divide and conquer. Takes away heat, but KRU still in this round. Yeah, the double.
12 seconds.
There's no way.
क्या आप इसको पकड़ने वाले अभी?
MTA has no idea.
भाई मार भाई.
Boaster almost swift it, but it's going to be a plant. They've got it down. Running this left.
क्या round खेला है?
This is ridiculous. How is this in a 2v2? But you've got Alpha up against 𝐾𝐾, 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿 against Boaster.
मर गया.
But he's there so early, and he gets a jump. Done! 𝐾𝐾 finding that form when they needed him most here. 12 for KRU, securing at least OT.
At least OT. And 𝐾𝐾 was sleeping the last, I don't even know, like 7 rounds almost. He was sitting at 17 kills since round, I think 15 or so.
Yeah.
Now he's on 20 kills after he just got a 2K in this round. Back and forth, huge opening kills. Shy's sheriff there on site. Stinger follow it up. Fnatic, oh man. Gotta dig deep here. They have that cosmic divide, but they're going against a few ultimates. And now maybe Resurgence. 𝐾𝐾 feeling confident again. He's got the jazz hands, the finger blasters. So is he going to go and sprint around now with that confidence that, you know, I just got a 2K?
Maybe.
Close out this game potentially, KRU, or go the distance.
ये plant के लिए ult कर देता तो?
Who knows? But now Fnatic trying to keep their cool. I heard the operator rattle off a shot. 𝐿𝐾𝐾 making his presence known.
I wonder when they're going to swap it out, give it to the hands of the most competent operator on the team, Boaster.
That's true. It's weird he's not picking it up here. That's strange.
This is different from Fnatic. They haven't done this before where they're walking out middle at the same time as they're taking this A main space. They're going to go and push this back, but at the same time, they have this subterfuge just ready to get in the back lines here. Hero tanking that drone, shrouding Boaster's presence. A main control is coming silently, but it's here.
Here comes the pressure. 𝐾𝐾 actually hindered a little in that. Can't shut it down, can't close the space.
तो इधर ही था.
Seconds. Yeah, the time's starting to tick.
Boaster's got that ultimate. I do wonder if he's going to pop this. They can commit right back into B with it, but already KRU staying a step ahead of this. Fnatic need to figure out where has KRU gone. How are we going to use this ultimate? They use it across A link and spawn before.
30 seconds left.
They might do it again here. Get onto that site. Smokes up first.
24 seconds, though it's getting late in the day, and Shy could be devious about this. Right place, right time, and the perfect kill. Couldn't get the follow-up though. Alpha still going to stand his ground, but that spike cross is a problem. 13 seconds, they've got to try and make this one count. Can they get through? Hero living up to the moniker, finding two. But now KRU down to the last two. 𝐿𝐻𝑃's still alive, so there's still a threat. Still danger. Alpha doesn't want any of that. He wants to make sure this one's secure. They're back again. KRU now held at 12, and Fnatic with the opportunity to get to OT.
It all led to this 1 point right here. KRU gonna call a timeout. They have to. They need this round.
Yeah, अगर double kill नहीं होता ना.
I mean, this is the last chance to use this timeout.
You have to.
Might as well.
Nice.
Losing this game out 13-11 is going to be way easier than going the distance in overtime.
Nice.
Getting Fnatic the chance to be able to close out this first map. Steal out the map pick from KRU after KRU had such a big dominating lead. Going into Haven after losing this, that's going to be all in favor of Fnatic. Oh boy.
This changes everything, right? This next round, even if it goes to OT and KRU still win, the mental impact alone is going to be monumental.
Almost.
So
इधर तक आ गए.
It's not perfect. They've got a couple of ults. They've got 𝐿𝐻𝑃's ult there, and they do the hat for Shy.
कुछ बचा नहीं है ना लेकिन Fnatic के लिए. Booster का ult है.
It looks like judges, stingers. It's not what you want.
To be fair,
tell me about
the last time they conjured up a round, it was off the back of the Sheriffs and the Stingers.
It was.
If there's any round that they're going to win, this is the type of round. We've been seeing it today. We've been seeing it yesterday. We see these rounds. The times when you're like, well, you know, just buy whatever, make something happen. That's when the miracles happen. That's when the magic happens. So will it be another magical round from KRU to be able to close out 13-11? Or is it going to be Fnatic crawling back, making it a real comeback, not just a fake one?
The starting line, maybe to almost kind of feign that it could be 𝐿𝐻𝑃, and then he closes the gap. I'm curious what the plan is off the rip.
Just allows 𝐿𝐻𝑃 to be able to move up with it.
Yeah.
They need to hit the shot on 𝐿𝐻𝑃 if 𝐿𝐻𝑃 does push up this angle right now.
Whoa.
That's info. That's the setup spotted again.
Can they punish him though? I don't know if they can.
Cover going out.
With the stun line from Alpha, they can if they want to. They just don't know what's behind it.
Yeah. And 𝐿𝐻𝑃's been good at this. He, as we've highlighted, he's consistently taken that B-lobby space. He's generally held his ground incredibly well, but as you said, would you risk it here? You're probably question marking that for now.
Insane. क्या control लेके रखा है उसने?
He does a good job. Yeah, he does a good job of just stalling out Fnatic because he uses the one ways, then he backs up, uses the paranoia, backs up, teleports out. He can get away from all these abilities. The wasted time and abilities from Fnatic. So they inch up towards A here. Shock a trip. We found out that's, you know what? That's going to be the Cypher on A. That's going to be pressure. They're pivoting. Are they going to get caught here, though? The 4-man mid-walk from KRU.
Oh, my God. This is what it comes down to.
Remember, 𝐿𝐻𝑃, he's got the Stinger, but he's got his ultimate in play, too. 𝐿𝐻𝑃 going down.
And now do they just force forward?
And the judge
they have no idea on the other side of the smoke. Could be there. Downfall, a disaster. No, Hero going to keep it moving, but still, number advantage. All comes out. KRU in the final moments here. Could close it out in regulation. Deny the turnaround. And stalled out and slowed down. Chronicle and Alpha in a 2v4. Chronicle slipping a little bit further ahead, but the cross being watched. Problems start now. 12 seconds. It's too little. Surely it's too late. Alpha can't do it all alone. And a glimpse
nice try.
KRU snatch back their game. Map 1 is theirs.
A little bit of resurgence there as well from Fnatic. But, I don't know if that big comeback is going to bite them with their endurance for the rest of the series.
And that's the question we'll find out after the break.
उसकी वजह से ही लग गए. अभी देखेंगे ना बाद में वार्ड ट्रिगर होने वाले. क्या अकेला बंदा होल्ड कर रहा था अपने को? अपने पास इतना यूटिल होने के बाद एक भी बार उसको पुशबैक नहीं किया ना। वो वन वे स्मोक करे जा रहा है, करे जा रहा है। FNC GENG Fnatic ग्रीम रिपर का लगाना पड़ेगा लगता है थंबनेल में। जिसको सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ वो उड़ रहे हैं। यमराज दो ऑप्शंस है, इधर आप एंड पे सपोर्ट करो या मिड मैच टीम चेंज। Come on crew, you got this. My heart can't take another upset today. Fnatic in game में Fnatic on international stage. Fnatic we warmed up now. Let's do it quick. चापाचप होने वाला है गेम में। Abhishek Das. Hero is my hero. Let's win. Yeah. Next map we got this. Who's my favorite player?
What an exciting start that was for KRU. They take map 1. I'm now joined by their coach, Adam. Now, Fnatic, they're known as a comeback team. They've done this many, many times against other teams before. But what did you guys talk about in that last timeout? And how did you make sure to close this out and make sure they don't make that comeback onto your team?
मिनीबू ने मेरे को जब भी उसका गेम देखा था ना लास्ट टू लास्ट इवेंट बहुत सरप्राइज हुआ था मैं। बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा था बच्चा। उसके बाद अभी फॉर्म में नहीं है।
So in that pause, we called that mid-round push that we didn't meet, and obviously we got 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐘 just contacting, and that's it. They get out with no entry, and it was just understanding where we're going, and we stacked B and we won the round.
Beautiful counter. Best of luck on map 2.
And KRU managed to pick up the win. At first, we were vamosing, then we weren't vamosing as much, but then we vamos at the end. And KRU managed to pick up the win. And a few, I mean, honestly, a large reason why, especially in the early part of the game, those
KRU won the first map.
Were immaculate. KRU were doing a lot of great things, paper thin, early on in that game, and it really felt like Fnatic were struggling for ideas at the beginning part of that matchup.
I mean, it was a lot of the things that you kind of come to expect from KRU. You know, 𝐿𝙊𝐿𝐼𝑔 kicking indoors. They're doing a great job in these post plants, setting it up, winning a lot of clutches. I mean, that 𝐿𝙊𝐿𝐼𝑔 1v3 was huge for them.
Massive.
Yeah, all those things started to turn things around, but both teams really showcased that they have great attacker sides on this map. But the biggest difference, same thing we saw with Sentinels and GENG. the bonus rounds.
That's right. I mean, came back to bite him in the butt again. It's very hard to be able to win these games when you're not picking up those bonuses, when you're not picking up those pistols.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, you can't have a bonus without having a pistol before it.
Yeah.
But having both of those pistols go the way of KRU and then not being able to convert, that is pretty damn rough. And not being able to stop the conversion, rather, I should say, from the side of KRU. It's just brutality here. And it does end up making the difference, given how close we were going into overtime. It's just one of those little things that gets corrected. You have a completely different story.
Yeah, no, for sure. Now, of course, one player that was certainly standing out in that one, 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 on the Neon. We said it was going to be a problem for Fnatic to deal with. My guy was trying to break some ankles out in the streets there, man. It was impressive to see him really get going on this agent. When he has that agency to move around the map so freely, 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿, it's really difficult to stop this man, especially when he has that cracked out aim. But then, of course, you had someone that was causing a lot of problems for guys like 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿, which was Chronicle, who also had an absolutely phenomenal game too.
Yeah, I mean, we can't not highlight Chronicle just because of the performance that we saw there. Yes, Fnatic did not win that map, but Chronicle was looking like the raid boss.
Yeah.
This guy was absolutely insane. I mean, 2 of the rounds that they were able to get in the first half basically only obtained off the back of Chronicle's efforts, the multiple 4Ks that he was able to have, the clutch to get them on the board in the first place. Chronicle, he's shown up to play. We started seeing the warm-up there from the rest of the Fnatic players. So if they're going to be able to continue to heat up like that and Chronicle can have another performance like that going into map number 2, Fnatic absolutely could extend this to 3.
I mean, for me, he was the player to watch out for Fnatic. He was playing so good in EMEA, the #1 rated player in their region. He can do it all. He's got multi-kill potential.
Incredible.
He has unbelievable utility. He's playing on his comfort pick of Sova. I mean, he is absolutely the real deal, as we know, right? Multiple trophy winner. The guy continues to perform at such an unbelievably high level. Yeah, they're not able to get the win, but he's a big part of why they came so close to coming back and sending it to OT.
Yeah, he had incredible plays, just like this one for a Verizon high-speed moment. Chronicle hitting a wild 4K. I mean, this guy, again, you heard Paper Thin, really giving him his flowers here, but it's plays like this where he just has such a calm and steady hand, and he's taking these fights. He does have a little bit of help there briefly, but then after that, it's one after another after another. And good luck trying to take a 1v1 battle against Chronicle. 9 times out of 10 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿, he's going to come out on top.
Yeah, and I mean, as you can see right here, it doesn't really matter how many people you throw at him.
Yeah.
Granted, he does manage to isolate all of these into those 1v1s, be able to get the individual pickoffs, but he's just such a steady hand for Fnatic. I mean, again, one of the biggest things that we've seen with the teams that have had success in this year and in years past, it's that there are those multiple layers. It's not just that one guy you have to worry about for KRU. It's 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿, it's 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 for here. It's Chronicle, Leo in the past when he was there, but even Hero has been putting up some great rounds
too.
And you of course have 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿 and Alpha here. So like these rosters have so many layers to them, but Chronicle was the one that was very much out in the forefront here for Fnatic.
Yeah, from the beginning, and even though they weren't able to pick up that win, you could definitely see them, begin to get the building pieces going forward for what is to come as we move on to map 2. Let's go ahead and hear what 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 has to say as we get ready for Haven.
Between those two teams,
I'm now standing by with
Chronicle,
the head coach of Fnatic, 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 ahead
Alpha,
of map 2. Now, if you want to progress to the playoffs, you have to take KRU on Haven and Lotus and win them both. Normally on paper, that looks pretty good for you guys. You guys are comfortable on those maps, but it's also 2 of their best maps as well. So what do you got to look out for to make sure you close this one out?
I think we should have played together on Street I think both teams knew coming to this series that both Haven and Lotus were going to show up. They're both good maps, both of us.
क्योंकि उसको वो first fight नहीं मिलता ना यार.
Close out man advantages, that would be nice.
And how are we handling 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿?
और surprise element नहीं रहता. Breach पता रहता है किधर से आ रहा है. दाप करते हुए.
All right, we'll see how it goes on map 2. Good luck.
Utility डालते हुए आता है, तो surprise
look, at the beginning of Sunset, I felt like 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 was quite devastating in a few of those rounds. But I think that cool, calm demeanor is certainly going to be something that the Fnatic camp will need as they get ready for Haven. If we take it back to 2021, this was one of the maps that these two teams have played on in the past. I believe KRU was the one who picked up the win on Haven, if I'm correct.
Yep.
Yeah. So here we go. We got our agents coming through here, and nothing really changes on each side. You got the Yoru, 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿, and 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 back on that Neon.
Yeah, and now both of these teams, they come into this map with some win streaks behind them. Fnatic throughout this year over in EMEA have won on it 5 times. KRU 4 times, I believe, over in Americas and into that series versus TRX, where they looked incredibly strong. That was a 13-2 scoreline. Fnatic, though, they still are going to be sticking here with this ISO 𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐿. We know how cracked he can be, but he's going to have to deliver.
Yeah, the 𝘎𝑟u's really good. My eyes are on Shy for KRU. He played really well there on Sunset, led the way with first kills for them, did a great job on the defender side, but he's going to have a tough task going against this 𝘎𝑟u comp.
Well, let's see if this goes the distance, fellas. It certainly deserves it. We're going to send it back over to your casters for this one. It's Pansy and Steel.
इनको शायद कंट्रोल लेने में बहुत तड़पना पड़ेगा ऐसा फील हो रहा है मेरे को
now. Fnatic having to come back in this after facing such a close affair on map 1, but KRU pipping them to the post. KRU looked good after that real drought of rounds. They came back, resurged it, and closed out in regulation. But now we walk into a whole different situation here, Josh. These changes are big for both sides.
KRU definitely faltered in the middle of that game. They won both pistols and bonus rounds and only closed out 13-11. Fnatic
duels पे हारे रहे Fnatic first half बहुत ठुके
change in style.
उसकी वजह से
yes, we have
हारे
Hero to lock down and Chronicle
और
brick walls.
last वाला भी round
that KRU could not
वही
get
अकेले ने
past
कंट्रोल
on the
लेके रखा
defense.
उसको हटा नहीं पाया और उधर ही end up
KRU,
करना
the
था
contact
उनको
round.
उसकी वजह से
Up into B this time.
Oh, 𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐿, good clean start. Gets away, but the exchange of space. KRU going to take the site, get the plant. You're looking at the rest of the map though as well. It's being somewhat surrounded. You're going to get the pressure in the back lines eventually, but they want to take space of their own. They're pressuring through towards that A connector side. Chronicle seems aware. They're sitting pretty deep on this. Being herded around, but Fnatic need to start taking steps towards the side here. MTA not falling foul to any of that nonsense. Waiting this and holding these extremities. The clock is going to start ticking here. Out for the first one to draw blood. 𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐿 maybe next on the chopping block, but Fnatic step by step. Just the Bash brothers here taking heads. Between 𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐿 and Alpha, job done.
Not only a pistol, but a flawless pistol. And as we're talking about, what are the differences between Sunset and Haven? Fnatic starting on defense, both maps, right? First change, they got a pistol round. That's going to set the tempo a little bit. Second changes, Fnatic was trying to go for all these retakes on Sunset. They weren't ahead of what was going on, and they weren't winning any of those retakes. But here, they've got double duelist. They have ISO and 𝘎𝑟u𝑢. That means that they're going to go for more fights. That means that they're going to move around way more. More proactivity, more in the face. And KRU, are they going to be able to deal with this right now?
This could be a blender as well. You can see the setup already. Doesn't get what they wanted necessarily, but they have to respect it enough that 𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐿 can then start working towards 𝑍, get the ult back away. A shot in the dark and a reward. Chronicle happy enough.
He has to drone to re-clear the sewers. That smoke up, shrouded. The walk around.
Oh, careful. 𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐿 only going to get to go to the back of the side, but both duelists are here. Still got Alpha on this side. They're still feeling very pressured. KRU chomping at the bit to try and close the gap, and it ain't pretty for Alpha. That's a good trade. MTA with just the classic doing the damage, and that's a rifle that could be lovingly picked up. They'll take that every day of the week if they can. But heat down low, 𝐾𝐘 still breathing. That's where the worries really lay here. 𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐿, I mean, it was a casual glance from Heat, but he gets punished, and now Fnatic shut down the threat. 2 rounds now.
2 rounds. Fnatic looking to do the same thing that KRU did to them in the previous map. And we're talking about how KRU's been strong on Haven, how they destroyed 13-2 against DRX. But Fnatic, they pick this map all the time for good reason. Yeah. They've been dominating on it. They've been using this as like their go-to map in EMEA, and it's not even been close. They just destroy everyone that's in their paths. So right now, Fnatic trying to come back, narrowly losing that first map 11-13. They want to win this, and they want to win this big.
And the proactive play is not going to be relenting. They're going to keep this sort of tone up, this pressure up. Into the bonus, they want to be relentless. As 𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐿 in towards sewers, the spam, good. Going to get MTA a little low, but how do one of them face this? Do they try and keep bullishly approaching this? Or do they rescind a little? Maybe just going to pop up 𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐼𝐿 and hope he can get a punish on this over-aggression potential. Does the out drone check it? That is the question. This is huge. This could be the game changer, but it is just a 1-for-1 trade out here. Fnatic still coming out on top of those duels, at least for now. Request from Boasted in sewers. Surely you don't expect this.
He's all alone in here, though.
Really heads up work from MTA to recheck
this is the spot that Chronicle shines in, though. Oh, he moves away from that position, though. He doesn't know about the walk up.
But yeah, and he gets
भाई उसने साइड में क्यों देखा Chronicle ने?
Slow creep forward. Hero, He's over towards B. He's so far away.
दूसरे की तरफ देख रहा था वो.
They've got what they needed.
ऐसा.
3 still standing.
और knife
If there's
निकाल
anyone to do this, it's Benji Fishy. If there's anyone else, it's Hero.
You're not wrong. But he's not being given much, right? You're going to have the Owl drone to re-clear over towards CT, quite telling that maybe it's towards Heaven, but he got him sleeping! MTA so unaware! And now a glimmer of hope and a chance!
नसीब.
Dwindles. Heat,
जीत सकते थे Fnatic round ये.
KRU making
वो पहले 2 kills के बाद जाने के बाद भी जीत सकते थे.
Sort of situations.
Just keeping an eye on Boaster's economy here. Op is definitely able to get purchased. Light shields on Boaster, passes that off over to 𝐿𝐿𝐾𝐿. Now that's in play. Alpha, he's got his ultimate. He's gonna get some people in the gulag. And his success rate on it has been so good. He's been winning constantly, time and time again. But Hero's gonna get his first test of the map right here. Round 4 over on C. Fnatic give him so much faith in his just ability to lock it down. So many times I see him just pop the cage, peek out, get a 3K spray down. But KRU was just doing it to apply some pressure, maybe shock or break an entrance trip. They didn't shock it.
This is good. This is good start from KRU. They need to kind of get the lay of the land, get the feel of what it's like to play against Fnatic here, get that tempo down.
We haven't seen them explore Garage yet. We've only seen them go B on that pistol round. We haven't seen them go C yet. Everything's been towards A right now. And I think Fnatic have a good idea of this. 𝐿𝐿𝐾𝐿 actually is on the outlaw right now. I think they were toying with the idea of a full purchase of the op, I'm pretty sure.
They were chopping and changing right until the round started. But there's not that many light shields here, just one in the end. I think that's with MTA. Shy going to be able to withstand.
Oh!
Lucky boy.
They're quick on his toes. KRU are kind of finding their footing here, right? They're starting to get that pacing right. They may be feeling that something was a little up, seeing Chronicle on long like that, maybe really reading into it, dealing with 𝐿𝐿𝐾𝐿. Again, if you've watched Fnatic play this, there's, you know, there are trends to it, there are tones to it. Chronicle going to be forced off the angle and KRU then get the sight. Clear enough approach. Whoa, hold on. I say that. There's still threat here. Chronicle going to be able to do some real chip damage on this one. Yeah, look at that, the vulnerability and the punish, but it's still 𝐾𝐿 keeping this safe. They're the walking wounded, but they're still alive. The plant's in play, and Alpha with that rifle is the danger man. He always has been from the start. Clears a little, shows presence. Hero taking a couple of brave steps in, but the 4 men on the other side not really wanting any of what he's selling.
This is still doable.
It certainly is.
Alpha still has his ultimate to pop as well.
But the timing on this Hero would probably need another here. You've got to feel it. But Alpha trying to take those steps beside him. Lots of players, looks for the swing. Alpha can only get one. KRU, stability found here, Josh. Really getting the lay of the land.
Fnatic has 2 things they have to keep in mind right here. The first is that KRU has gone A every single round. 1 round towards B, that was pistol, contact, everything else A. So maybe Fnatic needs to start bolstering that in those late rounds. Alpha still has that ultimate up, and I'm wondering when he's going to start using that. Has he found enough confidence from the end of that sunset map to be able to go and take these duels, or is he going to find this perfect time to isolate the perfect player?
Also seeing the operator out for 𝐿𝐿𝐾𝐿. First time we're really seeing this here. You saw it toyed with earlier on, but position considered. And in a switch up from KRU, I like this, testing other areas on the map now. It'll be Boaster who'd be on the chopping block, and he's going to be very careful how he plays this. 𝐾𝐿𝐾 has been a threat through and through. And they're respecting him enough, giving him a little bit of space to play with here. Playing off the back of connector. The paranoids have been great from Boaster, to be fair. He has been set up a lot of this action. There's that 1v1. 𝐿𝐿𝐾 in the domain expansion. Oh, he's got him! Big punish there. 𝐿𝐿𝐾 doing wonders. Does get traded, but the trade comes back. B is not safe nor secure just yet. But that reinvestment of the smoke, and Fnatic try and hold on to this. Where does KRU go? We've seen them lean heavily towards A. That's been their final destination more often than not.
Boaster A round to multi-kill मार भाई बस.
They got options.
मजा आ जावे.
Boaster re-aggressing here.
नहीं, A की तरफ सोच के जा रहे हैं, लेकिन वो C आ रहे. Oh no!
The read all these rounds has been towards A right now from KRU. The big read here from Fnatic is that surely they go A again here. But no, C-site is open for business.
Lovely read, good mid-rounding there. And again,
भाई radar देख रहे कि नहीं? सो गए थे क्या तीनों?
Opens up so much opportunity for them to try and play through this map.
The stun is going to come up from Heat at the tail end of the spike. Doesn't matter. Fnatic's going to save here. They have that op. It's way too important for them to go for a round here and not get it. Alpha. I wonder if that's going to deter him from using his ultimate later on in the game, because first chance with it, he doesn't get it. It's not looking good for him.
But he is a player who can bounce back. I think we've seen it before. He's one of those that even when he first came in, I mean, called the Wonder Kid for a reason. The guy is good. I doubt it's going to fully affect him, but again, it is that confidence. When we talk about it in regular season, especially on ISO, even after the nerf, when it, you know, stopped being just a ridiculous agent, he was still statistically outrageous in those 1v1s. So you're right, maybe there is going to be that little bit of doubt beginning, but we wait and see. We have to look how this goes forward. But for now, since we got into the bigger gun rounds, since we started to see that buy come in place for KRU, they've had a fantastic read on this game. They have been working Fnatic here, and this has been a stronghold for Fnatic.
Is this going to be a fast play? They have the ultimates for it. Melzer can ultimate into the backlines. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿 can sprint at their faces. Heat ready to stun. Hunter's Fury as well, but looks like maybe just a normal default opening.
There's a little bit of pace to it, at least to take towards that long control.
Mid space being taken from 𝐸𝐸 at the same time. 𝐵𝑜aster tried toying with this last round. Keeping in mind from the last game, Sunset, KRU, all their rounds were basically on pistols, bonuses, not many gun rounds. Now, 3 gun rounds already posted up on the board. Fnatic needing to find their footing and fast.
You're absolutely right.
Spot multiple people here. Who's going to tank it?
Away we go. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿 wants in. Gap closed if he can. 𝐵𝑜aster going to be thwarted away and actually caught up on that. 𝐵𝑜aster goes down. And with 50 seconds, they can pause here. They don't have to overdo it. They've done so well already with that opening pick. But of course, 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿 would love to do a bit of damage, keep that ult going. But as it stands, still got the rifle to fall back toward.
They're going to pause and go again. But if they do go back to see, 𝐸𝐸 is there with the op. He's been sitting here all round. Chronicle, Alpha. Probably the 2 best players that you would want here outside of Hero to be the ones that are having to deal with this defense here. Chronicle, he's not going to have anybody.
Okay, long walla.
But this has to be, this is such an individual moment for Alpha, and they've been punished on this corner before, so they've got to check it with diligence, and they do this time. They're learning their lessons. They're learning on the fly, and they are flooding the site. KRU looking perfect until now, but it's cleared. Chronicle can only do so much when he gets one, and it's save time for 𝐸𝐸. As it stands, KRU have the read on this game. I think a lot of people seeing this veto thought it would end heavily towards Fnatic. That first map would have been KRU's favor. But so far, so good for KRU, Josh.
So far, so good. No impact yet with the op. He hasn't even been able to take a shot with it yet. So KRU doing a really good job of avoiding it. Trying to hunt him down now as well. Shy coming in. But he's going to go down. Still, the hunt is on.
Yeah. I mean, money's pretty good for KRU. They've been keeping these rounds
3 in a row, yeah. A lot of people.
This is the prized possession that Fnatic can really look to try and retain, but
बेचारे को खेलने नहीं मिल रहा है भाई.
Does he get around the corner? He does, but 𝐸𝐸 is going to secure. So it looks like that operator will be staying in hand here. So a thin chance potentially, but Josh, is this timeout time? Is this too early? Do you think Fnatic still have the answers that they need?
It could be timeout time. I wouldn't be against that. One thing that we really haven't seen yet from Fnatic is them doing these mid walkdowns. We saw 𝐵𝑜aster smoke window and kind of hold that haystack area. We've seen even 𝐸𝐸 in this last round kind of walk down a little bit, but they abandon it. They don't get anyone inserted into the window room. They don't get anyone down under the window or pushed all the way up by that hay area. And right now, KRU's not even testing C. If I'm Fnatic, I'm probably looking either insert someone down middle, then bolster up A, trust Hero to be able to get his 2 or 3 kills and lock down that site, and then play the retake after that, and then wait and expect KRU to keep going A, because that's all KRU has in their game plan right now is go A, go A, go A, and it's working right now. And, you know, maybe part of that is how Fnatic played that. Alpha going into the corner, you're not Reyna, buddy. They're going to clear you. They're going to stun you with that bouncy stun from the Neon, but maybe the position needs to be better. They can crossfire, pivot, bait and switch off of each other. It's not there right now, so a little bit of individual decision-making mistakes from the side of Fnatic, but KRU kind of just sticking to their guns. 5-man group.
Reload.
You're giving us the space, we'll take it. If you're blocking us, we'll wait, and then we'll try again. We'll wait, we'll try it again. Right now, it's working for KRU.
And you know you got them on the ropes from the call and the timeout as well.
Yep.
a lot of teams wouldn't have wanted to walk into the death trap that's Chronicle, Alpha, 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐾 traditionally over towards that A side, but as we've seen, KRU have looked so diligent in approach. They've really got everything wrapped up, but a change here. Josh, they brought Hero over with his utility. This is a big change, even in this kind of half-buy round.
They're kind of faking the setup here. They're showing the op, they're showing Chronicle's dart, they're showing that it's an A default, but Hero's playing A. They're probably going to leave him alone, not expecting the kill trips on the site here. But now, the change up from KRU after that timeout. Hey, you know what? We're going to fake this. We're going to go over. We're going to explore Garage for the first time when it's not even being defended. What is this, a read?
Yeah, I mean, if you're Fnatic, you're just feeling the KRU are in your head. They've got the plat booster. How are you alive? And KRU are chomping at the bit. They've got this red so well, but can they stick the landing? Rotations are in. Does KRU then adjust? No. They're going straight on in. 𝐾𝐿 leading the charge. 3 players on this site though. It's difficult, and 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐾 with a missed shot. That ain't pretty. And now there's problems galore. 𝐾𝐿 trying to get amongst them. He's surrounded.
क्या चल रहा है भाई?
The judge rattling off shot after shot for KRU. Finally controlling the site. It was hectic, it was chaotic, but it's theirs. 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐾 still breathing, and Chronicle still with the Bulldog. There are opportunities here. They are locked on this site. They can't find an easy way out until now. Smoke goes up. They can cross back through. 𝐿𝙊𝐿𝐼𝐿 noted. They're going to know where he's gone.
Here.
फिर से सेव.
Try and see if anyone falls for it, but discipline being displayed by KRU.
Back site spotted now.
They know at least where 2 players are, but they're just getting no chances. 𝐿𝙊𝐾's already out of there. I mean, maybe he can make it costly for them, but that's not going to be good enough. That's another round for KRU. Showing versatility now, Josh. As we said, they're hammering that A side over and over and over. And maybe the logical choice was that they would have bolstered that A side after the timeout, but what a great pivot from KRU.
One thing that we saw last map as well was that KRU was constantly trying to pivot, stay a step ahead of Fnatic, and right here they do it again. You guys are going to take a timeout? Okay, right now you're talking about what we've been doing to you. We're getting into round 7 of the game at that point. Okay, time to switch up what we're doing, because now you're adjusting to what we were doing, now we do something else. You're going to heavy pivot on A site, cool. We're going to go and abuse you towards Garage. And right now, Fnatic, I mean, 𝐿𝙗𝐾 wasn't even hitting any of those op shots. He missed 3 on the opening there. Alpha wasn't getting anything done either. Both on the back of the side. There were 4 defenders from Fnatic, and they couldn't get like more than 1 kill between them. Back to the normal standard for Fnatic. KRU looking to just farm this orb, put a little bit of pressure towards C, show a different opening, but 𝐿𝙗𝐾 taking that space, getting that deep A line. This is the first time we've seen him this aggressive on A. He's got this op all the way up, inserted, and a pick off on an Omen would be huge.
But they aren't making mistakes. KRU are on the money, Josh. They're reading it so well. They're diligent. They're heads up about their work. They're not letting it go unpunished. 𝐿𝙗𝐾 has to fall back. A minute still to play with, and they've already sent him scurrying.
It's the first time Shy's actually looking towards Garage this game.
Perfect spot, jump
Everything's
spot.
been 5-man hits from KRU.
Insane.
Now, that's nice, but chip damage ain't going to get you around here. KRU starting to explore the map. You're right, Shy, that lurk is the first time we're seeing it. This is the follow-up.
अभी अगर vulnerable होता और वो पहला shock dart पड़ता, मज्जा आ जाता भाई. गायब था वो 𝐾𝐿.
They're actually going back this way.
They broke the trip.
लेकिन अगर मगर की बातों से क्या होता है?
Shy still putting that pressure on Garage, but it's going to be towards B that they go. Rolling Thunder in play, probably going to extend into one of the links here. Smoked right side, so maybe they push left side with it, or they can save it for the post plant. Ghoster.
The vulnerable finding nothing here. They can't close down on it again. A nice post plant setup sitting deep here. Yeah, 𝐿𝙗𝐿's have to try and play on the side. 𝐿𝙗𝐾 going to opt for the ult as well, but 𝐿𝙗𝐿 still looking solid. Gets spotted, and he swings on it. That's sick. Looking for the follow-up on Boaster too. Desperate to try and do damage. He's done so much. And now, Fnatic falling like flies, and KRU at the helm of this. Chronicle's got to run. This is exceptional work from KRU. I can't stress it enough. As Fnatic are not finding solutions anymore, they only find problems.
Sub next level जा चुके हैं.
Less money, more problems. Right now, though, for Fnatic, KRU in full control. KRU's control.
6 rounds.
6 rounds to 2. We saw this on Sunset. We saw what Fnatic needed to do to get back into the game, kind of take it round by round, slow things down, try to just stay alive until they can get to their attack side. leaps and bounds better than their defense on that first map of Sunset. Can it be the same thing here? Or are we going to see KRU actually close it out after building up this big lead? KRU staying a step ahead all the time. It's like they switched up their entire game plan once that timeout came in from Fnatic.
And they talked about being haunted by those earlier results. Champions, years ago now. Now we're seeing the same thing here on. It's perfect. KRU, as said, reading them like a book. Everything they want to try. Any little look they want to bring out, it gets dealt with. And KRU just going to pause here. Maybe feeling that aggression throughout, especially after that opener from 𝐿𝐾𝐾. KRU showing them respect. And again, so composed in these pressure moments. You're seeing the slow walk back in from Fnatic over towards A, but KRU not moving yet, taking their time. We've still got a minute to play with.
Drone to re-clear middle, just to ensure that nothing's behind this 𝐿𝐾𝐾 death. Right now, mid is completely clear. So Fnatic, maybe they're passive on B, otherwise maybe A stack or C stack.
Bang bang होने वाला है
45 seconds. Once KRU starts deciding that they're going to commit to one of these spots, it's not going to be enough time for them to pivot out, even with that neon.
Maybe a stack, but KRU have been on the money. 30 seconds. Reactive shield for Alpha. And not a clean fight they would have wanted. He does get out at least with his life. KRU clear in the corners. 20 seconds, they're running low on time. They've got to commit to this. What's the game plan now? You can't pivot away. There is no running nor hiding. Already Chronicle backfilling the space towards 𝐿𝐴. Fnatic are here. They are making their stand. They're trying to dig in for KRU, prying them out. First foul, but the follow-up's looking good. Fnatic maybe finally finding the fall, but a 1v2, and it's 𝐾𝐿, the death dealer himself for time. I don't think he's got the time for this in Chronicle. He just has to play to the clock, and he does. A third found for Fnatic, but that was after a drought of rounds.
3 to 6 looks way better than 2 to 6, 2 to 7 either.
True.
Especially offsuit. 3 to 6, and you know, if Fnatic's able to crawl this back, yes, they got the pistol round, but they gave a little bit of space to KRU. Didn't try to instantly buy that off. They could have done it. They were toying with it. They go for the outline instead. They get the tag, 140 damage.
Good job.
They don't get the kill. They lose the round. KRU takes a big lead, but Fnatic still in the position to be able to close this out.
Up. I mean, rolling back the years and the man to draw blood. The smoke's there as well. Do they dare to respect it? No. But look at the mid walk as well. The timing could be right. It is. Fnatic getting a good read now into the round.
इतने राउंड से यही कुछ
round win. Is this going to give a second sign of life for Fnatic? Normally 𝐿𝐾𝐾 has that up. He doesn't have that verticality. The smoke still blooms up top to protect against it, but doesn't matter. 𝐾𝐿 down to 24 HP. The full retake on C. Hero just spotting it from CT spawn. Trip still up in garage. They can listen for any shenanigans with an Omen TP across it.
It feels like the first time in quite some time that Fnatic have a man to the good, if not two.
Oh no.
My God, 𝐾𝐿.
It's a big kill.
And there's no answer back. And look at the space he's taking. This is perfect. Chronicle's read it well, but he's outnumbered here. There is 𝐾𝐿 following, but he isolates the fight on Heat. Takes a glimpse, and he gets his...
क्या गलत टाइम.
The healthier of the two players, and they aren't going to springboard towards the site. In the meantime, Alpha wins this 1v1, but 𝐾𝐿 in a 1v3. If it was anyone else, I might doubt it. It would need an ace and nothing less. This is difficult, but this man is god tier, but not this round. 𝐿𝐾𝐾, good for it. Fnatic make it up to 4.
And that's revenge for Alpha on the first ultimate usage. It was on 𝐿𝐿, and he lost that duel. Now he does it again, gets the better of him. Fnatic closing that gap, 4 to 6. A 6-6 half would be anyone's game. KRU. Last game, they were in the lead. They couldn't close it out cleanly. Can they do it this game? Or are they going to let Fnatic get back into the game? Timeout. Economy still pretty healthy. Vandals up.
Come on.
Come on.
Okay. Who's he imitating there?
I have no idea, honestly. You got a good idea who?
Not sure. Not sure. Usually I'm pretty good with that pop culture, you know, media references, but here, not sure.
But yeah, the timeout for KRU, and you're right, and this does give you kind of those echoes of map 1, where it got too close for comfort. Now, fortunately for KRU, they were able to weather that storm. They came out the other side of it looking okay. You know, a win's a win. You take them when you get them, right? You're just happy you won in regulation rather than OT. But here, there are dangers to this composition, especially on that attacking side. Very hard to pin down. It really starts to snowball a little if you're seeing Alpha do well or 𝐿𝙬𝐾𝐘. But scoreline-wise, it's still KRU looking solid here. It's 2 rounds back-to-back. Do you think there's more in the tank here, though, for Fnatic?
Fnatic probably is finding their footing, and now they're getting a little bit stability. But part of it is also KRU did choose the wrong thing, and Fnatic finally got ahead of it in their correct place. So the first few rounds wasn't in the right place. Here, 𝐵oaster gets on top of that default box on C, is able to put KRU down with that op. The other rounds where it was at A, 𝐿𝙬𝐾 wasn't able to really do anything with it, but now it's all on KRU. You have those 2 main openings, your A default into like walking contact A, or that C smoke at the orb and then go back to A. Is KRU going to show us something else? They've been winning with some of these C splits, but they try to go back to their tried and tested A hit. Here, they take the control.
I mean, it was working. But we are seeing that mid walk now from 𝐿𝙬𝐾. That's a little different. Gonna have to eventually fall away from this, it looks like. As Shy probably checking on it, but a walk from the smoke. Chronicle isolating the first, and actually dividing and conquering towards 𝐿𝑬𝐾, who's out to try to take that fight as he could. But this is good, another man advantage.
There's no smokes. I'm wondering why they didn't go heaven, but here, 𝐿𝑬𝐾 moving his way up, sees that trip. Maybe that's a good indicator that, hey, we can do something with B or C at this point, as they're backing away slowly.
But it looks like Fnatic learning from their lessons here as well. Hero's still sitting towards C. He still has a setup here as well. You still have 𝐵oaster with that operator. Maybe another element they're not truly expecting on this connector side. But it depends on the timing and where they decide to go. This is the first test for Hero if they do opt to lean towards that C side.
Drone just re-cleared A. Long A is completely clear. They're rotating off. 𝐵oaster is in B. Yep.
There we go. This
Shy walking through the smoke. Are they going to clear their close left? This is huge. If Shy is able to get 2, trigger discipline.
He's gone for the first. That's fair enough, but the hat investment is massive. Alpha's on the other side, but they're going to get the read here. They now know the Hero's on this side, as is Chronicle. They've got their work cut out now, but it works so well. Swing for the site. Hero's been good at this. He's been a monster at holding these down, but under such scrutiny. Pressure! What pressure! Hero up to the test. Another for the young gun. Looking to shut down on Shy. The last one alive. No more bullets. Doesn't need it.
Hero ने hero play कर दिया है भाई. बचा लिया.
KRU hasn't been trying Hero at C basically all game. This is the first real test, and he shows up and he doesn't let KRU into the map, into the round, into the site.
That's why you don't go C.
That's why you don't go C. That's
People learn that. They learn that eventually in EMEA. KRU learns it real quickly now. That guy was outrageously good, and seeing it back here. I mean, again, to say this guy came into this roster, revitalized Fnatic. Seeing that sort of impact is just unbelievable. But not out of the woods yet. A lot of ults to play with here, Josh, though. Fnatic have a lot to bring through, but 𝐿𝑬𝐾 still looking to be dangerous, trying to be the instigator. But they're trying to pressure them from the offset. Oh, so much damage as well. Chronicle's connection on towards Heat is divine. And yeah, look at the HP.
Yep.
Ouch.
दो प्लेयर घायल
so low HP and so many players breach down. I like what KRU did in the previous round where they were able to kind of put pressure on multiple different angles at the same time. Shy almost going down here. Alpha, he wants it.
Oh yeah.
But here 𝐿𝙬𝐾 sitting by the short position. 𝐵oaster with the op. Normally you'd see the opposite, the inverse.
And then they're trying to feign this pressure again, right? Towards B, towards C. They're trying to keep that there, that pause on the A-long approach. But they're not falling for it this time. They've still got 3 players here.
Made this drone re-clear. It's not going to see them at long A. They're going to bite and over-rotate.
Oh, but they spot them in sewer, though.
That was way too early, 𝐿𝑬𝐾.
If you'd waited a couple more seconds, you could imagine the impact that would have had.
आराम से एक kill मार दे, काम तमाम हो जाएगा.
Still, 𝐵oaster up.
Yeah, 𝐵oaster up works out. MTA's gone down now. You're going to be committing to this one. Nice shot from 𝐿𝙬𝐾, but would need more than that. They can fall back a little safer. 20 seconds. It's really in KRU's court to make the next move. TP, that's not bad. That could get them...
To B? With the spike? Okay. Just to pull them away.
But the man won't
बस angle रख मारते रहे बस
angle. But there's no laughing matter now.
Nice round.
6. We are tied all even again. KRU going to be getting
flashy.
flashbacks from map 1 after such close affair. You don't want to miss the end to this ridiculous series here.
Back to supporting Fnatic. लगेगा भी नहीं ना वो अभी जो पोस्टर ने 3K लिया 3K लिया ना या 2K जो भी लिया वो क्लिप देख के लगेगा नहीं ना चैंपियंस का गेम है रेना को नहीं देखा अभी तक हम लोग ने चैंपियंस में भूख लगा यार तो खाना खाना है इसके बाद खाऊंगा आवाज आ रहा है ना साला समझा कि माइकी में उठता स्विगी नहीं रहे घर पे बनता है ना खाना भाई
It is game on here in Seoul. 6-6, tied up all even after an incredibly close map 1. Map 2 is delivering. Josh, now on that side switch, where is your mind going?
It's very difficult to predict how this is going to play out. I would say, based on how we've seen Fnatic playing in EMEA, they're so good on their attack sides with baiting out all the traps that are happening. Yoru on the side of 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐘, just being able to go towards Garage, find out where the setup is, disarm the Cypher trips, bait out the stuns, pivot, pivot, pivot. Constantly pivoting away from everything. And right now, the way they played their Sunset attack, I think that they have it in them to be able to close out this map and take us to a third one. KRU, they were doing a really good job early on, but lose steam. Can they find the steam again? Increase that temperature early enough for them to be able to crawl back, stop Fnatic from advancing here.
Yeah, I do get a little scared when we sideswap with especially these agents on the attacking side. But you're right, KRU absolutely can do it. There's nothing denying it, but that's a start. 𝐿𝐾𝐾 going to take the head of 𝐾𝐘, who's been a heavy hitter for that KRU side. And they can back away, first blood drawn really early.
That was also info. That looked like a 1-3-1 setup from the side of KRU, ready to fast pivot either direction that they needed to go. Fnatic, Boaster took a little bit of damage. He's down low. 𝐿𝐾𝐾 has 70 HP, but he's got both of his teleports. KRU re-clearing through short. So many lanes on this map. This next fight.
It's everything, isn't it, really? He and 𝐿𝐻 are answering back just perfectly, controlling such a large space coming in towards this A site. And the exchange here, Fnatic just going to run it back. They don't fancy it anymore.
They're going to have Chronicle. Okay, he's just exchanging weapons, but again, KRU does this so often where they actually pivot back to the correct site so well. They did it on Sunset, but here, they faked their footsteps. They faked like they were going to run it back to C. They go back into A. They have that trip. They have that camera. Don't pop that camera. Use it. Save it for that post plant. It's gone now.
That would have been nice, wouldn't it?
3-on-4, and Alpha's positioning is everything. He's going to listen for that big rotation through CT spawn and try to take out anyone who's coming through B, cutting out close, trying to recreate close middle, looking for
Sentinels
a lurker. But Alpha...
Nice.
Nice Alpha.
Yeah, it feels like good timing on that more than anything. He cresses the corner at the right time, and now they can kind of figure out where the rest of the pack is playing back in from.
No smokes, dart and drone available for Chronicle. That's going to be the first key. Alpha's going to go first.
Needs to make sure. Yep, first found though, MTA, good work here. Next challenger, 𝐿𝐾𝐾!
Well played!
Good damage! Chronicle falls, but the time is on his side here. Ooh, big damage from Shy, hold on.
Time's getting low.
To the clock, yeah. He's got to play this to the absolute letter. Nice try!
He got off!
He didn't get half! He didn't half it, no!
He would have had it if he got it just a millisecond longer.
How close was that to half?
You know how one of these interviews, I forget who it was, it might have been Boaster, was saying that when they first started doing 𝐿𝐼𝐾𝐄 on Yoru, he kept mispressing. He meant to like fake TP, but he actually TP'd. Oh man, I wonder if that happened there, or if he meant to do that at that timing. It was like, oh man, that was
so good.
Slimmest of margins.
I wish I could see how close that half was, because that would have changed everything.
It looked like it was a sliver. It was like a sliver.
Oh, there was a little bit on it. There was a little bit on it.
He had to get off. Okay, good timing.
Thank you for the
mental clock
replay there. Appreciate you.
पहला राउंड है गाइस
coming forward, that means obviously very early rifles. We got the Vandal out for 𝐿𝐼𝐾𝐄 for Alpha.
पहले मैप में तो मेरे को नहीं लगा कोई
classic round था उसका. I mean, not much to write home about barring 𝐾𝐘𝐿's investment.
I look right now on Boaster and Chronicle's positioning here as this A walk-up is happening right now. Are they going to do any sort of pressure or re-clearing before they commit to this? They do have all their abilities. They have that drone in play. Smoke, Paranoia. Alpha on
फिलहाल नहीं कर रहा हूँ workout.
Not on breach.
No करना चाहता हूँ. करूँगा.
Here we go. Ooh, not clean. That does give a chance for this counter swing. Yeah, nicely done from 𝐿𝐼𝐾𝐿. Well timed on that. Starting to follow his Boaster to collect in the end. So they lose out on 2. That could have been a nice man advantage there.
Still a Fnatic round. They have the better guns. They have the shields. And they have the numbers. It's all about picking the right spot. But 𝐾𝐿 with that Marshall at the back of C site. This is the weapon you want for the spot. Misses that first opportunity.
Yeah, and whoa!
Okay.
That's a shot.
30 seconds left.
A valiant attempt. But the plant's going to be there now, and sadly for Heat and Shy, those weapons aren't going to be what they want to be working with.
The sleeper has awakened.
Yeah, honestly. What are you meant to do if you're crew now? Try and make it costly if you could. But even then, you'd be looking to take down maybe one of these rifles.
𝐿𝐼𝐾𝐿 already has his ultimate. He does not need to go hunting, although I know he'll be fighting his inner demons not to go for it right now.
He loves it. And it is Alpha, the one who swapped the rifle over, so trying to be very diligent about it and not leave that to any potential chance. Last 2 players, yeah, he's hunting again. Even Paranoia going on this close corner. Nah, not going to get it. Okay, goes down.
It's an orb.
And exactly that. Still gets an orb, obviously not the ideal reward there for him, but he'll take what he gets, and the other's going to give this up for the spike. Fnatic stamping their authority, at least in this half to start with.
So going into this round, this would be, what, probably a bonus round for Fnatic.
Yep.
They have that Euro ultimate. I would not be surprised for them to do some sort of, subterfuge. Use that Euro ultimate as part of a fake, put a lot of pressure. We've seen them do it towards C to go pull off somewhere else. Over there. I want to see Fnatic pace a little bit. Show us that they're feeling confident, that they know that they can go fast and just win. They're feeling more confident. We're seeing them get
smiles
more
on the faces,
smiles on the faces,
animated, and that does make such a big difference. I mean, you saw it with crew in map 1 until that, well, the score got so close. They were very similar scenes, but as it stands, not too pacey off the rip, taking their time, but wait and see if that ult does come into effect. There it is. Let's see the value we get here. First man on the chopping block.
Time to jump.
MTA, so got to be careful.
Time to jump.
And just slip away so far, but plenty of info
here. Le, isko de.
Oh, good Paranoia. Lovely unison between the two. Even 3, really, between 𝐿𝐼𝐾𝐿, Hero, and Boaster. It was tailor-made to take down MTA. Sight's theirs.
Don't know what crew's going to do. 5-on-4 in the favor of Fnatic. Crossfire in hand as well.
You're kind of banking on 𝐾𝐿 to be an instigator, right? Be the man to lead the charge to get back in it, but it's 𝐿𝐼𝐾𝐿 set it in motion. 𝐿𝐼𝐾𝐿 falls.
It's an opening.
Yeah, this is a start. This gets them in the door. The smoke's still in place, so it can give them a fair fight, and that's perfect for Shy. And the follow-up! Bringing death from heaven, and now crew's starting to clean. How's Boaster is irrelevant to outcome here. He can do nothing but die. Crew finally answering back.
That round was a 5-on-4 post plant. Crew wins it with 4 alive. Fnatic has not been doing a good job. Even on Sunset, they were not being able to really hold these lockdowns down. Actually, opposite was the retakes for both teams. So this is a very stark difference on the side of Crew for being able to do this so cleanly. Shy. One of the bigger impact players, like you obviously, when you have these Sentinel players, sometimes you're able to make a big impact in some of these rounds, and other times you can't. When you can't, it sucks, but that's like your role on the team.
Yeah.
But when you get involved in situations, Fnatic, they use that Yoru ulti. They went straight into A though. That's not the Fnatic that I've come to expect from this. You know, I see them going to Garage. Yoru baits out the trips, teleports away from danger. They make it seem like they're going C, but then they go back to A, but then they actually go back to C. We're not seeing that from Fnatic right now. It's all just this straight up 5-man. Okay, you guys are going to 5-man us at A. Cool. We're going to do it back to you. It's like they took a mirror to KRU and said, whatever you can do, we can do better. Alpha has his ultimate here.
It's you and me.
He isolates MTA with it.
All right, Alpha. Whoa! That's 2 for 2. He is not having that impact here. MTA doing wonders, and now the chaos begins. On the site though, 𝐿𝐼𝐾𝐾 divided, got to the back. How the hell did he get away with that one? But Fnatic looking cool and composed in these executes. This is Raps, I think, for KRU in this one, trying to bow out and keep those rifles.
4v5 doable. 2v4, not doable. And part of the reason why that ultimate from Alpha is so good is that even though he goes down, loses that duel, his teammates are in the site, flooding through, and there's nobody to defend it. And as soon as MTA gets back out of that gulag, guess what? Someone's sitting on his body.
Oh yeah.
𝐿𝐼𝐾 dancing on it.
But it is kind of nice to see these set pieces, right? See those executes. We have seen it now a couple of times towards A. I do want to see what KRU's response will be eventually. Again, we're very early into this half, starting to get the, I guess, get into the meat of things with at least the buys coming into effect. But still, this is Fnatic taking another step back here after KRU did respond quite perfectly, I may say.
Wonder what the economy is going to be like for KRU here, because there's a few of them, one player with 1300, a couple players with around 2200. I don't know if they're going to be able to pull out a full buy here. Maybe the players that save, they're able to pass some rifles around. But this might be the last chance that they have. If they want to be able to go toe-to-toe against Fnatic on this map right now, they need to pick up this round. This is kind of the decider. Not only if Fnatic picks up this round, will they be on 10 rounds, KRU's going to be on eco, but it's going to build into their confidence situation that it started so slow on Sunset, and now they've been building it slowly but surely, taking the lead.
Game back on.
Remember, this is 2-6 at one point.
Very true.
7-1 in the last 8 rounds.
Yeah, in that context, that's outrageous, isn't it? But now we had an aggressive start towards A, still control gathered. Break of the trip.
This is
Spam.
This is the Fnatic that we know.
Yeah,
come in.
This like map control, right? Like everything working, every angle.
Put that pressure. Constantly move around. KRU getting baited into this reclear at Garage. As soon as the smoke clears, boom, they reclear Garage. Okay, what's the next step now? 𝐿𝐼𝐾 in that sewers does not get spotted. Finally gets spotted and backs away. But that Garage angle from 𝐿𝐼𝐾, retaking that angle after Fnatic cleared it. And Fnatic, whenever they go B and plant, they always have a guy go through Garage to get that flank late. 𝐿𝐼𝐾's going to be sitting there waiting for it.
Okay, they're getting brought to heal at least during the initial attempt at the plant. Look at the players now stacking up towards that connector side on A. And it looks like Shy wants to get back into it. It's 𝐿𝐼𝐾 to draw blood first. Now the plant attempt, but the fantastic paranoia. Fnatic controlling on that A connector. Chronicle. The patience pays. Takes away 𝐿𝐼𝐾, and now it's on Heat and MTA to try and take those strides back in. A 2v3 is not impossible, but the timing on Boaster is looking absolutely on the money. Oh my god, he just missed his chance, but 𝐿𝐼𝐾 is there for him. Double digits down for Fnatic, as KRU struggling to find that impact here.
Boaster regular season में sharp दिख रहा है, अभी नहीं दिख रहा sharp
उतना. Shooting them, they run forward to 𝐿𝐼𝐾. 𝐿𝐼𝐾's closer to his ultimate. They realize,
nice guy.
Yeah, 𝐿𝐼𝐾's ultimate is a little bit more impactful than Omen's ultimate in this situation.
Yes,
so just kind of like funnel them that way, funnel them forwards, some warning shots on the back, make them freak out and panic.
Perfect caster.
But again, I mean, this is where it comes to 10-7. Fnatic's in the lead. They have a 3-round buffer. They're against a mixed buy. Vandal up on 𝐿𝐾. He needs to be a hero.
Smoke with it.
Put on the cape. Put on the outfit and try and do something.
Ultimate up for 𝐿𝐼𝐾.
Careful here.
Can get all the info he needs, and his teammates just be in a position where they're able to pivot either way. So maybe around middle window area, so they can run A if they need to, C if they need to. But this is exactly where KRU's going. This is where 𝐿𝐾's going.
We're going to have a fight here for this one, aren't we? The Aldrone only going to know 𝐿𝐾, so it kind of sets up the other two who are going to stay committed towards 𝐿𝐼𝐾.
They're doing their due diligence as well. Chronicle shocking for close to see if anyone else was down middle, but here the re-aggression down middle, Shy.
Oh man, this is on a nice edge.
Kill Hero
trying to do a little bit of maybe a fake Corday with that drone with that 𝐿𝙊𝘾𝐾𝐿 ultimate, and then try to get that info. If they spot any players, cool, they commit C. If they don't, they can come back. But this window, oh man,
this could be everything. They could live and die by this. 𝐿𝙊𝘾𝐾𝐿 almost got his gun back out in time, but no, the damage is done. Alpha ready to avenge. Finds heat on the way back through, but there's still a problem dealt with. Hero takes away Shy. And now it looks like the red carpet gets rolled out. 𝐿𝑘 still alive with that rifle, though. He is your man to watch. Has to be impactful.
Nice pivot.
And Hero looks to try and right amongst them, get involved. Spot out 𝐿𝑘. 𝐿𝑘 dives head first, and Alpha removes it. Answer made by MTA, but it's just MTA. And that's going to be happening. A 1v3, not in the cards here. KRU starting to stumble now, Josh. That scoreline is getting just steps further and further away.
That's going to be about the third or fourth time Alpha's just one-tapped 𝐿𝑘 mid-slide in this series so far. And 𝐿𝑘 had that Vandal, tried to beat KRU, but the only hero in the server is on the side of Fnatic right now. So timeout coming in for KRU, 11-7. Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury on the side of KRU. Are they going to be able to use these and capitalize on the situation right now?
You decided to give them a chance, bro.
Yeah, true. Fnatic, I mean, their attack size has been looking way better than the defense. True. Their defense, yeah, they got 6 rounds, but they had that pistol round. So not good enough there. Lotus is going to be the decider. If Fnatic's able to close this map out, KRU, they look like they have these like spurts of power.
Yes.
But then it just falters right after that. It's like, boom, okay, but now we need to recharge, and it's going to take us 3 rounds to recharge. So every time they get 2 or 3 rounds, they give up 3 rounds right after. They need to find a way to be more consistent.
Maybe this timeout will give them that. Maybe just give them a set piece to run. They've got a couple of ults here. You've got that Rolling Thunder in the hands of Heat. You've got the Hunter's Fury with MTA.
Full support for the team jo jeetega.
For Shy. I just don't know what the game plan could be, because it feels like Fnatic is starting to, explore the map more. You were kind of referencing it with that pressure towards Garage, starting to see them really take control of everything and not just kind of sitting in those standards, like, set pieces. So now this is where the problems are. And you're speaking about ults, Josh, look how close Fnatic are to the full hand.
So that's one thing I was keeping an eye on, because they're so close to, well, I'm mainly looking at Alpha and Chronicles. Are they going to start with that long C? They have that op. They can take this fight. They can look for a jump spot, a peek, anybody trying to deny this door pickup. If they don't, I see this Silva ulti combo from Fnatic on C site so many times. It gets you all the info. The Hunter's Fury follows it up. It forces KRU to play the retake. They do have their own Hunter's Fury and Rolling Thunder to play with afterwards, though.
Yes.
But Alpha has his ultimate as well. He's going to use that in that post plant. It's going to be a 5 versus 5 post plant retake.
Trips nahi
Let's see how much he gets. Clears sight, no one's here. Clearing the trips out.
Hero versus 𝐿𝑘 on that A flank.
He's committing. Oh, the barrel! Gives away Shy, and he gives away the sight. Hunter's Fury from MTA on one side.
Nice,
it re-clears, but there's still no plant here. Fnatic is still playing around the minute marker. They don't have to overcommit to this. They've just baited out so much of a response.
𝐿𝑘's positioning. He's listening for everything, but Hero doesn't challenge it. He walks up to the front of B. He's got his camera. I think he knows, though, there was a trip, I believe, at A. I could be wrong about that, but Fnatic, I think, know about this. Come back into this garage angle. Alpha still has his ultimate. Op still up on Boaster.
This is so hard though. This is incredibly difficult to break through. The 𝐿𝙊𝘾 not going to clear sight either. It goes towards Garage. Smoke towards CT, but there's still 3 players here. Make it 2. 𝐿𝑘's gone. And now the 1v1. He's clearing out everyone. Boaster finds Heat. Alpha, his odds haven't been great in these. Pretty, but it's looking like job done here.
Isko gun skin change karna
I think noted earlier on.
They looked good on this map against DRX.
True.
But here, Fnatic showing why they picked this. Showing that this is their playground, their battlefield.
And there is an element of pedigree to this as well. When you're talking about teams with experience, both of them have this here. But the resilience being shown after a very hard map one, those very close losses can weigh heavily. We are seeing Fnatic with a resurgence here. Look at the timeline when you get a second. It has been pretty much all black and gold for Fnatic here, as KRU really struggling to find impact. Yes, some of the rounds have been close, but pipping them to the post almost every single time has been with Fnatic. So, as it stands,
Speaking of standing.
I didn't know Benji Fishy was.
You better be sat down watching all of you out there.
Okay, big round here. Can they seal it? Can they sign it? Can they take us to map 3? Fnatic on 12, crew held at 7. And they've been struggling to find that bigger impact. Again, trying to post up 𝐿𝙊𝙉𝘼, getting deeper.
There's no trip in garage. 𝐿𝙊𝙉 is going to take all the space. There's nothing to defend against him. He gets out. He didn't want to risk it.
भाई ये तो ढीठ जैसा खेलता है रे ओमन.
Yeah, they're sticking around this time.
No trips, no camera.
उसमें तो काम किया था सनसेट में. अभी देखते हैं इसमें कर देगा क्या
some sort of re-clear together.
लेकिन उसमें lead पे थे. अभी lead
coming
पे
in
नहीं
through
है.
garage, clearing all of that, watching that B line right now. Fnatic walking up, contacting.
अच्छा ये दिखा के rotation करेंगे और ये लोग नहीं जा रहे.
Yep. So hard to get that full beat on what's happening. Where do you want to place 𝐿𝙊𝙉? Where do you want to put these players? Hard to try and get a real read on this. But it looks like the commitment is towards A, at least for now. Hero getting a little bit deeper towards middle.
If this pressure comes on to 𝐿𝙊𝙉 and he's able to, he goes down. Hero walks into B, gets a kill. That's hat info as well coming. 𝐿𝙊𝙗 getting that opening pick. He's been so good at that recently.
Did Hero see him? It felt like he might have for a second there, but he's managed to slip the net. Heat unaware, but he still gets the job done. Takes down Hero, and now there's a couple of problems. 𝐿𝙊𝙗 tries to get out of the danger zone. Big information found, and the pressure's on him out here. 𝐿𝙊𝙗 dives in. He's doing everything he can to keep crew alive. Keep him in this map. Deny what feels like the inevitable.
He's ulting for C.
It's a 1v3 for 𝐿𝙗𝙗 here.
No smokes on the side of the defense. Stun would be the only thing that can take out that op. If 𝐿𝙗𝙗 recedes back to long C here, he's got 4 shots, 3 opponents.
Does it feel too predictable?
He spotted his shoulder.
That's big. I think he now knows it, but he's
get
going
one
to take
back
the other
out.
angle. The stun about to be sent his way. First shot, big from 𝐿𝙗𝙗. TP away, he's got it down to a 1v2. Change the TPs to go deep.
This might be it. One way on top of the site as well.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. Cool, calm, collected, but he still has to land the shots.
No one's on
Nice!
Just chill. Oh,
nice!
Paranoia next 𝐿𝙗𝙗! Is he the one to do this? Take Fnatic all the way. Oh, no! A fumble! The final hurdle! That's a gut punch and a half, but crew get to stay alive. Unlucky.
If he could dance in game as well as he could on stage, he could land that strafe, that jump jiggle to get that information instead. Head first into the wall, taken out. That would have been a great 1v3. Just playing it textbook style, getting that first kill, backing out, knowing that they have no smokes, and isolating all the kills. But Shy putting a bullet in his dome, and he can't believe it. He can't believe, not that he hit their shot necessarily, but that he jumped into the wall.
Oh, that's devastating for him.
That's it.
It was better or worse that Alpha's just cackling. Just like a hyena next to him.
They know they've won this map anyways.
Yeah,
they're ready for map 3.
ऐसा कैसे भाई क्या बोल रहे
हैं? Too much. I mean, it was a damn good try. You can't say he didn't play it perfectly until that point. That was damn good, but still.
दिमाग बहुत अच्छा है बस.
But if you look at the run of rounds, I think it'd be silly to not say the crew have not been in this half. I mean, it has been a streak for Fnatic, and I mean, it was nearly secured then, but we digress.
I haven't been paying full attention, but does Shy not have any trips again?
I think he's been absolutely skint for a while, to be fair, but yeah, it does look like that's indeed the case. 𝐿𝙗𝙗, though.
Get yourself a Guardian, mate.
Honestly. Hero steps in, there's the hat, there's the info, and this might be all she wrote, but still signs of life. Shy, still standing and kicking and finding kills. Counter, good info.
Doesn't matter, site should be still free.
Have fun, 𝐿𝙗𝙗. It's all you.
𝐿𝙗𝙗 smoke out in hand.
This is where it starts getting a little bit scary, a little bit dangerous. Maybe 9 could be happening here.
30 seconds. Hero lurked up in short. He's going to hear the rotations. Can call his... Never mind, crew. Looking like they want to get this 9th round posted up on the board.
There's life in him yet. Alpha and 𝐿𝙗𝙗, though, the dangerous duo still alive, but 3 players here truly against the odds. It's not going to happen now. 9 for crew. Is this the moment it breaks? It's a small string of rounds, a small chance. OT is secured for Fnatic. But a timeout has been called.
One clean round is all Fnatic needs. It doesn't even have to be clean, it can be sloppy. They're building towards their ultimates. They'll have a couple online with 3 ultimate orbs apiece for Alpha and 𝐿𝙗𝙗. Are they gonna wait, try to just do one big final just celebration, fireworks going everywhere, and do that on maybe 12, 10, 12, 11? or are they going to try to close it out here early? They have the economy. They can keep the pressure up. KRU, they can't make any mistakes. They have that off up, and they're not really feeling any sort of pressure. It feels like they're playing with their confidence still. They're taking their duels. They're winning their duels a little bit more recently. They still have some pretty good reads where they're stacking that A site, getting ahead of the situation. So right now, Fnatic definitely looking like they can close out this map, but it's not a done deal. KRU definitely still has the ability, the potential to start bringing this round. 3 rounds just to take it to OT.
That's it.
That's easy.
Yeah, it sounds so manageable at that point, doesn't it?
Round by round.
All it can be broken down to is round by round, kill by kill, step by step. But with Mini looking like he was leading that conversation, maybe a little set piece in mind. Let's see what they opt for. KRU, can you withstand? Can you stand tall and keep this one going? Or are you just extending the inevitable?
Camera at A, spots the sewers, so his teammates don't have to really worry about that. Trips garage and C with the off up on C. That's KRU's setup right now. Right now, Fnatic taking that A lobby control. This default. This is what KRU was doing against Fnatic. All of that first half. Got 6 gun rounds off the back of it. Fnatic looking to open up slow. Camera out middle. Spots for any aggression. But they pause. Let the round simmer a little bit. See if KRU does something. Maybe they have to pop a drone, re-clear something. Maybe they re-aggress off of a certain position. But those trips up. That op line on C.
Flash.
They don't need to do this though.
No,
they have that op line. They've done this mistake before.
But does timing work out for them? There's 3 men there. They've seen it all. Boaster now knows this is a big overreaction, but you're looking at Hero's space. Yeah, he's now been trying to slip a little bit closer. He is being watched on the other side by Shy, but the timing is going to be critical. It's going to be everything to this. He can hold this site now.
Fnatic should smoke off the right and push to the left. They saw so many players in that sewers area.
Smoke to the right.
Hero already has all the space in the smoke.
Oh, he's going forward. And Shy had no idea that early progress, all off the information through from sewer.
This
and
might
now
be
he's got a plant. And you're right, this could be
lurk
it.
Again.
This
Heroes.
could be the moment. Maybe doing a little too much. Hero's still going to linger on the side. Going to be shown. Going to try and play his life here. How long can he stay alive? How much can he cost them? Just trying to clear him out. KRU going to try and take steps forward. Hero still standing, still breathing, still fragging. Finds heat. Response from MTA. But 𝐿𝙊𝙉𝘍𝑒 and 𝐾𝐘 have to do some serious work. Smokes in. Making it so difficult now. Just spamming on the spike here. MTA finds Boaster. It's all on 𝐿𝙊𝙉𝑍 in a 1v2 here. Time's not on his side. 13 to 9.
Third map, let's go.
Fnatic are taking us the distance.
If you exclude those pistol
अभी जैसा सूरज में जिगल पिक किया था बूस्टर ने वैसे ही सिलोंग पे करता तो कुछ होता था क्या उसको एचपी भी था यार उसके पास खत्म था गैस पे बैठने का आदत ही हो गया है सही है मस्त है एक और चीज है तो तेरे को देता हूँ
Fnatic get their revenge on Haven, and the boys let Crew know about it. Congratulations, Fnatic, forcing that map 3, but there's still so much more to play for as we get ready for Lotus. Welcome back, everyone. 𝐿𝙊𝙉𝘼𝙔 here alongside with 𝐿𝐾𝐘 and Paperthin. So let's go ahead and break this one down here. We were a little worried for a bit that Fnatic might be chasing some ghosts here, might be, you know, shooting themselves in the foot a little bit, but that turned out not to be the case. They had 𝐿𝐾𝐼𝑅, they had Chronicle, they had the X Factors, and on top of that, everyone in Fnatic stepped up in a big way, 𝐿𝐾𝐼𝑟, to pick up that dub.
No, they really did. I mean, Alpha just constantly having these headshots to shut down these aggressive neon pushes from the side of 𝐾𝐘, Bolster. That's something that he was talking about in that Arrival interview, saying like, well, last time we played, we didn't have this guy. Now they do. And Alpha, yeah, he was putting up some decent performances. Maybe needed to tighten up a little bit when it comes down to setting out those kill contract ultimates. I think he went 2 and 2 across the set, but ultimately, it was still a very good effort. But the big player is Dirk, of course, because good God, there are some nasty moments from him. But all of Fnatic, this was looking like another very rocky map. It was looking like it was going to be a 2-0, but they made the run back to make it a bit more contentious there in the end of that first half.
And I'm really glad you mentioned Dirk, because obviously he's going to show up in the scoreline here. He has amazing performances. He's been very, very good on the Oro, but he does so much for this squad on this agent because he keeps you so off balance. They have so many great setups for where the TPs are going to go and where the timings are going to come through. Like sometimes him and Boaster are like trading TP spots and doing all these things that keep you completely off balance, or he'll bait out util. I think it was round 18 where there was a Hunter's Fury. He kills Shy right in a smoke, right in front of C Connector, and then just TP's out as soon as the Hunter's Fury come, and he's completely nullified that. All these things he does for you are so good on this map.
Yeah, his effectiveness with that agent is definitely something that you got to praise here. He was certainly a big reason why this Fnatic squad was able to get over the line in the way that they did at the 13-9 scoreline, dropping 21 frags total plus 10 and overall. So he was definitely shining on Yoru, shining on Haven, and you're certainly going to be looking forward to seeing what Dirk could do as we get ready for Lotus in just a little bit. But also, I do want to give a quick shout out to Hero as well, because see, I wasn't familiar with his game on C-site in Haven, and today I learned a valuable lesson. Don't push the boy on C. He will shut you the hell down. Very impressive stuff across the board. But boys, we're going now to the decider. This is it. We're going to Lotus. And honestly, both teams have been slugging out there. It has been such a phenomenal matchup, a game that both teams can be very, very proud of here. Of course, Haven going 13-9 to Fnatic. So yeah, let's talk about Lotus. What should we be expecting here, fellas?
Right now, with the way that, you know, Fnatic are looking really riled up, because I mean, throughout this series, we were seeing it even there on Sunset while they were losing rounds. The cheeriness was still there. They were still mentally in the game. I think that with them kind of getting warmed up, with Durka now having a lot more impact compared to what we were seeing from him on Sunset, I'd be a little bit scared if I'm Crew, because this still has been, even with some of the shortcomings that they have had, this is still a very comfortable and consistent map overall for Fnatic.
Yeah, they've seemingly, at least up until they faced DRX, like cleaned up this map even more so than usual. They looked really good in their rotations, their decision making. It was really hard to predict that they were going to go like just A all the time and then pivot to B, or, you know, do all these various different things. But I mean, obviously, Crew looked good against 𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐼, but that's a different affair, right? Sure. Versus DRX, who got out of the group. So
yeah, but there is a template, if you are Crew, on how to beat Fnatic on this map, because DRX did just that not that long ago.
Different comps though, right?
Yeah, I mean, different comps. But the one thing that you kind of really need as you get ready to go into that is going to be, you know, some nice, clear, concise calling coming through. That's something that Mako was able to do. The other thing that you need is a buzz. You need a buzz. Plus was going absolutely nuclear in that game, but you do have 𝐾𝐘.
So you have a 𝐾𝐘.
The main thing that you need to avoid is a bit of what we were seeing there on Haven, which is nullifying that tip of the spear, just clipping his wings. If they're going to be able to do that and find similar explosive impact from 𝐾𝐘 like they had on Sunset,
yeah, 93%
Crew is going to be in a good position.
Fnatic fans in full force in the chat right now, betting, hoping that Fnatic can pull this through over the line. But let's not forget that this is a Crew squad, Clinton, that when you count them out, they will find a way to scratch and claw their way back into the matchup.
Yeah, time and time again, they just find another level. They find another gear. They've done it to Rebound this year. They could do it here again. You never know. I mean, Yeah, sure. Fnatic's out there doing their little
stretches, baby.
Stretches, pre-matches, get the blood flowing.
If this was synchronized, you know, if we were judging this in a certain meat sports competition, I don't think that they would be meddling.
Yeah, that's fair. But you know what? It's the effort that counts, right? It is. Oh man, this is an intense matchup here. But you know, I couldn't think of a better way for it to close out on Lotus. Both teams have had success on this map in the past, so there is just gonna. Both squads have to feel confident here, regardless of the circumstances.
For sure. But this has been a bit of a scrappier one for Crew. I think all time since Lotus has been implemented, the team has found about 50% success rate on that map. There's been some back and forth within the Americas scene for them on this one. So I'm curious to see how they look, because you could all, I mean, you look at that 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿 game, you say, okay, Fnatic, a very different beast compared to that team. Is that just a, okay, hey, we're back on Lotus, let's, you know, relearn this a little bit, let's get comfortable on that map again, and the next time we play, we're going to look even more dominant, because that could certainly happen as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you need to think back to what was working for you on Sunset for Crew, right? Like, kind of playing together, like not giving Fnatic those opportunities to kind of take space against you and really just run the rounds over on that attacker side. That's where things got really out of control for them and almost cost them that map on Sunset. You know, if you can shore up that defender side here as Crew, when you switch over to that side, you have a chance. You have a chance.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, though. Of course, my eyes are going to be drawn to Hero, right? The new player on this team. What is he going to be bringing to the table here? He has been great in this series. He was great on Haven. A big factor, reason why a lot of those sites, they were playing a 2-site map instead of a 3. So we'll see what Hero can do here as he tries to run tandem with the rest of the squad.
I mean, similarly, again, though, he having been, you know, pivoted into this initiator role, continuing to try to set up for 𝐾𝐘. Now you have that fade there alongside the Raze. It was something we were touching on in the SEN series, and we saw some good synergy there, at least from the Sentinel side of things. So looking for that duo as well to be able to try to shut down Fnatic.
Maybe a little more boast dropping.
Oh,
looked pretty good.
He did. He looked
almost
pretty
had the clutch.
good on it.
Yeah, almost had that clutch.
Almost, baby. All right, folks. Well, this is it. It can only end this way between these two teams. All on the line. Winner moves on. Loser goes home. Let's send it back over to your casters, Pansy and Steel, to bring us home.
With absolute pleasure, GB. This one deserved going the distance after map 1 being so close, map 2 clawing back but couldn't quite get close enough. We deserved Lotus, and now it's down to who wants it most, who wants to live, who gets to stay here in Champs. Fnatic, of course, on one side, Crew on the other. Josh, where's your mind going now? We are going the distance.
Arguments can be made for either side right now. Crew taking that first map, having that big momentum lead, but then Fnatic crawling back, making it a 13-11, just long game. But then coming back in the second map and just starting to crush Crew a little bit after getting down 2-6. They came back and won it convincingly. Right now, it's not about who can do it, they can both do it. It's about who comes out swinging harder. Crew, they showed it on Sunset. Can they show it again here?
Crew on the attack, Fnatic on the defending side. An early glance towards the A site. Maybe looking for a fortuitous find, but nothing to be gathered. But Fnatic backfilling the space, precarious in approach, and that could be the death of them here. 𝐾𝐘 was chomping at the bit to try and close down on one of these kills, but he leaves them breathing, but maybe a little bit bruised. And now they take that opportunity to move forward.
5 versus 5 retake is going to be in play here unless this pre-take comes in. 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿 with the paint shells lined up as soon as that spike gets tapped.
Yeah, there it is.
Here it comes.
Melzer's in trouble. Actually, it's Fnatic who are in trouble. Crew kicking things off with a bang. 3 big kills. Chronicle down, Boaster and Hero as well, but 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿, how's he got away with that? What? Hello?
Paint shell's back online as well.
Oh my god, this could be the death of them. Alpha!
The flank!
Oh, it's outrageous! How did that just happen to them? You can't forget about 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿, you can't leave him like that.
The way that round just crumbled, fell apart for Crew. Oh man, I hope that doesn't ruin their confidence going into this and they're able to stay level-headed and keep their head in the game, because if they let this crush them, that is just going to be the most disastrous consequence. Oh boy, but it's going to be an eco round for Crew. A few sheriffs put up on the board. Fnatic. That defense pistol like on that Haven game.
One player going to make it forward, that being 𝐾𝐘. He's got to fight.
Wait.
And Boaster completely unawares that someone could have beaten that timing. They're going to catch the lurk over towards B at the very least, but still, that is blood drawn.
Smokes down. Viper Wall is all they have to advanced around the map for the side of KRU.
Recon पूरा आगे आया नहीं तो ना?
For a brief moment on last map, Alpha on C, both sides attack defense. He's going to be on this angle. He's going to be jump spotting, getting that info, keeping the pressure up, looking for some duels. Right now, he's the ghost player on the side of Fnatic. Everyone else has a rifle except for him, so should play to value his life here. He got that info. That's big info. But still a minute in the round. KRU could pivot away if they want to. A few sheriffs in hand. Looking, potentially, just find an opening. That's the first step.
Yeah, it's a bit of a blender waiting for him if they do try and go through that one.
Oh, that's so unlucky.
Yeah, that's... I said, yeah, it's going to sting a little. And now the second attempt, but all the util's still here. Yeah, they can clear a little bit of it.
Yeah.
Still 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
All of Fnatic has moved into the position as well. It's going to be a daunting task for KRU to be able to break through this defense.
Again, Alpha looking composed here, but they could gap close. He's got to be very careful, so decides to give them the sight. Let them have a little bit of space to work with. A tap on the spike and a fight taken, trying to swing this together. That was a great try from KRU. I like that. They've made this costly. And he in a 1v2, it's not impossible, but he's being closed down on. I think he knows it. No plant he had. Yeah, they can just play this one smart and safe and actually tell a lie. They lose out on so much here. Yeah, they get the round, but costly as hell.
It was very expensive, and what we saw in Haven actually is kind of the same thing that's looking like it could happen here. Fnatic went into the bonus round, they didn't have the best of buys, they lost that round, they ecoed, and it became a 2-0 to a 2-6 right there, and KRU could repeat history by doing that again if they're able to convert this round. But it looks like Fnatic is investing heavily here. They've got 3 Vandals, a Guardian, and a Bulldog. They want this round. They still have a little bit of leftover money, but not reserves on everyone. 200 credits, 450 credits, Chronicle and Boaster apiece. Fnatic need this round to win, otherwise KRU run away from with a few rounds here. MTA toying with this wall, getting out by rubble area, getting info on the setup. Lots of pressure on Alpha here. Taking out his setup early. One-way smoke on the site. Pushes him back.
Just kind of move the setup a little bit deeper as well, which I quite like. Trying to respond in kind, not just depend on those creature comforts that would have been his the whole time, but no, I'm now looking at the pressure being on Boaster. This is...
Oh, he made a step as well. He should try to like walk away from this because he's the only person here. His teammates are not close enough, and enough time has elapsed that they could be here.
Okay, he's shown his hand.
That's info. Fades here. Real or fake, the reclear is in for KRU, and Boaster is still playing with fire, staying up close. No more re-smokes for him. What? No, this round's so important.
And he gets away with
it. Oh, you lucky boy.
And if you're a KRU fan, you'll be furious about that, because it felt like they had every right to get that pick.
Now the time is ticking, 30 seconds left. A committal needs to happen. Omen outside mound. This is definitely, it has to be. Fake A, pivot back to B. The Shy lurked up towards the front of B here. But Fnatic, not even trying to defend A. 3 players towards heaven, basically. This could be a fast pre-take. This, 12 seconds.
Yeah, they gotta go. They can't really stop here. And with that posted, there's not much more to depend on, just the guns in hand. Mel's has cut off the support though. That's pretty important. Alpha's gone down, but now the pre-take will deny the bomb. No, the plant is in. Time is on their side. Man advantage. Everything they could have dreamed of is here now.
The backlines from Melzer as well, putting so much pressure. Chronicle can't move.
So many problems and so few solutions. He can just stay here, that's all he needs, but now maybe called back. Maybe needs to come back and play some support here, as 𝐿𝐾𝐾 does at least find one, but the time is ticking. Fnatic do need to make their presence noted, and MTA doing serious work, but 𝐿𝐾𝐾 are answering back, and Melzer now in the 1v2. Oh, what are you thinking, Melzer? Hero stands tall, and Fnatic make it through the most precarious round.
I see the vision.
Yeah?
I don't know if that's the time to whip that out, though. Fnatic are able to steal that round away. KRU, 12 seconds left as they start that execute. The lurk from the Omen on C, the lurk from the Killjoy on B, that convergence from 3 different angles. But he surely thought the paranoia connected, he could TP up without them hearing, be on that elevated platform, did not consider the fact that they'd, was up there. Standing up tall, shouting, Fnatic is giving it.
Yeah, they're in their heads. 𝐿𝙊𝙉𝘼 trying to play the timing. 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐾 having a big impact in that last round as well. For a player who can be hot and cold, who can have issues in big series sometimes, here he's farming. Here his confidence is starting to go sky high. And again, we talk about him kind of flourishing in those more, I guess, system-based roles when he gets on the raise, when he gets played in a little bit more. Here he's finding that timing right. You're going to have to see that on the attacking side once we obviously flip. But for KRU, it's suffer through this round, or maybe do something like that. Take away Chronicle and give yourself a 4v4.
Some life in them yet. Shy and Kesnet are the two that I look for on the side of KRU.
Okay, there's issues here. 𝐿𝙊𝐾's gone down. These aren't easily recoverable weapons, but eventually they could be. And Fnatic will be forced to be brought back to heal.
Boaster.
He's heard it.
Off-angled.
But it's only him.
He peeks out wide.
And he gets punished for it. KRU, step by step and shot by shot, making this round look a worry.
Alpha and Hero, the two you want in this situation. But that Viper's Pit is going to make things so hard. One shot for Kesnet or MTA. They both go down. Shy, the only one with HP, has that Vandal as well. A random bullet spam here.
Alpha trying to spam. No one being caught on it. Hero, Shorty, trying to close in.
Saw the alarm bot there as well.
But how do you deal with all of this though? How do you get him off this? Yeah, the low HP, that's fine. They're still doing it, and Fnatic gonna be forced to repent here. Getting too aggressive, too overconfident. And KRU with a quick reminder, you don't get to do that to us.
KRU, off the back of Sheriffs. We've seen that a few times a series. Where just when you think, oh, for sure, the team with the rifles, the team with the economy, they're going to close out this round. It's going to be a built lead. But now, KRU answering back with those Sheriffs. Boaster maybe overextending in that situation. You had that off angle. Let them walk into your crosshair. Was he afraid that they were going to wrap him from his right, so he decided to swing on his left? I don't know, but 3-on-3, taking that peek, sure, against them, it's cool. But right there, he goes down, gives up the Vandal, gives up the sight, the spike plant, the Viper's Pit.
Risk-reward value just a little off there. But that was a one-off round, right? We're talking about this, there was some big shots here. Don't get me confused. There were some bloody scary shots. I mean, even the starter on Chronicle there, the follow-ups, everything fantastic. But that was a 1 in 3 that we've had so far, basically. So time for a timeout, cool things down, and maybe try and get them to compose to go forward.
I wonder if now is the time that they're calling a timeout off the back of an eco round win like this, just for the coach to be able to say what he sees about how Fnatic's setting up. What have we seen? We see the one-way smoke. They try to get Boaster on that control. He's usually alone towards A. They pivot off. It's Alpha's always setting up towards C. They usually let him alone. Maybe there's Chronicle close by or something like that, and just telling them, hey, MTA, you can go for this timing out A lobby. Hey, when you guys do this, then you can expect this. But Fnatic, they have that showstopper, and off the back of that timeout, they're changing up their opening.
How do they want to use this Hero? Forced to
3 people shot.
Yeah, and Kesnet is on the hunt. It was Hero to find his shot towards 𝐿𝙊𝙉𝘼, but still, they might brute force this. They have problems for Fnatic here. Alpha going to be pretty much tucked in the corner. Maybe looking for options now. KRU trying to maybe diversify their approach, look through maybe kind of considering maybe pivoting towards B, falling back a little bit. They're unsure what they're walking into.
I wonder if Fnatic keep the setup with 𝐿𝙊𝙉𝘼 down. That's no smokes to break the crossfires. Against a buy like this, you need to break those crossfires. The Viper wall towards A, but the Viper's orb is available if they need it. Alpha spotting them.
They could be left dazed and confused if they don't convert this one. Kesnet trying to lead the charge, and he does.
That's Chronicle, though.
But they don't know about him. They didn't know about the paranoia. And the follow-up as well. Kron tries to do it all. Back to the full stop of the round. Fnatic are back in this. It was close, though. The 4-1. They take the scoreline back.
That showstopper coming into play there, Fnatic. Getting that round off the back of KRU's timeout, switching up their setup, 3 towards C mount. We haven't seen a fight from Fnatic towards C yet. This bait setup, Alpha just showing only himself. Chronicle fully hiding at the back of the site there, waiting for Alpha to disarm mentally the rest of the KRU players. That paranoia as well coming in from the sidelines there, getting them from the flank. Beautiful from Fnatic. And KRU.
Too good.
Down to a Bulldog Guardian, a few Vandals here, Nightfall, inside of Heat, and MTA going a little bit more aggressive out on his A lurk here, realizing it's just Boaster.
Yeah, but a switch up though. We've got 𝐿𝐾𝐾 now kind of playing over towards the side as well with that Odin towards tree. And a pivot back towards that C side. Maybe at least deal with some of the util, and it's layered. You've got an active presence from Chronicle with the Killjoy set up on top of that. So a real kind of spread attempt here. I'm wondering where they want to use this 𝐾𝐿. Does have that showstopper, heat, that Nightfall. But they don't know about 𝐿𝐾𝐾 yet. This could be a whole new piece to the puzzle. They have to try and navigate through. This is going to be devastating! Takes down two, doesn't even just see him, just hear him. That's Heat gone, that's one of the ults gone. MTA down as well. We're going to need 𝐿𝐿, 𝑚elzer, or 𝐾𝐿 to do something miraculous. And this positioning from 𝐿𝐿 could be the gateway, but no, Alpha 2 heads up, very aware here. Expecting the push and gets the punish. 𝐿𝐿 goes down. And 𝑚elzer and 𝐾𝐿. This is a lot to ask. 2v5, it would need mistakes. Is anyone willing to give that over?
That showstopper could get popped if he's able to get the first 2 kills here.
Look how far back 𝐾𝐿 has to fall just to find safety. Banking on 𝑚elzer here a little. A fair fight found, actually, hold on. And bear in mind that Alpha is low. Now the showstopper. Oh!
Short booster.
Sky booster. Huge punish. And the follow-up for Hero. Fnatic looking unfazed in this, Josh. The scoreline's going to become a worry now.
It is definitely worrying if you are a fan of KRU, if you're KRU themselves. Right now, Fnatic is just growing on this lead, and they're changing up a little bit about how they're opening the rounds, right? Here, they put 𝐿𝐾𝐾 with the Odin. We've seen this before. Sometimes he passes us around, and we see other players playing in that tree room with that Odin. But that one tap, I do wonder, was that good enough timing to pop that ultimate? Because that door gets opened again. Alpha's outside that area, low HP. Surely someone knows about that low HP. No one tapped the spike. Okay. No one tapped the spike, and 𝑚elzer had all of Waterfall. Or across the map. Now it's Chronicle picking up that Odin in that tree room, freeing up 𝐿𝐾𝐾 to be somewhere else. Right now he's on C. But a split around the map, 1-2-2 split from KRU.
It's hard to get a beat on this again. You don't know what you're coming up against. 𝐿𝐾𝐾 now, as you highlighted, on that C site. They don't know, they're not getting the beat on this, not getting the read on how Fnatic are approaching. Chronicle waiting for a tap potentially. Or
insane lineup, right?
He's got a good read on this, and again, he's very good at holding this traditionally. Could be overrun though. MTA does have a Vandal. Getting some pressure from 𝐾𝐿 as they get closer to the site. You're going to be hoping the Boaster will spawn that, but he doesn't now. Chronicle's in danger, but he's going to overwhelm them. Just holds down Mouse 1, and he almost catches 𝐾𝐿. But 𝑚elzer desperate to hold on. In a 2v2 here, they're going to get a plant. They're not out of it yet.
There's guns down too.
Big upgrades. What do we have in util? Still got the paint shell with 𝐾𝐿. A couple of those satchels as well. On the other side, though, similar scenes for Fnatic.
Turret.
Turret's there. Paint shell from Fnatic goes in. They get a fight and they win it. And now it's all on 𝐾𝐿, the main man for KRU. He's going to have to go huge. It's not to be. Fnatic again. Nearly flawless thus far. And I've got to say, it'd almost be a shame to see KRU whimper out like this, just to go out with a fizzle rather than a bang. They're being held on one round, and it doesn't look like they've got a solution yet.
It would be sad, it would be unfortunate, but it's looking like it's going to be the reality here as Fnatic just keep building onto this in KRU. The 2 closest rounds they basically had were off the back of those ecos, back of the Sheriffs. Came really close again here, but Fnatic just finally shifting up little things. 𝐿𝐾𝐾 with the Odin and Tree 1 round, passes it off to Chronicle and plays on C the other round. Fnatic looking to change it up one more time here.
Same,
A couple of big ults here for KRU. That Nightfall still in play. Lockdown. TP for 𝑚elzer, so he maybe can find a way to use it. For now, vast majority of attention towards that C site. Damage again, just being copped here. And they've got no idea, again, misreading a little here, and 𝐿𝐾𝐾 going to be rewarded. Could quite get the follow-up, but actually gets punished on it, so maybe a small glimmer of hope in this round.
Lockdown still available, 4 versus 4, with 3 sites in play. It spreads the defense very thin. They either have to defend one site only and play retake on the others, or they have to defend it with only one player and can get easily shut down. Nightfall on Heat, full abilities. He's got his Haunt, his Prowlers, and MTA got that space outside of A, opening the revolving door. That's pressure. There's already 2 players towards here. No one else is going to budge. Boaster needs to pay attention to that Heaven Lurk.
Coming back.
Hero's watching Waterfall, but this ultimate's just going to pull these players close.
Counter.
The counter ult.
Yeah, Alpha wants to make them work for their dinner.
It's got to be a pivot. It has to be. There's 30 seconds left. They could go B. They could make it to A if they go quick.
Do they go that far? Nightfall going to pretty much tell them that there's no one on that B site. You've got freedom. 2 players do actually get detained, however. As the plant comes in, you can see them waiting in the back lines. It's not the end of the world, but the plant is there. They've got some security to set up for the post plant. Chronicle the nearest one by, but he doesn't want to go alone. Waiting on the support and the pressure from door potentially.
Taking all this control, heat, re-clearing, going for the late flank through Heaven as well. This is going to be the round secure. This might be the second round for KRU right here. MTA opening things up.
Yeah, he's the one to really sign it if it does come down to it, but MTA is unwilling to relent. He's holding on as best he can. 𝐿's has gone down, however, but this is getting closer. A 2v3, make it all on Hero, not gonna do it. KRU give themselves a glimmer of hope, the smallest of margins. A round converted, a couple of those ults used, and hell, they needed it.
They don't want to shake the bee's nest, though. Fnatic gonna pull out that op. They realize KRU is walking around, doing all these spread apart defaults, trying to find out exactly what's going on. MTA trying to get a little bit aggressive on that A side as well. Shy walking up B constantly. Where's that op gonna go? Is he gonna go to the generic spot, see Mount Long, take that peek? Is he gonna go down B?
I like this though. Good timing for a switch up here. It's gonna get dealt with, so he gets to re-peek.
Hold for the jump peek again.
How long does he stay on this?
As long as he needs to. He showed his op.
Away, but yeah, you're right. Operator heard. And they're still
box wala position kyun nahi leta re koi upar chad ke?
High-low setup here, almost just back-to-back. Hero rewarded, and they're punishing this drift across the map, as you were discussing.
Every round has been the same thing. Shy up B, MTA out A, everyone else towards C. Right now, the reposition is not in play from 𝐿𝐿's op. He's holding that C mound. KRU taking the weaker site, but I say weaker. There's 4 on 3 here. Showstopper in play.
Heard it. Do they fear it? Do they run from it? Chronicle is still on the backside here. They've no idea. Big reveal, big C's. And actually the damage for 𝐾𝐘 on towards Boaster. The plant not secure, not safe, but 𝐿𝐿's is doing everything he can to keep that secure. And now an aggressive fight. Hero, unfazed by the Prowler, still going to get his man. It's a 3v3, and Alpha makes his presence known. Now KRU starting to stumble on the site itself. It's 𝐿𝐿 to find one, leaving Heat in a 1v2 in this.
One more satchel.
Could be everything, it doesn't matter. Left obliterated, Fnatic again answering back. 7 for them. And this side, this map is looking nearly done.
The gap in the rounds, the 7-2 lead, makes you think that. But when you look at some of these rounds that are happening, KRU is right on the cusp there. Even though they lost that first player, Shy walking into B, read like a book by the side of Fnatic, shutting him down. They still go into A site 4 and 3. They're able to get into that site, no problem. It's right after they get that spike planted, getting converged on from multiple angles. That's where they fell apart. These rounds could go either way still.
They could, but close ain't close enough when we're talking map 3 here at Champs. Life tournament on the line. 7-2 is a condemning scoreline. Well, so far, so good. Boaster does get, oh, he gets caught. Big punish from MTA. Finally, punishing Boaster on some of these very, very aggressive, confident plays he's been making, almost outstaying his welcome at times. This is a half buy. It's down to Sheriffs, it's down to Guardians. It's far from pretty for KRU. Have to bring in whatever they could here to make a stand.
रेक्स में देखा है, पूरा पढ़ा नहीं है. मैं पढ़ूंगा वो properly. मेरे को समझ में आ गया कि क्या करने का सोच रहा है तू. मेरे दिमाग में भी था kind of वैसा ही, लेकिन कुछ उसमें चीजें changes करने पड़ेंगे ऐसा मुझे लगता है. बोलता हूँ मैं.
Potentially make the next mistake. Alpha on
लेकिन
that
इसका
line,
problem भी क्या होगा मैं बताता हूँ.
Not pushed off, not pressured. Has that op as well. Fnatic keeping this setup towards A because they have that turret alive on B. It's going to get all the info they need. And KRU waiting enough time to make Fnatic feel the pressure, feel the heat, but it's not going to work in their favor. It's actually going to work against them right now. 𝐿𝐿 in a prime position.
Oh my god, this could be devastating.
What the?
It is 3 kills, nearly 4, but Hero's there. It's all on on Shy. A 1v3 after all of that. They had no idea.
Viper wall ka kamal.
The death that was waiting on the other side of that door and the spike left over there. Shy has to face the music. And Chronicle is singing the tune. Another round. And Fnatic just getting stronger round after round, it feels like. Yeah, you're right, they are close, but 2 rounds is feeling rough, and I think KRU are feeling that too, with the timeout now called.
They're running out of nails for this coffin. They're almost down to the last one. This is just, it's just nasty. It's dirty. Running and spraying and giving it after. KRU talking this timeout. I don't like the body language. I don't like the posture, leaning back. This is something you do, you know, if you're winning, you're feeling good, and attack pause, you're just, just chilling. But right now, if I'm looking left and right, and I'm the in-game leader, I'm the coach, I'm anything there, I'm looking at
what are you doing?
Boys, what is this? Show me something, some energy, some fire, some... This is champs.
You're right. Going out with a whimper is the worst way to go after such good first 2 maps. And they do look a little dejected. I think it's a fair assessment. Maybe trying to keep themselves calm, maybe not letting it get to them, but you want to see them looking ready to fight back. As it stands, looking like they're running on fumes. Anything left in the tank, another gear to shift up to perhaps. They need it now. There's a chance, it has to start here. 2 rounds is not going to be enough for that second half. I don't care which way you cut it. We've seen crazy comebacks, but you're not banking on that here. Get the rest of these rounds as best you can. Give yourself a chance to go forward. Because Fnatic round by round, step by step, is getting themselves secure, and you are watching yourself fall out of champions.
Sees nade off the back of this timeout. First time we're seeing it this game, I think. Paranoia as well. 𝐵oaster got scanned on that Rebel line. But Shy is taking �Ｍelzer with him, hand in hand towards B. Dealing with that high-low setup. They don't want to fall for that one again. Right now, they have that ultimate on �Ｍelzer. He can reposition, he can put some pressure. Viper's pit as well on the side of MTA, and 𝐵oaster alone to defend against this A lobby. Can keep recycling this. Alpha still has that off on a passive line on C. Not even aggressive. That's where the spike is headed right now. But they're not going to find it until it's too late. They need to have a perfect jump jiggle. But this off angle with the op might catch the first player here.
He's heard him coming. He's waiting.
Waiting for that trap.
Oh, quick enough, but not accurate enough.
Drop the orb, drop the orb. That's what he's saying.
Asking for it, and he shall receive. He's the one punished on the other side, but �Ｍelzer gets one back. Maybe giving them that next avenue. Maybe a quick look towards that B side, but 𝐸𝐾𝐘 spamming away.
They know one's A, they know one's C. The spike's coming in, but the flank from 𝐵oaster.
That could be everything, it could be the end of things. 𝐸𝐾𝐘 just keeping them busy, keeping them spammed out. They put the ult in, but it's �Ｍelzer to find Chronicle. They're finding security and safety on the site. Plant is now in, time is on their side. It's what they've been looking for, dreaming for, but 𝐵oaster sees nothing because of that ult. And even now, 𝐾𝐘 turns his eyes for a second, feels something happening, maybe feeling that pressure. Alpha has to walk in, has to go forward. It's all on this man's shoulders. How much can one man do? The timing, not good enough. The smoke just going to plume, but it doesn't matter. KRU give themselves a chance, Josh. It's 3 rounds. Maybe they can claw this back.
Last round in the half.
Now, if you're KRU, do you go try to get this 4th round or pray for that 9-3 curse to come? The thing that scares me right now is that Fnatic has not looked good on their defense on the other 2 maps. 6 rounds on Haven, including the pistol. Yeah. It wasn't looking good, but right now they already have 8. Yes, they have the pistol on top of it, but it's their attack sides that are strong. And Lotus is traditionally a attack-sided map. There's so many lanes to work with. You got 3 sites, you can pivot really easily, and Fnatic's looked really strong with their attacks. So if Fnatic is looking this good now, I can't even imagine what second half has in store for us. Alpha pushed off that C line. Fnatic showing a different opening. Triple peeking front middle at B.
Yeah, exploring pretty deep on that. Being recleared a little by KRU, but first time we've seen them kind of put a stake towards that.
Then no Shy lets him inch up, and now he has the defense of his turret. He might become the turret himself, 𝐵oaster, on that jump jiggle. Trying to get that info, but this wall is going to cut off the sight line.
Can you hear?
Nightfall on Hero. You get a 5-man the way he's positioned right now if they want to go for the fast pre-take even.
Could do. Waiting to see him go for this. There it is, and they go for the counter swing over towards that C side, and KRU winning out, showing what they want here, showing that they want to give themselves that chance in the second half. 3 players on the other side, 𝐿𝙊𝐿𝘆𝙍, and 𝐿𝙊𝙍. Paranoia goes in, not going to get what it wants, and that's perfect from KRU, finally showing what they are made of. 4 rounds. It's not much, but it may be enough. It gives them a window of opportunity to fight back in that second half. 8 rounds for Fnatic. They are on the verge here of walking away, getting themselves secure here at Champions.
कुछ तो राउंड्स है अभी हाथ में।
Anything worthwhile is never going to be easy. And with 4 rounds for KRU, no one can say their challenge is now easy. Fnatic hold all the cards. They carved out 8 for themselves in this first half, Josh. They did what was necessary, and even you added that caveat, Fnatic have been good on this side too. But for KRU, what is the answer now? Do they have what it takes? Is there anything in the tank left for them here? Have we shown that capability before with this squad?
I'm looking at Fnatic going into that attack side. 𝐿𝙊𝐿𝐼𝐿 already on 22 kills. KRU hitting a low point. And when we look at KRU, they are a team that has these really high highs and the really low lows. Right now we're seeing the lows. We saw the highs on Sunset. True. If they're able to come out swinging here, get the pistol, get that bonus converted, we have a tied game. It's how much do they want it, and they need to show it now. Because if they lose this pistol, it might be the beginning of the end.
You're right, we were talking about nails in the coffin. That would certainly be one, but it starts now. Second half, 3rd map. Tournament life decided here and now. And we are seeing an audacious walk-up, a confident walk-up. KRU wanted to take fate into their own hands.
𝐿𝙊𝐿𝐼 has his alarm bot on B. His turret was aggressive on C mount. It went down early, no mollies here. KRU, very active. They need to close the gap. They know it's going to be a C hit. 𝐿𝙊𝐼, are you going to get one and get away?
𝐿𝙊𝐿𝐼 is good at this sort of stuff, though. The paranoia. And that little bit of indifference, that little bit of self-doubt might have cost him a second, but it stemmed at least the pressure coming back in until now. The paranoia goes in, they start clearing through. 3 players close by, MTA, Heat is all there. KRU starting to clear on through the site. They're doing what is necessary, a 3v2. And now you look at who's left. 𝐿𝙊𝐿𝐼 still here, time on their side. Chronicle as well, makes his appearance known. 𝐿𝙊𝐿𝐼𝐿 falls and 𝐿𝙊𝐼 is down so low. Hello and goodbye, 𝐿𝙊𝐿𝐼 might have just signed their death warrant. 𝐿𝙊𝐼, how are you meant to do this one? A pain shell gonna come in and force him away. Didn't get it to half. Desperate to find him, 𝐿𝙊𝐼 having to just try and push forward. Has he got the time?
I don't think so.
I don't think he does, but let's wait and watch. He absolutely does not. The first nail will be placed in KRU's coffin.
9-4.
You just want to watch them burn like that, would wait and watch. Okay. We saw that circle closing in. We knew. We knew. And Fnatic taking that pistol round away, and 𝐿𝐾𝐾 with another huge, phenomenal round. The repositioning here on the site, catching them on different angles, the paint shells on that second kill that he got, was able to reset, take Shy off that spike long enough to buy him enough time to win this round by a second. Imagine it's a minute and 13. But right now, KRU on those classics. Sheriff up for a couple of players, 𝐿𝐾𝐿, Heat, and Shy. Fnatic. They're so close. They're on the precipice of this.
Touching distance. I can almost feel it now.
You can taste it in the air.
Something like that. Prowl up. Could be met with some resistance. We've still got control over the extremities, but Fnatic in no particular hurry. How does KRU try and address this? Gambling over towards A, it looks like.
Does Alpha prefer to use the classic over literally anything?
I have no idea. I mean, free gun, good gun.
It is a good gun.
Yep. And Mills are trying to posture here, trying to, you know, seem a little bit more dangerous than he is, but he has to respect it. Almost gets punished in the end, but gets away towards site. Will get to keep his life for now. And
KRU,
just step by step force back.
They just kept that setup. They were hoping Fnatic was going to come back into A. It never came. So now it's 5 versus 5. Rethink's going to have to come in. No way to stop this plant. I don't think it's planned for a round as well. So the reset into outside of the site in the cards for Fnatic here.
Both insane understanding here.
No utility, basically just a satchel on the side of KRU for this retake. Sheriffs need to hit some shots.
And 𝐿𝐾𝐿 looking to go farming as well. First man here, tip of the spear. That's a follow-up. That's showstopper on the horizon. 2 more kills and he could just have it. Goes down, so he's 1 away, but you don't want to be losing that Vandal. They might try and fight back for this Shy. Trying to do what he can, but only a Sheriff. His hopes dwindling here as 10 feels inevitable. And Fnatic making it so. 4 standing, rifle back in hand. Barely a casualty in sight, and 𝐿𝐾𝐿, I think, 1 away from that showstopper.
He is very close, got a few kills on that round.
Gosh, and the Nightfall as well is only 1 away.
Went off 2 different ults. Imagine they had that 3rd orb still available at the front of B. That could have been both invested 11th round. But Fnatic, 10-4 they lead. KRU, they need this round. This is their first gun round of their defense. They need to set the tone. Because if they don't get this one, it's just so hard to mentally stay in the game once you're looking down the barrels of 11-4. You have to buy stingers to make it happen.
It feels like it's unraveling, doesn't it? You can see it happening, and they're almost live time between these two. KRU need to claw into this round. This is the key one. You lose this, you're basically halfway out of the game.
KRU is giving so much space and respect to Fnatic here. They're playing scared right now. They know that if they lose someone early, 𝐿𝐾𝐿 is the only one that's really looking to search for an opportunity here to open up the round for his team. The rest of them, so passive.
𝐿𝐾𝐿's got his ult, just seen that hit here. We're going to see the Killjoy utility, then supplementing with MTA. This is a very hard site to hit, but Fnatic are already in. 𝐿𝐾𝐿 taking a little bit of damage though, got to be cautious about this. How does he want to play it? MTA looking like he's on a platter, he is! In the end, a little bit of a trade out. But they're going to get the plant for this.
Oh,
and the pain shot. Wait, they don't even get the plant. That's great from KRU. Keeping at least the time ticking on their side. A second attempt at the pick found is Boaster to secure at least safety for this plant. Shy looking to make his name known, and he does. Alpha goes down, and they just can't get the spike planted. KRU clawing back into this round. A 1v2. Boaster, this would need to be 4 in the round. 8 bullets left to play with, still with a smoke in his TP.
Was so close on the last 1v3 attempt.
Not gonna happen. KRU with a bit of resilience. 5 now to their name. Maybe not out of it yet. We said it was a key round. They had to pick this up for a chance, and they do.
Every round is so important for KRU. That was probably the most important. Here is another very important one, because this is what separates. Do they have enough buffer into the next round? Are they going to put Fnatic onto an eco round of their own and then be able to take more rounds, build towards their ultimate economy? This is so important to get the momentum rolling, to be able to snowball like they did on that Sunset opening on their attack side. KRU, it's all on you.
You asked how bad do they want it. They're showing it now. Grit, determination.
That's A control taken from the defense.
The answer from Fnatic is just lean back in towards the C side. Rinse, repeat, it feels like. But MTA is holding a lot of this space. He's got the support now as well. Shy's come over.
Poison's on.
Gotta play this just right, though.
Oh, the Nightfall.
Doesn't catch, but still.
10-5. It's going to be 11-5 once that spike expires. Ticks all the way down. 𝐿𝑆r saving that rifle, that Vandal. Not many players on his team that are able to really afford anything. 𝐿𝑆r's not going to be really able to get anything. Maybe light shields and a Vandal of his own. No off-up. Crucial round for KRU to be able to convert. But you might be watching them take their final breaths.
Yeah, it could be. Well, we even get to keep the rifle here. Again, Fnatic not going to probably overchase this.
कैसे निकाला रे मुझे ध्यान ही नहीं था अरे अच्छा बफर ही हो गया ना
He makes it. He's okay. They at least keep the Vandal, and yeah, looking at the economy, they can still get maybe another rifle. Yeah, light shields, 2 more Vandals, but it's going to be stingers beyond that, Josh.
𝐿𝑆r's on 28 already. The longer this game goes on, he'll be approaching 40.
And the thing is, again,
what is going on?
Get him on that raise, get him in a system like this, on this sort of map. He is monstrous. Highs and lows for 𝐿𝐾𝐘, but this is certainly a high note for him. On the other side, a pretty even spread. Yes, 𝐿𝐾𝑆r's towards the top, but it's not really the individuals. It feels like KRU just being a little outplayed here. Those final moments, those first 2 maps felt close enough. But this
Killed my bot.
Small little change-ups from KRU in the opening of all these rounds. This time it's 𝐿𝐿𝑆r on C by himself. The same 3A defense, taking that lobby control, but Fnatic, they waited out. They disarm everything, and then they slowly make their way back to C. Again, this has been their bread and butter, their go-to. 𝐿𝐿𝑆r timing on this peak. He's gonna get
belting shot. He's gonna get alpha. Is what he's gonna get. Exceptional work from him. Surgical. Needs a bit more though. 4 players still walking forward, disrespecting his site. He's still got paranoia here, but he's got the kill. Boaster's dead, buried, but he can't find any more. But here comes the showstopper. 𝐿𝐾𝑆r's struggling, can't make it land. 𝐿𝐾𝐾 with the quick reactions. Hero now on the site, joined by Chronicle. And it looks like a death sentence now. But Chronicle left in a 1v2. Is it going to be 12? Oh, he's seen another. Chronicle has been devastating throughout this series. He wants to plant.
Oh, fuck!
Ridiculous stuff! I told you he's devastating! And that's why 12 for Fnatic and KRU falling to pieces.
Honestly, with the way that Fnatic's hitting some of these shots and closing out some of these rounds, they're looking deadly right now. That is disgusting. So quick. The snap, the timing to get off the spike. You just said Viper diff. If you wanted to, yeah.
Thank
you. I could read lips there.
Yeah, makes sense. Back and we go though now on the verge, Fnatic. Large and in charge, KRU starting to feel the pressure. 𝐾𝑆r's now outgunned, outnumbered, surrounded, and dead and buried. And it looks like the rest of KRU will be joining them. Just 1 man alive, all on 𝐿𝐿𝑆r here. And Fnatic fell to this roster before. They felt what it was like to misread the situation, to walk in now, eyes wide open. And it looks like they're going to serve this revenge.
Get the meat thermometer. It's at the temperature, you take it out, let it rest, it'll rise to temperature. That's basically what's happening here. 4-1, it's just a matter of time for this game to come to a close.
𝐿𝐿𝑆r. They're at the door. A couple more steps, a valiant attempt on the first. The paranoia goes in. Does he have what it takes? Are you the hero of the day here, 𝐿𝐿𝑆r? Hell, even the turret's getting your attention. But he's garnered enough respect from them, right? They're considering how they want to play this, how they want to approach it. 𝐿𝐿𝑆r's got to dig deep here. Bloody hell. They're taking the tour, 20 seconds. They got the time for it.
They have the time for it. I like the idea from Fnatic. 𝐿𝐿𝑆r needs to consider that they could go B off that. They could hear him rotate and go back to C. He has to take a gamble. It's the wrong read. Fnatic taking all the time in this round to make sure it's secured. They can close it out here and now. 𝐿𝐿𝑆r
Welcome to my world.
They are putting up a fortress. How much can they throw at this one man who's desperately trying to keep his side alive, keep his head held high, fight as best he can for this diving in. He gives it a go, but look at everything in his way. Fnatic hell-bent on revenge, and God, do they get it. A 13-5 final map. KRU started out looking blisteringly hot, Josh, but then it fell to pieces.
Before the series, we look at the veto. We're talking about if there's going to be potential for KRU to take this series. Here it is. And I went in thinking, oh, for sure, Fnatic's got this. Then I see that opening from Sunset. I see the opening from KRU, looking at how strong they are, their high highs that they're hitting, their peaks. But then Fnatic, slowly but surely, crawl their way back in and just have consistency in their game plan, their identity.
What a marathon of a series that was. You can't say that they didn't fight tooth and nail in those first two maps. They were there. They were pushing Fnatic to their limits. A great attempt from KRU, just falling short at the end, running out of steam, running out of that momentum. It just fell apart in map 3. But you look at Sunset, you looked at Haven, hell, that was a coin flip. It could have gone either way then. But of course, there has to be the winner on the other side. Fnatic now walking to the front of the stage, carrying on here, heads held high. Some exceptional work, Chronicle hitting some big moments during this game. 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐘, map 3 looking fantastic. Hero having his time in the sun as well. Everyone doing what they needed.
Such a well-rounded team right now. They have so many things in terms of set plays, protocols, fundamentals, and there's the mechanical skill. We can see so many different players coming out and just having these big impact rounds. 𝐿𝙊𝐾𝐘 was just running around, killing everyone this last map, but we saw the first map to even get to this point. Chronicle, Hero, Alpha on the second map as well. Even Boaster, give him an op.
Yeah, almost at that 1v3. Some real moments throughout the series I'm sure we'll be looking back on here. This map alone, I mean, it feels almost unfair that it ended on this note for KRU after what was a very strong display from them at map 1 and 2.
It was huge.
Chalo guys, जा रहा हूँ. थोड़ी देर में stream करूँगा, खेलूँगा.
Absolutely. They were kind of like sleeping. Alpha was looking kind of just like he had no chance to play the game in that first match. And slowly but surely, everything changed. Their attitude changed. They were putting smiles on their faces, standing up. Not even just Boaster getting up and dancing. It was multiple people getting up. They were all feeling it. They were all giving it. Chronicle has a big round. He's standing up. He's talking back. So good to see that.